After spending the first 100 days building up a comfortable homestead, I turned my attention toward some of the larger projects I had in mind for this series. So grab a snack or a blanket and come along with me on our second year, here in Eisenholm. With the new year upon us and the snow freshly melted, it was time to get into some serious landscaping. And for that, we needed a whole bunch of shovels. To the bloomeries! I cooked up a whole boatload of iron blooms and got to hammering out shovel after shovel after shovel after shovel. Gazing out from my front door upon the lumpy landscape before me, I knew where I needed to start. With a hearty turnip breakfast. Then it was out the door to start smoothing out the lands between the farmhouse and where our castle gatehouse is going to go. That's right, we're finally starting to break ground on the castle, or place ground in this case. I threw together a rough map just to get an idea of where to focus on for different types of buildings. Though, as with most of my plans, it'll be more of a guideline to improvise off of. I know for a fact those roads I've placed in red will not resemble the actual roads and paths we end up building once we can see the reworked terrain in front of us. While we've got this aerial shot speeding through several hours of landscaping, I'd like to take a moment to thank all of you for the outpouring of support for the series so far. It has been such a rewarding experience, and I always love getting to chat with each and every one of you in the comment section and on the Discord server. The absolute explosion of interest in the 100 Days video alone has been staggering, and it's very quickly become the most popular video on the channel. So that tradition will assuredly continue, with each completed year being compiled into a long-form video. So once again, thank you all so very much. But before I start getting too sappy, let's briefly talk castle design. I'll be incorporating elements from various castles, both real and fictional, such as Warwick Castle, Kaer Morhen, as well as Blue Nerd's castle from that other block game. Real talk, I have built that castle from start to finish. Twice. In survival. Adding my own customizations and secret passageways both times, so I have no illusions as to how monumental of an undertaking a castle of the size and scale I'm aiming for is going to be in Vintage Story. Thankfully, we already have a plentiful supply of conglomerate rock over by Worldspawn, so with the help of the quarry mod, the stone we need won't be in short supply. We are going to need two very important buildings in order to help make this castle a reality, however. One, a proper workshop with a Helfhammer setup to speed up tool and lantern production, and two, a sculpting studio to make and store templates for the many, many chiseled block designs that will be used over the course of the build. And that would have brought us to today, if it hadn't been for one little technical hiccup. My recording software had updated, and I didn't notice that all of the footage from after the update looked a little like this. Apparently, the update reset the recording settings to the lowest they could go. So, I recorded another episode worth of content so we wouldn't have to all suffer through that. So the highlights of what went on during the potato hours are as follows. I marked out where a little fishing hut will go to act as our southern dock before getting the footprint of the castle's eastern gatehouse put in place. I quite like the look of it. I mean, it doesn't really look like much of anything now, but my imagination is running wild. Heading back home, some of the veggies were ready to harvest. Also, I lost Mr. Cluck. Also, I found Mr. Cluck. He did get out of the house. He's been at the coop. And a ram that I gently coerced into the stables where a lamb had already spawned in. Hopefully it'll grow up to be a ewe. At the start of June, I took a trip down south to the pig pen to see if my math was wrong about when Cutlet's siblings would be born. It wasn't. The math was solid, so I raided a ruin on the way back home. We'll come back to check on the pigs after June 6th. Back at home, I marked out a partially sunken giant gear shape to act as the front entrance to our future workshop. I'm not entirely pleased with it at its current scale, so I think some chiseling will be in order to really capture that reclaimed pre-apocalypse vault feel that I'm going for. I might actually make it a bit smaller. It's a fairly sizable entrance, which is great, and very grand scale, but I don't know. Maybe a bit too chunky of a door. And that brings us to today. For real this time. So I'd fully intended to build out the outline foundations of outline foundations of a lot of other builds as well, apart from just the little shipping dock right there, or the fishing dock rather, and the gatehouse. But I think I want to at least get a floor in, or a ground layer under this. So we're gonna do that. Now it's not gonna be anything crazy. It's just gonna be dirt, honestly. And I realized from my testing, I do need to widen out the gatehouse gate portion here by 2 more blocks. So each of these sides is gonna have to get pushed out a little bit. So let's just get that all filled in. Now, the reason that I'm putting these below where we've already marked out is because where the packed dirt is, that's our ground level. So let me just get up there just so we can see. So where our path comes in, these packed dirt blocks are the ground floor. So I'm putting in this dirt just below it, so that way when we dig this out and we put in our floor, we'll have something below us. So if we need to replace a bit of floor or anything like that, we aren't risking opening ourselves up to falling down below. And getting rammed by the bighorn ram there. Look at him, eating grass. He doesn't even know we're up here watching him. Oh, maybe he does. Oh yeah, we got him down below. All right.
That's pretty neat. Dangerous, but neat.
Okay. Yes. Yes, dogs. I hear you. Well, perhaps we will deal with the dogs, for they shall be a problem. And we've got a heavy temporal storm approaching. All right. You know what? We'll quickly deal with the dogs, and then we'll have ourselves a heavy temporal storm, so that could be pretty fun. Let's put all this dirt back. I know we just got it, but let's just pump it back. Hello, chimkins. Put the beanades in there. The aged torch holder. You know, let's, this is the one room that hasn't had any actual lighting in it, so let's stick ourselves a torch. There we go. Now we've got a little bit of lighting in the room that we keep sleeping in, even though we do have a bed upstairs. Let's get as many of these open as I can at once, just to see where different things can go. These lore books I can read, and then pop on our bookshelf. Pop that tool belt away. That's the old clockmaker tool belt. We've got a heavy tool belt on now that looks, 90% the same, but I like it. Just close all of them. There we go. Dimitri's notes 2 out of 5. And Dimitri's notes 3 out of 5. All right, well, let's pop these books in here, and we'll just do maybe something like that. Yeah. Just kind of trying to keep some of the colors, the similar colors, at least a decent bit of a distance away from us, just to keep it varied. And we'll grab ourselves our drifter carving knife, just to have that on us. Won't need that until the storm rolls in. But for the moment, let's go deal with some pesky doggos that are causing issue over at the construction site. If we can't defend our gatehouse, how can we expect our gatehouse to defend us in kind? Oh, don't you go running off into the ocean. You coward. There we go. And this will be a good little source of fat for us right now. I think we've got some in the storage somewhere, but I don't know how much. Aha, come. Come to me, boy. We're going to fight. I wish to duel. Come into the light. There we go. Where's the scared little puppo? Oh, I'm so sorry, boy. You're gonna grow up and try and eat my giblets. I couldn't... Oh, we get things from them. Oh, that's sad. Well, you know, waste not, want not, and all that. Well, trying to take our mind off of the horrible atrocities that we've just committed. Look at the map here. Look at that. So that's already starting to kind of take shape for our gatehouse. And the rest of the castle's going to kind of take up this section here. It's going to be a fairly sizable structure. But I'm liking the way that the gatehouse is looking, even just from the sky right now. It's coming together. We're going to have to get this path continued on down to meet up with the rest of the road there, probably sooner rather than later. I keep having to just make a jump because I don't step off here for some reason. I'm a fool. That and I'd like to widen this out so I actually have a reliable walkway. But let's get a little of this outlined, at least as much as we can. And this is what I mean when we're removing the ground here, so we can actually get ourselves situated on something solid. So that way, if we're changing out the foundations or the floors or anything like that, we are not gonna fall. There we go. So with it pushed out one more block, that is going to be the footprint for one of the towers that flanks our gatehouse. Ow. Somebody start running a counter of how many times I'm gonna fall. It's gonna be a lot. That's probably another wolf over there. We're gonna let that one be for the time being. We're encroaching on their territory, building the castle here, but that's okay. That's going to be their problem. Now let's pop some of this back into our inventory there. Get ourselves all prepped. Get our hunger sorted. I think it's about high time we start heading to the boiler room. The evening is just majestic. Look at this. Oh. Yeah. It's kind of blinding, staring into the sun. Who knew? Wait a minute, do my eyes deceive me? We're starting to get some berries. Oh, will ripen in less than a day. Good. Good. Fruit's gonna be back on the menu, because I think we're hurting for fruit. Yeah.
I've got my knife.
I'm ready to go.
Let's do this.
Alright, who do we have here so far? Oh, they're all still getting hurt. Do we already have some doubleheaders? Ooh, we do indeed. Oh, happy days. This will hopefully be a nice, productive, and profitable storm. Ooh, that's 2 temporal gears. Come on in, buddy. The water's fine. Now, of course, I'm sure there's probably plenty that are just a little outside of the range that they can detect that I'm in here. So I could always do a little run around. See, any of them that are close enough to see me, they'll come running in. But for any of the other ones that are outside, I'm sure I could just go lure them. Like that guy over there. He's a little far away. You gonna be lucky enough to get a second doubleheader? Probably not. But a man can dream. Well, looks like 2 temporal gears might be all we're gonna get. No Jonas parts from the doubleheader, but that's okay. 5 rusty gears, 2 temporal, and a little bit of flax. That's it's not the worst haul we could have gotten. Especially since it's enough that we can now repair a translocator. Once the world stops being, whatever this is. Huh. Alright. Well, things have calmed down a good bit here. I didn't leave anything in these chests, did I? No? Okay. Oh. Lightning. That actually reminds me. Oh, you're not dead. Can I trick you into... But that looming storm reminds me I should probably make a lightning rod just so that the chickens don't get killed and the other animals over in the stables don't get killed. Lightning's dangerous. Do we even have enough copper for it? When was the last time I grabbed... Oh, we have enough copper. Okay. Now... lightning rod. So the importance of these is to redirect lightning, and they kind of protect in like a cone shape. So the higher we can put it, the more protected area we can get. Looks like we're making a giant fork. There we go. And number 2. Fear my trident. Poseidon quivers before him. Now we'll get one on top of the chicken coop when we've actually got some chickens in there. For the time being... No. Back inside, back inside. No. I've got some grain, here. Come back. Don't you dare, No. Cutlet. Oh boy. Cutlet. That's a bad cutlet. You go back home. I see a flaw in the design. What are you doing? How? Are you Spider Pig? Cutlet, what are you? Go home. Go home, Cutlet. Okay, he's slowly making his way back. Okay. I just wanted to go in there to put a lightning rod on to keep you safe. I didn't want you going on a journey. Were you just taking a walk? You just taking a walk to the window and that's it? Okay, go back inside. Don't eat through the walls. None of that. There we go. Okay. So I guess my thought to have a fence running around the outside here is not a bad idea. For now, let's just pillar up onto the roof. And we will get our lightning rod right there. I wonder if I can just put a single block way up at build height. That might be something to look into. For the moment, though, roof of the house might just do. Right. None of these are solid blocks either. Well, one right there for now. And let's pop one maybe onto a pillar nearby here. Or we worry about that and we build a pole when we move the chickens in. And that'll likely be once those eggs inside the house hatch. Then we'll try and move them all over into here. That'll be tricky, but we'll give her a try here. So let's use up the rest of this cobblestone and fill in a little bit more of the base of the gatehouse. And before we get too far, let's grab some path blocks. And let's just pop our knife right back in the kitchen. Don't worry that we just use it for carving drifters. They're, sanitary. Yeah, that's what I'm going with. And I left my lantern in the dirt dugout. Okay, so I think we were doing this in multiples of 5 just to keep the angling consistent. Where do we have to come over to? Oh, a good ways. So we'll just keep this pattern up until we hit the ground, and then we'll just mosey on over that way. Oh, we're so close. We're so close. But we can't dwell on the past. Let's build the future. I guess I need to fill in the middle too, huh? Probably a good idea. So not only is this going to provide a little bit more stable of a surface for everything when we're digging blocks out, but just while building it in general, I'm not going to fall in nearly as much. Or fall off, I guess. I'm going to keep running out of dirt, though. A few more blocks and we'll have this long enough to connect to itself. And then we got to connect it going right through here, but these are probably going to be more bits of farmland. I might make dedicated plots for specific crop types once we've got enough seeds, and that way we can just keep doing rotations. Hello, chimkins. I here for dirt. I'm definitely going to need to go get more meat at some point soon. So good thing it's spring, we can go on a bit of a hunting trip soon enough. So that bush meat from the wolves is, well, it's not much good for us. There we go. We are nice and safe with a functional subfloor. It might just be flying dirt for now, but soon these towers will extend down to the ground. We're going to turn this probably... I don't see us building up the land, so this is probably going to become a little bit of a bridge coming up to the gate, which means there's going to be stone going all the way down. We're going to start the elevation off right. Ah, landscaping inside the castle. which does also mean that there's going to be a lot of empty and open space inside the castle itself, and I'm okay with that. Because spots like that are just going to be good pre-dug basements, basically. So we are going to have large swaths of dark areas underneath that's mainly just going to have our fake terrain built up over top of it with a big old gap, so we don't have to fill it all in with dirt, because that's going to save us literally hundreds of thousands by the end of this. Now, if this were the other block game, I'd be worried about building up terrain and having a nice big old dark area right underneath of us. The only thing that that's going to provide is a spot for drifters to spawn in times of high temporal activity. That's it. They can spawn down there all they like. We're not down there. And apart from that risk, well, there's not much else going on there. And eventually, when we need more storage, when we want to start building out basements and things underground, that's all going to be open space anyway. So it just saves us a whole bunch of time. We'll just have to go down there on a calm day and light the whole thing up. The main reason I was worried about not having a bunch of gaps over yonder over there was just because it might affect the rates for the boiler room. That's all. And so why do I have this piece of cobblestone removed? Well, you see we've got our gate right here, our tower. I'm going to have the insides of these walls be hollow. So that way we have little passages, so if this place were populated by a whole bunch of guards, they can have little arrow slits in here for anyone who gets trapped in between our two gates. So we'll have a portcullis here and a portcullis at the other end as well. So that way, there's going to be a whole bunch of defensive battlements on the towers here, and right above the gate, actually. So if an enemy were to break through, get inside, now suddenly arrow slits in the walls, so people can shoot them, you know, at ground level. Arrow slits probably in a higher level inside the walls as well. Or upon the walkways, having the same like crenellations, machiculations, just defensive battlements. And this is just basically this is a zone of you don't want to be in here if you're not allowed to be in here. But then if you get through this gate, you will be in the first of 3 tiered areas. So the curtain wall is going to extend probably from these towers here. That'll make the bailey of the first curtain wall. That'll be the largest, and then we'll have a slightly smaller one going up the mountain a little bit, and an even smaller one with the keep itself. And then each of these will have different buildings. We might actually even have more farmland in here if we don't have enough out there. Yeah, farmland in here might actually not be that necessary. So probably more decorative and, yeah, just different kinds of buildings. That looks like a hole over there. I've probably been down there. So I'm just going to finish clearing out the dirt around this one portion of wall that we've finished filling in. And I'll worry about texturing it when we've actually got enough materials to get more than less than half of one single layer of this done. Yeah. Save my dry stone for the time being. I'm liking how this is turning out. So, with it being the morning of June 4th, we have 2 more days. Just 2 until the pigs are ready to be taken from down south. So, let's say we go on a little bit of an adventure. Because you see, we've got ourselves 2 temporal gears right here. So you know what time it is. You know what we're gonna do. Oh. Oh, I need a new pickaxe. That's not good. So we've got ourselves a couple of options. We can either go to this translocator here. That's going to be, I believe that's going to be somewhere between the market district and the residential area. Or this one, over by the docks. Let's leave the docks as a mystery. Let's go to this one first. This is far closer to the area that we've been terraforming, so when we start to do a little bit more work on it, we can theme it based on where it goes, because this will probably be the area we touch on well before the far coastline. I already fixed it up with metal parts. Okay, good. Let's just pop this into our offhand and pop in. Oh, it's alive. Let's see where this thing's gonna take us. Ah. Okay. We're in a cave very, very far north. We've gone to the northwest. Uh-oh. Oh boy. I didn't think about this. This is a very dangerous place. We've got a lot of limestone still, so no new rock type. What else is around down here? Just a lot of drifty boys. I should have come prepared. I came the exact opposite of prepared. I came here exceedingly unprepared. We have quartz. I'm just gonna run around at the speed of sound here. Speed run to see what there is to see. A lot of limestone. We got black coal. We got some chert. And we gotta get out of here. Oh. Oh. Oh boy. All right. Well, that could have gone better. I'll have to pop in there and check out what's in the chests after I block up the wall. So give me a second. Let's go in for round 2. There we go. Blocked in as much as I can be. Let's take a look at what we got here. We got a couple of gears, some rope, I'll take that. Quartz, why not? Alright. Okay. Do we have anything good up here? More gears. Torches are... Alright. Bunch of empty crates. So this one's not quite empty. What do we have? What do we have here? Just 13 granite stones, that's it, okay. What sort of terrain do we have? That looks probably limestone and then either clay stone or chert. So it's kind of a lot more of the same of what we've already got. We definitely don't have what we need to reach the surface. So, let's take the pile of junk metal though. And that should be good. Let's pop on back home. Okay. So this is gonna be limestone area, which is great because we've already got limestone right here, so that makes it even easier to get that all decorated up. Local materials to advertise faraway versions of the same local materials. Okay. Right, our flax is good. Let's start harvesting some of that. On the back of the previous episode, I harvested everything that was ready in the garden and got a second round of crops in. Then it was on to the forge to get another iron pickaxe ready. For safety, our lightning rods were raised up just a tad bit more onto some temporary blocks. Shout out to Fonda Bear for pointing out that there's an 8-block explosion radius around a lightning rod when it's struck by lightning, so this probably just saved Cutlet's life in the future. With rod safety secured, I decided to go on a bit of a hunt for meat, eventually stumbling down into a cave with a ruin. I took almost everything, even the walls. Especially the walls. This wasn't simply loot goblin behavior though, oh no. I brought all of that conglomerate cobble and dry stone over to our gatehouse to begin building up the walls a bit. And soon enough, it was time. The piglets down south had arrived. Unfortunately, the in-laws were a little reluctant to sign the adoption papers, so somehow we suddenly had a bunch of meat out of nowhere. Imagine that. With 2 little piglets in tow, the clock was ticking to get them back to the stables. There's a 75% chance each of them could grow up to be a sow, which is exactly what we want. So only time will tell if the in-laws' sudden and inexplicable disappearance will be an issue. With the piglets snug in their pen, my attention turned to more immediate food sources. I had meat, and the bees were buzzing. I harvested up a bunch of populated skeps for sweet, sweet honey and put on a round of protein-rich meals. I'd use the wax from these honeycombs that we got to seal the crocks. Now we've got a few more long-term meals. In the morning, I put up a fairly simple fence around the entrance to the stables so Cutlet couldn't make a break for it in the future. Somehow, I didn't notice the sound of a nearby bear while building. Don't worry, that's foreshadowing. With things around the house taken care of for the moment, it was rock-a-clock. We're going to need mountains of conglomerate in order to make any kind of headway on the castle, so the first of what will assuredly be dozens of quarrying trips began. Over a dozen big ol' slabs of rock later, the time had come to begin putting together a safe place to store and carve up all of this rock. The day of the masonry workshop is upon us, because that brings us to today, where we're going to put together a little stonecutter workshop, so we can deal with all of this stuff. Now for this stone cutting workshop, we're going to be using it to chisel a lot of the details that we'll be using over on yonder castle, and pretty much everything else that we're going to be working on over the course of the series. So, I think an area close to the castle is going to be the best spot for it. So since for the time being, and the initial construction philosophy of this building is to supply the castle with all of the detailed stonework, we should just build it right on this little plot of land. And hopefully not be hit by lightning. It's close to the road. We'll have it inset a little bit here, and there's going to be other buildings eventually kind of along the path and around this little hill. But this will be somewhere far enough that it's not a defensive threat to the castle walls, but close enough that it's a convenient little trip to bring all of our chiseled blocks over to the walls. So I think let's start with getting a corner in right here. We'll kind of go out in these directions. Now I'm thinking the land is probably going to be raised up just to meet this level. But the floor of the interior will be this level here, so we're going to have it kind of step down once we come inside the building. So let's just get a little bit of a framework for the building set out. And there we go, we've got our general footprint all laid out. Now this is only going to be a 1-floor tall house. There might be a little bit of an attic space up top just for the sloped roof. But our front door is going to be right here. So we'll have our little step down into our recessed floor. And we come in here and this will be our main workshop studio area. Now back here we'll have a whole series of trunks just for storing templates for our various chisel projects. That way, if we have a design that we're going to be repeatedly using over and over again, or we just need to have it for a template to apply onto a chiseled block that we need to slightly adjust, we'll have copies here, right on hand, so we don't have to go take apart bits of walls and other such things. Plus, it's going to provide a safe place from the elements and drifters while we're doing some very intricate chiseling projects. We won't have to worry about safety while we're building. So let's go get ourselves some supplies and get this thing going. Also, I don't know if you can hear the difference, but I'm using a different keyboard right now, and it's a lot quieter than my usual keyboard, so yeah, perfect. I've got limestone and granite. This is exactly what I wanted. Excellent. Where is rough cut chisel? That's what I want. Okay, 23 limestone rock was not what I was hoping for. How much granite is this? 31 and a full stack. Perfect. So these are more going to be used to make some granite dry stone. Get out of here, Flint. Perfect. Okay, do we have any granite rocks? Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Cluck. Please tell me we have granite stones. I'm not seeing any granite stones here. Granite. Put this flint away. Granite. Granite rock. Where are you? All I need's a little granite rock. Okay, I lied. I need more than a little. I kinda need a buttload. Do I have no granite stones? I see. In my hubris, I think I believed I'd never need them. Huh. It's more conglomerate. Haha. Perfect. I'm dual-wielding hammers. That's kind of neat. Alright, let's stick this in here. And I really didn't get that many stones. Oh boy. I don't think this is going to be nearly enough. I'm going to have to go on a big ol' hunt. And so the best way to do that is I'm going to pop on over, hopefully not fall into the lava hole as I run precariously straight towards it. But I'm going to go into our future workshop, which I believe is limestone, chalk, peridotite, chalk. Turns into granite. Yeah, it turns into granite. We're just going to do this the old-fashioned way for a bit, just to get ourselves a good collection of rock. Yeah. And since it seems as though we're going to have to do a little bit of mining and a little bit of resource collection just to be able to have the resources to put together this chiseling studio, hopefully all in its entirety today, let's do a little bit of a Sol Says What segment. Because we haven't done one in a long time. Welcome to Sol Says What. It's been a while since we've done one of these. So I'm thinking of doing slightly less per segment, but doing these segments a lot more often. So we'll have a Sol Says What segment in pretty much almost every episode, and I might limit it to maybe about 5 submissions per episode, just to keep things a little bit more manageable and get them out a little bit quicker, because these take a little bit longer to do than the regular editing process, and oh, it looks like the other me has something to say. Actually, I'm realizing that the rubble hammer is actually giving about the same rate as breaking these blocks manually, so let's just quarry out a whole bunch of granite slabs. Yeah. Back to Sol Says What.
Stop! You violated the law. Pay the court a fine or serve your sentence. Your stolen goods are now forfeit. Then pay with your blood. I could revive the dead villagers with this wand of resurrection, but a magic caster who brings death, and a magic caster who can revive the dead. It's not hard to imagine which one would be dragged into more trouble. Unless that situation changes, you'll just have to be satisfied that I saved the village.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
A test of your reflexes!
How right I was to let you live. In this world, is the destiny of mankind controlled by some transcendental entity or law? Is it like the hand of God hovering above? At least it is true that man has no control, even over his own will. Kip, this is good stuff. Write that down.
Don't just sit up there in that stupid robot. You get down here and fight me like a man.
I don't even know what you're angry about.
You're imitating my voice. Everyone can hear it. We all know.
Perhaps if I smoked 20 cigarettes first, but no. I don't think we sound the same at all.
Well, I think we do. So get down here and fight me. No. Please? When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad. I don't want your damn lemons. What the hell am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager. Make life rue the day it thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down. With the lemons. I'm going to get my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down.
Alright, let's pop these in here. I may have gone slightly overboard. You know what? Probably not, actually. Probably going just the right amount of board. Not over, not under. Just right. 3 stacks? That should be enough to start. Let's not forget the lantern. And before I go too far into this, there's one teensy little detail I'm going to want to do to this, but I think we'll save it for a little bit. I do want to have the outside of this be the granite dry stone, with a little bit of coining on the corners of a little bit of limestone brick. But on the inside, I want to do a lime wash. So the internal side of all of these structural blocks are going to be plaster. But that could take a little bit to put together the plaster, so let's just get the base structure in place at the beginning, and we'll do the detail work after. And for the floor here, let's just start digging around the perimeter. I've got a plan for the main workspace. It's a little unorthodox, but I think it'll work well, especially for a chiseling space. Now the limestone that we've got here, it's going to make for a nice, just solid flat ground. The walls are going to be, well, they're going to be white eventually, but nice plain, simple, stony room. And that is going to be a little bit more limestone that I'm going to need. And I am out. Okay. There we go. I'll just trust that this should... Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. Lantern. I will just trust that 34 will be enough to finish this little ring. And whatever we've got, it might not be enough for in there as well. And I've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, 5 by 5. So everything except for this one strip. You know what? I'll leave this strip, and then I can decide if I want a visual break. Yeah. Yeah, I could always put something different here. I might have a bit of an arch going into the section that'll have all of our trunks. So I'm not too worried about not having enough limestone at the moment here. I can always quarry more. But sometimes limitation breeds creativity. I was going to say something philosophical, and my mind went blank. So let's carry on building. Alright, well, out of stone once again. Remember how I said the bear sounds were foreshadowing? This is when I find out. As I was looking through chests in the farmhouse trying to find the perfect little fence for our entryway into the stone-cutting workshop, I heard it. I couldn't tell where it was coming from, but I went in search of the source of the noise. And to my dismay, the bear had gotten into our sheep pen, and I didn't know, and apparently it had been there so long that a moose got in there too, at some point. So either things are just naturally spawning inside there because I've left it as grass, or things are coming in, although I don't think a moose can climb 3 blocks, so that might have just been an unfortunate circumstance, and I'm going to have to change that floor. I got rid of it, but we're going to need some new sheep. I'm just glad the dividing wall over to the pigs is more than 3 blocks tall, so the bear couldn't get to Cutlet. That could have been a bit of a disaster.
Let's do some detail. Ah, get out of my way, dirt. Should have used that road I built.
And that is almost the look we're going for.
But I forgot my planer.
Just gonna go run over and grab that.
I'm going back and forth. Can't bring everything in one trip, that'd be too easy.
Alright, so we're going to inset by 1 voxel all of the granite drystone, just to give a little bit of depth to the coining on the sides here. On the edges, rather. Yeah. And now I just gotta do this on all of the corners of the building, and probably either around the entirety or at least just above the windows. Maybe just above the windows. Yeah. And you might be asking yourself, Solstin, why don't you just do this in a nice time lapse? Well, I would. Okay. My laptop is still packed away after my little road trip. So, yeah. I don't like that he's watching me like that. And doesn't that look already so much better? Got a lot more depth to it. Ah, hold on. That isn't proper. There we go. Sure, it might be a little lopsided having a big stone there and a small stone there, but keeping it to only a singular brick along the corner, just for consistency. Nice. Now I just gotta do the rest of the corners and the windows, and we'll probably save some of the other details for later, but I'm gonna do the other corners and above the other windows. And one day we're going to have to finish the roof, but that's not today. Yeah, that'll be a slate trip. We're entirely out of slate. And there we have it. Some of the detail all in place. Now I am going to put a little front patio area there, just once the amount of fireclay bricks that we have are no longer as useful for bloomeries. Once I can spare a few, pop them in there. Maybe if we can find some iron fences.
the top specifically. Those will look nice for a little fenced-off patio outside the front door. Maybe put a little awning there. Who knows? We'll see how things go. Now, whatever you do, don't ask to see the back of the build. I pulled a green. Little unfinished back here. I've got some of the extra supplies. Yeah, I'll work on that later. But for now, we're going to use this building for its intended purpose and do something with all of this conglomerate. So I'm going to pop over back onto yonder farmhouse and grab a few of the things that we're going to need.
Hello, baby chickens. Run from me. Run from me in fear. A booga booga.
You know what? All of the chiseling related tools, including a almost dead hammer, we're going to take those with us, and we may as well take these tool racks. Could I make more? Yes. Will I? Eventually. Okay, now what do I need? Right, I need a great deal of things. I need all the conglomerate I can get. Where? Do I not have any more conglomerate? I feel like I knew this before and I forgot. Alright, well, what's that? Bony soil. I guess I got all I got. Ignore that thing, you don't see it. Dang it, it's night. I should probably cook another meal, I think. Just meat and turnip. Why not? Just to keep that heat from dropping too fast, I think we can spare one more peat. Oh, I'm gonna have to find a place to store all that peat. Speaking of storage, do I have... I remember seeing some nails and strips, but I can't remember if I used them or popped them in a chest somewhere. There they are. And some maple boards. Alright, let's just do this whole little bit of business there. And we'll just bring this pot of cooked food with us. Why not? And onward we go into the dark of the night. Realizing I didn't light up the inside of the new build. Our safe chiseling studio may not be that safe of a chiseling studio. Although this one lantern might just do the trick. We'll have to see. And our our lovely storage begins with a single chest. Now eventually I do want to have two trunks side by side on each layer here. So that's going to give us 8 on this wall, 8 on this wall, and then 8 right in the center as well. And oh, we are surrounded by drifters by the sounds of it, or at least one. There he be. There that boy. That's okay. They hopefully shouldn't be able to get in here. So, I think with a lot of these, I'm going to need a lot of polished. Let's burn through the last of this iron hammer, because we've got this other one here. Here's my chisel. There we go. I'm okay with that. Let's turn 10 of them into these guys. Just to give us a little bit of that dry stone. We'll get a bunch of cobble from copious amounts of conglomerate mining. So we'll have that for texturing, and then we'll use this other stack. Oh, wait, we've got a little bit more. We are going to need to make some cobblestone, but the dry stone for now. So first off, here's a demonstration of what we're going to be using this space for. Let's pop our tool racks there, and let's clear out a few of these. There we go. So there's going to be
quite a few designs going onto our walls, and this is where we're going to have templates. The reason I made this floor in such a way is we can't chisel the floor. We can definitely break them if we left click, but if we right click and we're chiseling, we're not going to take out a chunk of anything. Yes, thank you, Drifters, for your social commentary. Anyway, with these, there are 3 different variations to our standard column that we're going to want. So from the center there, we're going to want to go out and take out those 2. How do I know that's the center? I guessed. And those little grooves in there are going to be quite prevalent across a lot of, well, basically these polished corner pillars. It'll make a bit more sense as we go. For the moment, I'm going to remove this table and just pop it off to the side there. And we're going to pop a couple more of these on here. So first, I'm going to finish chiseling this pattern onto all 4 sides, or all 4, facing sides of this middle block. That's way quicker. Oh. There we go. And then we're just gonna take the old pantograph here, and we're going to copy the shape, and we're going to paste the shape onto here, but then we're going to fill in the bottoms. These are going to act as the bottom portions for these column designs. So these are going to butt up against pieces that don't have these little grooved inlets. And so I want the edge to just be a little bit cleaner. Now we're going to do the same thing on that to this one. Just the filled in portions will be up at the top. But what we can do for that is if we copy that and paste that shape, we can take the hand wedge, mirror block, and there we go. Aim at the top and mirror to reverse it and basically put the bottom on the top, which now gets us what we want. And we'll just remove a voxel, add a voxel, and what that does, that helps fix most lighting glitches that come from using the Chisel Tools mod. So now we have our 3 basic columns. And a nice thing with the pantograph here is we have an option to rename a block. How do I rename a block? Oh! All I had to do was save 1, and then the portfolio showed up. Oh, happy day, this is gonna be beautiful. Oh, this might save me from having to store a bunch of templates in here, but I built this entire building specifically to save templates for highly used chiseled blocks, so I'm gonna use it. Ah, I've got it, it's on there. Oh, this is awesome. Okay. This is great. Oh. Ah. There we go. And then column middle. And I can rename these, which is going to be a little bit easier if I have named templates. Ah. This is good. This is good. I like this. Life is good. There we go. Ah. And I think, as long as that's saved in our pantograph, we may not even have to come back for these templates. We can just have them for posterity. Oh boy. There's a few more pieces we'll need before we can get our wall fully detailed, but let's get a little bit, just a little bit, of one of our wall sections in place. For that, we're probably going to need to burn through the last of our rubble hammer here. Do we have room? We have room. Let's get as many of these rocks as we can and make a whole bunch of cobblestone. Alright, well there goes our rubble hammer. That's okay. We got a good-ish bit of conglomerate stone, so let's pop some of these tools away out of our inventory because we're not really gonna need everything here, I don't think. Go grab ourselves a little bit of clay. Woo! Alright, away from the door, chickens. I'm coming in. Stop teaching your children to run near the door. You know how dangerous the outside world is? I'm out there. And I'm crazy. I'll eat you. Where did I put my clay? I put my clay in the thing out here. I'm a silly, silly man. There we go. Let's go build ourselves a segment of wall. Right, I was kind of partway through building some of this. I've taken a road trip since I did this, so it's been a bit of a minute. Here, let me just get a little bit of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So each wall segment is going to be 5 blocks wide. And we're going to build these up to be 7 tall above the, well, kind of a leveled baseline. And then with the elevation changes, everything below that is just going to have a little bit of a buttress coming off of it and just extend on down. But we're measuring 7 from basically from the ground level inside of the kill box here. Or the barbican, as it's called. Because you're going to need to see a barber after. Because they were surgeons back then. You haven't lived through getting through the gatehouse. This one? Not a chance. Well, maybe how it is right now, but later on, no. Okay, so with that bottom layer, this here, this layer is going to be technically layer number 1. So in order to denote that, we're going to have these sit like so. And these conglomerate polished rocks are just going to remain as conglomerate polished rocks. And now we're gonna go put away my pantograph. I'm a fool of a took. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And break my ankles. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we'll just do the same one on here. So we've got our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. And we'll just do that. And then we'll just fill in the whole wall. And break our ankles once again. I'll fill it all in properly a little bit later on, but for demonstration purposes, we've got our wall. I'm going to grab the pantograph and kind of give a little bit of a demonstration. We won't have every piece, because I'm going to have to do a lot more chiseling. But we're going to get there, just you wait and see. Maybe not today, or maybe not tomorrow, but soon, and for the rest of our lives. So are the days of our lives. Oh, right. Let's just start putting slabs of stone in here. So, that one, we are going to have that as column bottom. I'm going to need to use a ladder here. There we go. And then we're going to do 3 column middles. And we're just going to need to raise this ladder up a little bit so we can reach. And these two, column top. Now there's going to be some curved kind of arch pieces in here, as well as some triangular ones. You know what? Here's a depiction. This is kind of the idea that I'm going for here. So yeah, we're at least beginning to get a little bit underway on that. It'll all come together in time. And oregano.
Why am I like this?
Oh, this is gonna be beautiful. Oh, I can't wait to see it all come together. Let's turn a lot of these into bricks. The lack of a proper floor, I'm getting the safety dirt layer confused with where the floor is, so let's start getting the floor in where we can. Oh, I have so much conglomerate stone in there. Oh. You have a home now. Come with me to the studio. Excellent. All right. So, I think packed dirt might actually be good for a lot of the central area here. If it's a high traffic walkway, having kind of a worn path in here. I'm just gonna meander some pieces here and occasionally add maybe a little bit of regular dirt in and around it. Especially going more into the sides and everything like that. There might be, do some low fertility in the middle there a little bit, but for the most part, a lot of this is going to be pretty well just packed dirt. And that at least is a start. I'm going to need a lot more in there. I've got more back at the house, but we'll figure that out. But for here, this is going to be our floor level. That means we can remove this cobblestone right here. And that one. Because we're going to have a nice little walkway inside of all the walls. Let's grab our lantern from in here. There we go. Make this place no longer safe and a good old spawnable area once again. Well, I'd say today's been a fairly productive day. Got a whole bunch of quarrying done, built ourselves a little sculpting studio, and got a little bit of work done on the gatehouse slash the beginnings of one wall segment.
Continuing where we left off with the chiseling studio, I decided to start by gathering and preparing a couple of materials we'd need. The first step was grinding up some limestones, which was one more reminder that mechanical power should be high on the priority list. Sure, we could have used our hammer to crush them, but our hammer already has plenty of wear and tear to endure soon enough. While cooking the crushed lime up into quicklime, another temporal storm was about to roll in. I busied myself with a few homesteading chores until it was boiler time. After valiantly sitting safely within my industrial-grade bunker, the storm netted us a total of 4 temporal gears, 16 rusted gears, 12 flax fiber, and a Jonas part. Not too shabby. After the excitement of the temporal storm, I promptly forgot what I had been doing beforehand and got to panning through my collection of bony soil instead. I didn't get anything too exciting, just a bunch of books to fill out our kitchen bookshelf. Woo! Look, I get excited about new cookware and things like that, so don't judge me. With books and bones all sorted, I smithed the new rubble hammer, broke down a couple of rock slabs, built up a bit more of the gatehouse walls, and filled in the rest of the ground level inside the gatehouse courtyard. With it having been a bit since I had checked on the piglets last, I hopped on over to the stable and was happy to discover that both of them had grown up to be sows. So pork production will soon be in full swing. It was about this time I thankfully remembered my original task. I got to cooking up more quicklime for the plaster we'd need, and while I waited for it to bake, I popped out to the garden to see what was ready. There was a lot. I put away our veggie haul and got back to the quicklime. I'd made a good amount, enough for 2 stacks of plaster as well as a whole bunch of mortar for the ashlar blocks that will accentuate the lower portions of our castle walls and make up the ground floor inside our towers and walkways. I then took the rest of the path blocks we had on hand and started widening out the bridge path coming up to the gatehouse. With the ground floor in place, everything was coming together to start working upward. But first, a journey. We're completely out of slate to finish off the roof of the chiseling studio, and we'll need more for a couple spots in the gatehouse as well as several other projects in the future, I'm sure. What I failed to notice, however, was how dangerously low my pickaxe's durability was. Along the way to where we had initially nabbed slate, I got distracted by every ruin I came across. I found a few fun things, including a farming vessel with 3 cabbage seeds. Finally! Cabbages are the highest satiation vegetable in the game so far, so this'll really give a boost to our meals down the road. I eventually arrived at a couple mountain peaks that had a layer of slate on top of granite where I gladly wore down the last of my pickaxe. I marked these twin peaks for later excavation and began the trek home. Of course, the journey home was met with more misadventures down holes in search of ruins. They say curiosity killed the cat, but in this case, curiosity landed us with another aged torch holder, an aged wooden bed, an aged owl treasure chest, and some new threads. Upon returning home, I immediately found 3 of the highest nitrogen-rich pieces of farmland to plant our new cabbage seeds. Then it was over to the dirt dugout to smith a new iron pickaxe as well as a new iron hammer while I was at it. I popped our 2 newly acquired aged torch holders inside the chiseling studio to light it up and put together more conglomerate cobblestone and dry stone, encountering a brown bear on my way back from digging up some blue clay for said cobblestone. It's a good thing they can't fit through doors.
And that brings us to... hold on one second, I'm still wearing this silly thing. Because that brings us to today, where we're going to finish up the interior on the roof of the little stonemason lodge here, and then hopefully get to work on more of the gatehouse with some chiseling, some wall construction, and maybe, just maybe, finish one of the towers. So for a start, let's get the limestone chiseled in on all of these interior walls. This is gonna be a long process. Learn from my mistakes. This could have been a much quicker process if I had just merged these all together as multi-chisel blocks before building. If anyone knows of a mod that makes it quicker to insert another block into a multi-chisel block, please let me know. Got a one-way ticket to Carpal Tunnel City here. I think for these edges, I could just do pillar coming down. Yeah, because I'm going to have 2 trunks there, and that would just kind of frame it in nicely and break it up from the stone a little bit. And it would also hide the seam. Yeah. Do I have any pine in here? I do not. I'll have to grab, what, just 8 pieces? Easy enough. Going to the farmhouse, gonna grab me a bit of pine wood. Get away from the door, you chicken running chickens. There'll be no chicken run this day. And the finishing touches, at least on the interior,
And there we have it. We've got a little bit more of this plaster look going on. It really brightens up the space, especially since we only have the 2 torches in here. Well, and the lantern that's right there, so it's a little artificially bright in here until we get our own lanterns in here. I might do a little bit of detail on the windowsills at some point, but because a lot of those windows are right there on the ground, the windowsill option that I had in my little test world for this probably won't end up happening. Now, the main thing we have to worry about is the roof. Get out of here, dirt. Ah, I'm hungry. Gotta finish off this roof. And grab a snack. Alright.
I was just at the farmhouse and I forgot to have lunch.
Although I guess since it's almost 1 in the morning, that would have been a midnight snack. There we go. Might have to go on another meat run soon and make some more sealed cracks. Let's take a bunch of these stones out. Just put some of this cobblestone in there. We don't need that for the time being. Take those and a bit more clay just in case. And let's finish up this roof. Yeah, 12, 13, 14 ridges. And that's gonna be 2, 4, 6, 14, 16. I really didn't need all that much to finish this roof off. For some reason I thought this was going to be a larger task than what was. Oh, there we go. And it's all sealed up without even having to do much of anything. I don't even know if I'll need the trapdoor here. Well, that's nice. It's a small enough space. Alright. Well, apart from some of the more exterior decorative bits, like the coining around the backside, this is pretty close to done. It'll get decorated in here as we add little slabs and decorative pieces and everything like that, and maybe have an expansion of tools along the walls, depending on what we actually need. Of course, we do need to get some trunks in here that'll get expanded as needed. We are super low on copper, so we're going to need a lot more copper before we can make any more lanterns or chests or pretty much anything, because there is no way I'm using iron for nails and strips. Only a madman would do that, and I might be the local madman, so I am the standard, and I'm not doing that. Now, of course, it's night, it's dark, it's raining. This is no time for a building time-lapse on the castle. So let's do a little bit of chiseling. It's probably better to have everything all prepped anyway. So I've got a stack of this conglomerate polished rock, which is the basis for most of the things that we need. Although, for some of the pieces, I do need regular conglomerate rock as well. So I think we've used up all our slabs. What's this? Granite. Huh. That is not good. I think we're gonna have to go on another little quarrying expedition, 'cause I need some regular conglomerate rock. Back to the mines. Out from under the cloud. Nice. Is this the mine? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, this is our quarry right here. Alright. Ooh. Oh. We went deep. Alright. This is still really stable for how low down it is. Huh. Sulfur vein might reduce our rates a little bit. You know what? We don't have any sulfur. Let's just, let's get some while we're down here. Why not? We can use it for a whole bunch of different things. Like, okay, blasting powder and bandages. I'd say that's a good enough amount of uses. Oh, wow, there is, more than just the little bit I thought there might be. Okay, well, I've got a stack of sulfur. I'm just gonna mark this. I can come back to that. That's, not our quarry for the day.
Oh. Oh, a good chunk of this is just not gone. Okay. Well, perhaps a bit more sulfur for me. Alright. Out of curiosity, I wonder how this looks deeper down, because that's weirdly stable. How far down until this stops being stable? This is an interesting little quarry. Uh-oh. So it begins. Uh-oh. Ooh, time to get the heck out of here. Alright. Whew. The stability was still really good. I wonder if I could build a base down at the mantle there. I didn't leave anything behind except for all of my ladders, right? You know, it's good enough for one trip. Well, onward, back to home. Okay, let's pop those. So we've got a stack of each right now of regular conglomerate rock and the polished variant. These are going to be two of our main building materials for all the detailed chiseled bits on the exterior portions of the castle anyway, so the walls, towers, and all that. Let's get to work then, shall we? So for some of these designs, I have saved them in my portfolio. And the portfolio is this thing here. So this is part of the Chisel Tools mod. It's a very new feature. Right here, Castle Wall Wedge Cap. Let's just click on that. And that's just opened by looking at a chiseled block with your pantograph in your hand and pressing P. So, with that, paste shape. There we go. So this block I had created in my creative test world, and I'm going to need a lot of these. There's a lot of decently detailed blocks that I'm going to need to make. And if I were to make them all twice over, well, it's gonna take a little while. One might call this cheating, but this doesn't really save me any resources at all. I'm still gonna have to get everything that I need for this castle. I call it being efficient with my time. There's going to be a lot of things I'll still be chiseling in this studio. The studio will not go to waste. Put too much effort into it for that. And already most of the building of the castle is just going to be copying these over from the pantograph anyway. So this just helps speed things up a little bit. Now, one neat feature that I'm going to test out right now. So we've got this regular piece of conglomerate rock. Now let's just go ahead and turn that into a chiseled block. Now for that, castle wall pointed topper. This is a little pyramid that I've created for up top on the castle, and I'm going to see if I can paste shape and materials. So I cannot paste materials from portfolio shapes. Ah. Okay, where's my chisel? Let's add that in there. There we go. Okay, so I do have to still manually add the other blocks to it. But here we go. This is a little pyramid topper for the walls of the castle. This is one of my favorite ones. Machiculation. So with that, if I can get up on top here, this is basically a little hole that's going to go down. And it's for dropping things down or firing straight down at people up against our castle walls. Of course, I'm the only person alive here, so guess I'll be alone with that. Because there won't really be anyone to shoot at. And then we've got the castle wall arch. Now these are just to round off on our castle walls. Yeah. Now I'm sure this all sounds very abstract. So let's put some of it into practice. I'm probably, gonna want to make this daytime before we do anything. For the first time, let's actually sleep in the bedroom up here. Go 338, 345. The sun should be coming up relatively soon, although I guess we're getting into August, so we might be a little preemptive for a proper sunrise. Well, it might still be raining, but let's do a little bit of building on this castle, shall we? Oh, wait. We're going to need one thing other than our bunch of stone.
Maple.
I left the saw over there, didn't I? Yeah, that's a shame. Let's just bring a couple stacks with us. Okay. So we're up at the top of our tower here for the gatehouse, and that's, it's looking pretty high up. We've already got a good view, and we're only gonna go higher. Ah, this is nice. The rain could let up, though. That would be fantastic. So let's get this all sorted. What is the natural direction these want to go? That way. I can live with that. All right. So we have to decide which side of the towers we'd be coming up from, and this way is going to have our path heading out. These are going to be our most outer sides, so I think, honestly, this side where the ladder already is there, this might be the side we want to come in from. Unless we do dead center of the tower, which might actually not be a terrible idea. Let's do it. And then we're just going to put this facing, since that'll be the way in and there's no other exits going out on the gate side, we'll just put our ladder going all the way down there. There we go. Now we have a ladder going all the way up through the gatehouse, and we're going to have 3 tall floors. So 1, 2, 3, boop, 1, 2, 3, boop, 1, 2, 3, and then the ceiling. Excellent. So we'll have several floors per tower, and eventually we'll fill these all in. But for now, we've got the top of this tower, and really the entirety of this tower, to deal with. So I think the best way to get this all sorted is going to be in the form of a time lapse. Let's do it. So I had a nice little interior tour there. We've got at least, well, it's filled in here, but we've at least got the framing for our gatehouse. I should probably do these. Oh, oh, and the boys are coming out. It's a medium night. Ah. Alright, let's make this daytime before we appreciate our hard work. Something I noticed is the 3 little chicks that grew up are the only 3 we have here. I don't know where Mr. and Mrs. Cluck went. I think they left the kids home alone. But either way, we're just gonna take a quick little nap down on our basement cot. There we go. Bright and early. 4 something. 5 in the morning. Look at that. Of course, we need to get the other tower in place before this gatehouse starts to really take shape, but I think it's already starting to come together quite well. Of course, we're definitely going to have to connect this down to the ground and, well, make a whole lot more cobblestone. Plenty of work to be done. Plenty of work to be done. Now, one thing I did notice while I was building. Once we hit the top of this tower, our gear is spinning backwards. Yeah, the top of this tower is a little unstable. Now, if we pop down onto the next floor, it's perfectly fine. It's only the top. It's only the absolute top of this tower. Which also led me to check out where I'd put that little pillar way back. Realizing now that with the gatehouse in place, that's not going to be where our keep goes. And that's good, because that is also not temporally stable. But just over by the trees and the waterfall back there behind me, now that's perfectly fine. So as we go along and continue to build, we're going to have to keep in mind looking at temporal stability for different areas, because the top of that guard tower, luckily we shouldn't be spending a huge amount of time up there. We're going to want to make sure different segments of the castle are not in places where I'm going to go crazy just from being there. Now right here, I do have a little bit of the framing of the interior wall, or the decorative portions of it in, but I think, let's see, we've still got some polished rock. Let's work on finishing this up. I just ate. I'm a hungry lad. Such is life. You wake, you sleep, you hunger. Yeah, let's pop that empty crock back on the shelf and grab ourselves another. Did have to make myself some turnip stew in the meantime, just because I don't want to get into our sealed crocks. Those are for winter. Little snack secured, let's get right back to it. And if you notice, it's subtle during the day. There are slight lighting changes, and that's why I'm rotating these. Now, I'm sure I've said this 1,000 times before, but when you're using the Chisel Tools mod, it doesn't always update the lighting. So when you've removed pieces from the blocks, especially with the pantograph, you are going to want to make sure to adjust it either by adding and removing a voxel, or removing and adding a voxel, or rotating it with a regular chisel just so that it updates for lighting. Now, as you get more wonky lighting textures than you really want. See, like that. Occasionally you still get some texture changes like that. Some lighting things you just can't fix. Yeah. This is turning out pretty nice. You know, building like this is almost therapeutic in a way. And so these walls here, very much the same structure as these and as the tops of the towers. I do need to get the rest of this column in place here, which I should probably just do right now, in all honesty. Let's just do it while we're here. And a lot of this is just going to be kind of copying and pasting different blocks. Uh-oh. I knew this day would come. I've broken a pantograph. We're gonna need a new one. Though this does make me think, why am I going in there? Making a lot of tools. And I've been having to replace quite a few of them, especially over the course of starting to build. We're gonna need to get the workshop in place over there pretty soon. And while I've been thinking about it, we are actually exceedingly low on copper. While this is heating up, we'll just go take a look. So, we've got 4 ingots right here, and back in the farmhouse, I think we've got maybe 3 ingots worth of different things we've gotten from panning bony soil. And that's just from, like, lamellar plates and other such things. So we could get, well, 7 ingots worth, which would get us roughly, is that 24 chests? I think so. If I'm mathing right, then I think that's about correct, but don't quote me on that. But this whole having to make tools by hand and work these iron blooms out by hand is getting to be, well, a little cumbersome on the wrist. I think the next order of business should probably be getting a Hellhammer setup. Now, I'm not a fan of doing a temporary Hellhammer setup. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it proper. There we go. One brand new pantograph. But as I was saying, we're going to want to get the workshop put in place sooner rather than later, and just over there, where we have the big old cog, that's roughly where the entrance is going to be. Built inside of this mountain. So I've been flip-flopping between a couple different design ideas. I did have the thought of going full-on steampunk at first, but as I was testing out different designs and wanting this to be kind of an ancient reclaimed thing, I started looking more at dwarven technology. So I don't know if that's the style I'm gonna go for, or if I'm gonna stick with the idea of full steampunk. This is looking good. This is looking mighty good. Let's get this out of the way. There we go. Look at that. I mean, the wall isn't complete on the side there, but I think it's starting to turn out pretty good. That one's got a bit of a harsh shadow, but I don't think there's much I can do about that. It is what it is. Yep. There is one little detail that is missing, however, specifically from the bottoms of the walls, and same with the outside of the towers. For that, I need to grab more of these conglomerate blocks, which I believe I've got. Hello, goat. I've got some of the bricks that I need for that, and a bunch of mortar. Excellent. Let's just pop some of these guys here, and I make 6 bricks. Okay, let's grab some more bricks. Wait, that's where all my cobblestone went. I thought I was out. Huh. Maybe I can get more work done than I thought. Now, the idea with these, let's show on a safer wall here, is to line these spots here with a very thin layer. There we go. And that gives just a little bit of a kind of a
just reinforced base kind of look to the wall. Yeah. Oh, right. And then there's going to be an arrow loop there. There we go. So there will be little slots. On the regular walls, I might not quite do that. But at least on these interior walls facing into the kill zone here, we will have the little arrow slots on a secondary floor inside the walls. Because otherwise they'd be right here, and then attackers coming in could just poke at people who are shooting at them from in there. So at least here, you know, they've got murder holes up top, and arrow slits for anyone over on this side who's maybe just a little away from the murder hole down there. So this is good. This is good. We got some defensive structures going on inside of this castle. Or at least the little gatehouse that's actually turning out to not look so little. Sunset's nice, though. So let's get these in place at least a little bit. Can I get the other ones in place? I'm probably going to be... Oh, no. No, I'm not too low. I can actually... Aha! There we go. Oh, this takes some very careful precision, or I could have just put a ladder up here and it would have been fine. But no, doing things the easy way? Me? Never. I did things the easy way. Do you think I'd be building a giant castle like this? No, sir. We've got a thing going on here, and we're probably going to need to extend this down to the ground. And possibly start to buttress it, especially on the outer side there. Because looking at this side here, if we don't change the terrain, there's going to be a decently tall bit of structure here. So we do have it flaring out at the bottom, but we might have to kind of pick another threshold to then flare it out further, just to act as kind of a reinforced look to it. Also, I heard a wolf around here, so I'm getting out of Dodge. Now that we're inside, safe and sound from any potential wolves, what I think I might do is, once the sun comes back up, I'm going to take some of the cobblestone and dry stone in there, maybe use up all of it, and just build however much more wall and tower I can in the gatehouse. Just get as much done as I can. And then I think we'll finish things off today by quarrying out a little bit of the footprint of the workshop. Because I've lived without a Helvhammer for too long. We need automation. At the very least, a break from my wrists. Do you know how much effort it is, hammering out bloom after bloom by hand for all eternity? I need machines. Which also means, depending on how much resin we're going to need, I might need to make another run there and potentially consider getting that resin tapping mod where I can just put a tap on the tree and get resin more regularly. But we'll see how things play out. So I'm just going to build up the walls a little bit more, and I will see you in just a moment. I'm realizing I'm blocking myself in here. Also realizing, is there even a way in? Did I design a way in? I don't think I designed a way in. Because there's going to be a walkway all around the entirety of this, but where's the entrance? Is the entrance going to be... Oh. The entrance is going to be inside the castle. We'll build this up and we'll worry about getting in and out after. We'll just use ladders for the time being. Once we've got the gatehouse finished and we start building the interior of kind of the first layer courtyard, then we can worry about building an entrance, probably here. Yeah. Or no ground floor entrance will have a staircase coming up on the interior side of the wall to get in. There we go. That'll do it. Yeah, you know, sometimes I think good. Not like all those other times where I think ungood. Or bad, one might say. I have the intelligence of a toaster strudel. Well, now I'm hungry. top one should be... That's a wood layer behind the machiculations. And how much cobble do we have left? We're on to our last 5 pieces currently. Alright. Noah wooing, that's a $350 fine. And we've got part of the tower put up. Just need to do the other few walls, so I just need to make more cobblestone. But it's coming together. It's coming together nicely here. It's harder to see it when it's dark like this. We just have to get our actual portcullis in place as well. Also, I don't remember if I recorded it, but I have a whole bunch of maple trees that I planted. Because, as you saw, we're going to need a lot of maple. Before I go too far, those pigs... A hollow goat. Is anything else randomly spawned in the pen? Nope. As I was saying, these pigs are ready to mate. Alright, and we just need to fill up these troughs. Let's go grab some flax grain and get to it. I just really wonder, where did Mr. and Mrs. Cluck go? Suey, it's feeding time. There you go. Eat your fill. And we're just gonna let nature take its course here. Have fun, Cutlet. Don't forget you're related. What was I doing? Ah, right. So, this is definitely far larger than the doorway that I'm actually wanting to make. So, let's burn through the rest of the shovel and let's just carve out the dirt in the actual footprint. I'm thinking roughly 5 by 5, maybe? Couple different ways this could go, depending on how recessed in the building should be. I don't think it needs to be a big old grand entrance, just maybe a vault door. Definitely, the more I think about it, the more I'm leaning toward kind of ancient dwarven kind of mind, very much in that vein of like Dwemer technology from Skyrim. Or I guess the Elder Scrolls in general, I should say. Even then, I don't know if that actually encapsulates the exact style that I'm going for. It's just going to be a mix of things. A little bit of steampunk, a little bit of fantasy, a little bit of just ancient ruins. Repurposed to be a modern-day giant forge. I'm going to be using some Dungeons & Dragons battle maps as kind of a rough idea for a layout. Because when we're working with grids, D&D battle maps just fit the whole big blocky look. But in any case, I'm going to dig a little bit further into here and then start doing a little bit of quarrying just to clear it out in a little bit of a quicker fashion. This is going to be quite the tunnel. I mean, just look at it. We're pretty far in. We can't even see outside, although it's night. And the space is going to be widened out. You know, a little bit more going all the way down there. And this is just the first 2 chambers of our workshop. Right about now, you might be screaming at your phone and or computer screen saying, Solstin, why are you digging a cave? You need a windmill for your workshop. Don't worry about it. I have a plan. And all will be revealed in time after I drop off a plethora of stones that are going to be used for our pathing, because I don't think we're going to need this much peridot. And if we do, Well, we'll figure that out when we get there. This is a lot. We're gonna have to find some kind of use for it. Yeah. Ah. I don't care that I'm hungry. There's a baby lamb. Baby lamb, go that way. Haha. You live outside? In there now. Be afraid. Speaking of being afraid, the three of you, where are your parents? I've been looking around outside for them, but I don't see Mr. and Mrs. Cluck, just their three now grown chicks. A part of me wonders if they got out, if at one point when loading the world, if they were standing right here and it just popped them on the other side of the window pane. We may have to relocate these chickens soon, so they don't suffer the same fate of phasing through windows. Uh-oh. Think we found the fate of one of them. I'm no anthropologist, so I can't tell if this is Mr. or Mrs. Cluck, but it's one of them, all right. We're really gonna have to get them into this coop sooner rather than later. It's not safe outside. Oh, wow, it's really not safe outside.
I took a brief reprieve from quarrying to plant what is likely to be the last big harvest before winter, carrots and parsnips. Once the crops were in, it was time for a bit of resource collection. Prospecting around, I found a deep copper vein and mined out as much as I could before I was driven out by the local drifter population. With copper in tow, I made for the dirt dugout to smelt up a batch of molybdochacos ingots along with some copper nails and strips. Realizing I only had 8 ingot molds, I formed and began firing another pair so we could easily smelt batches of 10 at a time. With how metal alloys work in Vintage Story, doing batches in multiple of 5 is the most efficient method. With ingots cooling, I set off to gather more resin for the mechanical endeavors ahead. Collecting resources was going to take a good chunk of time, so I decided to take everyone along on the journey, and I live-streamed the shenanigans.
Now we get to do these zoom-in things live.
Together we gathered more copper and resin, fended off a temporal storm, spoke some nonsense about my lore headcanon.
The rot plague was just mods?
Led a couple of newly spawned bighorn sheep into the stables.
No, go in the hole. Go in the hole. Get in there. Get in there. Get.
Sang the briefest of sea shanties.
May the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. I don't know why I go into a weird voice when I'm singing half the time. I think it's to cover up when I might sing off key.
Smelted another round of molybdochacos ingots, and finally remembered to replenish the bee skeps. We also discovered the potential leak spot where Mr. and Mrs. Cluck may have phased through the window to meet their untimely end in the great outdoors.
So that might have been doing it here, because the candles, if those are possible to do it on that window, then this window very likely was that cooking pot sitting right here, and then they got stuck and then pushed through.
After the stream, I did a bit more quarrying to clear out space for our workshop rooms and began digging out the massive cavern that our future windmill array will be housed in. It's not fully dug out, but it's getting there. Emerging from the cavern, I checked in on how the cabbages were doing and was pleased to find that they were ready for harvest. I replanted the seeds in hopes that we'll get at least one more harvest before the weather turns too cold.
And so that brings us to today, where I've discovered that there's a lot more stone than I expected. Just the section where our windmill rotors are going to go alone is, just shy of 7,000 blocks. A little too much to get done in one episode. And so the main benefit of building the workshop so that we don't have to manually hammer out iron blooms to make more tools is going to be negated by the fact that, well, we're going to have to make a ton of tools to dig through all that stone. So we're going to do something a little bit smaller scale, and I think it'll be easier to see once it's daytime, but I think this area right here might not be a bad spot for it. So it's near the farmhouse, which will make sense for what we're about to do. So I've got to check all those slabs and see if we have any that have some limestone, because I've got a plan. Oh, and I'm hungered. That's chalk. There's no limestone in any of these slabs, I don't think. These are all regular peritite. Okay. And do I want to do limestone or do I want to do chalk? I think I'm going to do chalk. Come along. Oh, look at that. We got slabs in the rock slab processing place. This is neat. We need the rubble hammer for that, and then wedge cut. There we go. And now, we're just going to wedge cut all of this chalk into bricks. And we're just going to mortar these bad boys right up here, eh? Oh, for sure. That's not enough. But it'll at least be enough to potentially get a little footprint started. So where our staircase goes leading off toward the castle, our farmhouse over there, this little section right here might be a good spot for a granary. Now, normally this would be using a water wheel or a windmill to mill grain, but we're going to end up using this spot as a little bit of mechanical power just until we get the workshop up and running. That way we've got a helve hammer, and we don't have to worry about not being able to make tools. I should probably make a shovel. I have enough to do this. Good. Okay. There we go. We have the basis for what we're going to need. So this is going to act as a foundational piece and a little bit of an outline of the foundation. And there's going to be a rectangular building that sits on here with a windmill coming up in this corner. And now, in the final construction of this, the windmill will come down here and then have a line going in through the house, out through the floor, to a quern. However, we're just going to run it straight down here and run it out to a helve hammer poking out of the wall for the time being. In there is going to maybe be a fireplace just to keep us warm when we're working outside. So that actually, we should probably just dig out right now. Figure out how we're gonna make this. I wonder, do I have any extra granite dry stone left over from the chiseling studio? So I think that might make a decent chimney material. Nope. But I do have a lot of granite ashlar blocks. Like, too many. So we might have to use these for the actual windmill portion. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because these are a lot. There we go, and we'll shape this up a little bit more as we go. But let's get the framework of the building in place and get all of our mechanical pieces made. I think oak could be good for this. Where's the rest of my oak? Oh, oak logs. Whoops. Okay, so some of this I'll probably want to fill in with packed dirt, just to keep the grass from growing in there, but I think this will work pretty nicely. Let's just fill this in a little bit more for the fireplace. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do. And then let's just fill this land in around the house a little bit more. I need to grab an axe if I'm working with wood. Ooh, actually, before I forget, those other cabbages were almost done, and they're done. Yeah. There we go. We should hopefully be able to have another growing of these. So that's September, October, November. Ooh, it's gonna be close because those take 14 days. I don't know. They're good till -5, but we will see. Yeah, 96 days and it's not even winter. I think I'll do is... Ooh, yes. Hey, okay, so this doubles up a little bit here, but that's going to be for just a special little entrance here. No, no, no. I'm a silly man doing silly things. I know what I know what I must do. There we go. Raise the roof up to a usable height. Just to give the illusion of the boards there. And I can always add support beams underneath it if I need to, or maybe along the edge. But I think this will get the point across. We might get a little structural beam or something here. But let's get the rest of these walls in place. Yeah, we'll detail this up a little bit more, but it's starting to take shape. Let's just take a whole bunch of these until I can't fit any more. Well then, I didn't expect to be able to fit them all. Alright, just shy of 2 stacks. That probably won't be enough, but we'll do our best. And of course, you have to be right here, staring me in the face. But we've also got the castle looming in the distance there, and that, with the fog, that's looking nice. I'm rethinking some of this. Definitely rethinking some of this. I wish I could see the clouds. Which way do the clouds go? Clouds are blowing eastward, so I probably want a west-facing windmill. Yeah, the grass is leaning to the east. Perfect. Really? Really? You gotta come out here and you gotta ruin my good time. That's alright, it's pouring rain anyway. What do I have in abundance? I've got a bit of claystone. I don't know if that's going to be enough for what I'd want. I do have a good bit of limestone. And some limestone ashlar blocks. Alright. And some limestone cobble. Alright. Okay, I think I have all the structural blocks I might want. Well, let's make our mechanical pieces. Since it's drifty outside. I've got pine logs in case I need more logs. So, okay, resin, saw. I'm gonna need sticks. I'm gonna need a lot of sticks. Sticks? Sticks? I know I had layers of sticks here somewhere. Layers of sticks. Aha! My inventory is very full. Oh boy. Alright. We're getting into this. So to make our windmill, we're going to need a couple large gears. So we're going to need a couple of these. That's going to be a lot of sticks. I should have been collecting and saving sticks. So we're going to need 8 of these in total. So... oh, I'm not going to have nearly enough sticks. Okay. Haha. I have 4. Wait a minute, I have more sticks. I do have enough. Huzzah. Okay, good. Alright, we got those gear sections. What do we have next? So, 24, so I'm going to need 48 planks. Alright. And an axle. Well, a couple of them. So, let's pop... we're going to need a lot of axles. So, let's just do these. All in one fell swoop. Yeah. We'll get as many axles as we can. Pop those like so. And 48 boards. These don't stack. Okay, windmill rotor. I'm only really going to need 1 right now. And the other thing I'm going to need is I will need to make some sails. How many sticks do I have left? Probably not enough. Three sets. I need more sticks. Let's make it morning so the drifty boys will go away. And probably not going to need to sleep for the whole time. Just shy of 6 a.m. Sun should be coming up any minute now. Let's get on down to Windmill Town. So the windmill tower is going to partially intersect into here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I didn't make a door. This will be far more decorated later on. Right now, it's just kind of a box. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. Just in case, we're just going to complete this all the way around. I realize I'm going to break my ankles when I try to get off of here because that's my last ladder. Haha, oh boy. Whoop. Ouch. Okay, hey, go. Careful, you. Let's see. We're gonna just take out a few blocks here and there. So there's just a whole section now. My rationale for that is that section is just heavily damaged. Now I might texture that back up with a bit more of the ashlar blocks, but we do have just some patches here and there of the dry stone just to look like more worn down sections, and this entire portion of the tower is going to get rounded with a wide base here, kind of at the full 5x5, and tapering up ever so slightly until we hit the top. Now, can I easily do this? Yeah, I can. Aha! Oh, this is gonna hurt, isn't it? You know what? This gives me a chance. I can do a little bit of texturing up if I can kinda see what I'm doing. Call that a success, and okay, doesn't hurt too much. Yeah, adding a little bit of brick back in there kind of help break up the texture a bit. That's where the windmill rotor will stick out. So let's get that connected up, and let's try and make a few more ladders. I need a stick. I need a many stick. Only 7 trillion is what I ask. Not that many, but I need 'em fast. There we go. Pop that there. Chiseled there. Angled gear. It's nighttime again, and it's medium. Ooh, this could get a little dicey. Just popping these on, and we've got mechanical power. It's not a whole lot right now with the gentle breeze, but I can put 2 more sets of rotors on there, which, now that we have sticks, let's actually do that. Let's get the sails up and in place, and then we'll worry about making our helve hammer. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. They don't like my designs. They're stoning me to death. The rotors are spinning. It's hammer time. Here I thought my resin and fat would be good enough. Oh, how wrong I was. My hubris will be my undoing. Gonna need a couple more of these angled gears. Let's see. One to connect to the big wheel. One to bring it down. And one to bring it back around. Yeah, maybe another to turn it, just for good measure. And the last thing on the list, an iron hammer head. This may be one of the last few ingots that we make by hand. Yeah, the real question is, am I going to be able to hook this all up without being assaulted and killed? How are you getting up here? Ah. Alright. I feel totally safe in here. Absolutely safe. Not threatened one bit in my own home. We're gonna have to wait till morning to finish the Hammer. While we wait for the drifters to go away, let's just have a nice morning coffee. Yeah, that's not coffee. They're just standing out there. Menacingly. Just gonna run far enough away for them to despawn, because it is now calm for rift activity. Okay. Now, let's get this Hammer in place. It ain't pretty, but it'll do. And we're just gonna, for safety, patch up this portion of the wall. Just so drifters that are on the outside there can't just climb right up and in here. Can they do that here? No, I don't think they're smart enough. And that'll make a nice little spot for our forge. Let's go grab our stuff. Beautiful. Let's get these lit up and then go grab our tongs. So this is very much, obviously, a temporary setup, just so we can make some plates, get ourselves some lanterns, and have a good place to start making some tools. Looks like the ingots are ready. Just have a snack while this does all the work. So, I'll see you all in a few minutes, once we've got all these plates ready. Tong, dong, dong, tong, tong. Don't fail me now, wind. Well, if we want to finish these lanterns, we're going to have to do a little bit of quartz mining. We've got the candles. We just need the quartz. It's a little unfortunate because I have stacks of regular quartz. I just don't have any more than a singular piece of clear quartz that I thought I had grabbed, but I guess I didn't. I should clear out my inventory a little. I keep forgetting to put this tin away. Let's just pop on over to where we were mining some quartz earlier and see what we find. With all that sulfur we've got, I could probably make some ore bombs, but not this time. That didn't take very long at all. Okay, let's make ourselves some lanterns. There we go. 10 brand new lanterns. Let's go pop these around somewhere, shall we? So first I think we'll light up the area for the pigs. There we go. Nice and central for them. Ah. The fawn grew up to be a ram. Well, we still gotta find a ewe for you. And let's pop one. I want to put one inside the coop. Yeah, just to keep it well lit. Let's light up the attic a little bit. We still have to do the window here. Whoops. I kind of like the torches down in the basement, not gonna lie. I don't know if a lantern is gonna feel too proper for the basement. But maybe over here a lantern just to get rid of this torch. There? That could do. Yeah, that lights it up pretty nicely. One just outside our entryway there. And with that, much more of the house is lit up. Although I think I wanted lanterns for in the workshop. Whoops. We can always relocate some of these if we have to. With the house using a lot of lanterns now, and us not really having... Ooh. Oh, I'm hungry. Okay. As I was saying, now that we've got a bunch of lanterns at the house, we have this extra torch holder. And so let's just pop it right here for now. Just so we've got a little bit of light and we can find this entrance a little bit easier as we continue to work. Oh boy, is there a lot to work on through here. Oh, and rift activity's low now. I missed my chance at calm. And since we're going to have quite a few tools to go through, I'm imagining we're going to eat through a couple of pickaxes and probably a couple of hammers. Let's take a lot of this with us over to our temporary smithing station. Let's actually organize this and amalgamate all of our ore into one chest, if we can. So we'll keep the dirt dugout right now as our smelting station. And this makeshift windmill is, well, the future granary, and will currently be our smithing station. There we go. Beautiful. Before I forget, let's actually grab that tin bronze and put it where it belongs. Tin? Oh boy, where'd I put the tin? Beautiful. We've only got a gentle breeze, so I don't think I'll work on processing all of our iron blooms quite yet. As low as this wind is, though, I might actually want to process this just a little bit. Because we're going to need another hammer really soon here, And this pickaxe will not last us all that long as we're digging out the workshop space. So we're going to make a couple extras. Please pick up wind. Moderate breeze. Once we have our actual Helve hammer set up with multiple hammers and a lot more than just one windmill, this will work out a lot quicker. Okay, we have our spare hammer. Now let's make a few spare pickaxes. Excellent. Put that extra coal there, and we're just going to leave the anvil here so this won't be constantly going ting 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 every time we are coming by the area. And I think we're just back to digging. As long as there's no drifters in here. So far, so good. What a thrill. Tonight. Snake eater. I hear drifters. Oh, I hear a lot of drifters. And a bear. Oh, okay. Alright. Okay. I don't want to have to be fighting them off. I'm pretty sure those lanterns are going to serve us a lot better back in there. As a drifter shambles around. Ow! Oh, he's seen me. I've been had. Back to the safety of the house. So I think what I'm going to have to do is either relocate a lot of these lanterns into the work area there, just to light it up and keep it safe while I'm digging out copious amounts of rock, or maybe just make some more. Now that we have a Helve hammer, it's not going to be nearly as tedious to make plates. But in any case, I hope you enjoy. Oh, how'd you get in my home? How'd you get in my home? Sir, good sir, what did you do? How did you do this? I have a knife. I have a knife. Okay, so I'm slightly confused. How he got into the kitchen? That's not good. There must be a rift very close to the house. Not that one I see out the window. I think that's too far away. How did you get in here? Yes, I have a perfectly good sword right there. No, I don't mind. Where did you come in? Unless they're using this corner somehow to get in again. Which they shouldn't be able to. Well, regardless, we'll just stay up here in the bedroom where it's a little bit safer. Knife in hand, just in case drifters try to, I don't know, phase in through the floor.
We set out to dig.
The chickens are losing their minds. All is right with the world.
And so began several sporadic hours of quarrying stone, being interrupted by yet another temporal storm that gave us a couple more temporal gears.
You know, that's not too bad. 2 temporal gears, 7 rusty gears, and 15 flax fibers.
And an outing to give the trees a haircut so we could make more ladders. After a good stretch in the mines, I yearned for the sun. To switch things up, I broke up the last of our conglomerate slabs to build up the gatehouse walls some more. And then, with my daily dose of vitamin D sorted, back into the dark I crawled to finish off the big old mountain chamber. At long last, and somehow without being accosted by drifters despite the medium rift activity, the deed was done.
And that finally brings us to today, where we've finished digging out the entire windmill chamber in our workshop here as it ascends into darkness. You're inside my pickaxe. So I'm not sure if there's something to do with this spot here, but it's been medium rift activity for the last little bit of doing this, and yet I have not had a single drifter spawn up here
I've been up here, but every time I go through the main entryway down below, there's always at least 2. Maybe for this chamber, the drifters are just gone with the wind. So we're going to pop on out of here and see how much we have left in terms of resources to start making our proper windmill. And we have a lot of stone, a lot of peridotite, a lot of granite. I think a change in build palette for the workshop might be in order. Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of granite. Thousands. Literally thousands. And it's probably better that we have a different color palette anyway, just to differentiate it from the castle, because that's going to have a lot of conglomerate there. So we don't want things to feel too samey. So let's get back onto the house and get ourselves some gear making. Ah. Yeah, I have to clear this out. Back over to the masonry house. So many piles. So many piles of stone. So this pile, it doesn't just spill out here, it keeps going. It started to wrap around the back, and this isn't even including all the granite still over yonder. And this stuff. Yeah, we're majority using granite for the workshop. That's for sure. Ooh, our maples. Don't get distracted. Don't get distracted. All right, large gear time. Let's get ourselves our resin's getting low. We only got 15 left. 24 fat. We're still doing okay on that. We're gonna need a lot of axles though, so that's gonna go quick. A couple board. Let's get. We're not using walnut for this. We're gonna use our pine or something. Maybe out of sticks again. Oh, we gotta take down these maple trees anyway, so let's gather some stick. And before we forget, we're gonna need, get out of my way, seed's gonna need my saw. We're not going to have nearly enough resin. All right. Let's just take these newly made chests on over here. We can start building up our supply in there and also give us a little bit of extra storage just to get this stuff out of our inventory for the time being. Let's make them trunks. Maximize our storage. It's beginning. It's slow, but it's beginning. It might be night, but it's calm. Let's go pick up the raft, grab our ore, and let's head on out over to where our resin is. I'm just hoping it remains calm the whole time we're out there, because if it doesn't, we might be in for a bit of a world of hurt. Uh-oh. I didn't bring food. Running around, going back to home. I forgot some din-din, I don't want to starve there. Hello, chickens. I'm back, much to your dismay, I'm sure. You know what? Just take the crock with us. We got the room. Alright, now we mosey. Back out again on a resin trip. I hope I did not forget anything this time now. Grab the resin and hope that it stays calm. I don't want the drifty boys to come and kick my bum. Guess I should also be wary of wolves as I'm running through the forest like this, but they'll never find me. Oh, I say as the wolves immediately find. Oh, jeez. Okay. Oh,
Ouch. Oh. Cool, we got quartz. You're probably very hurt from that fall. Yeah. Did himself in. I'll be taking that. Don't need the rest of it. You can serve as a warning to the others. Is there anything good down here? There's drifters. It's very unstable. It can't be here long. Oh. Quick explore. Quick explore. Ooh. A lot of narrow corridors down here that all lead to dead ends. Sulfur, that's great. I already have a decent source of sulfur, but I suppose that's good to know. There might be more over there. Ooh. Okay, let's carefully place some packed dirt. And you're nothing. You're just a dead end. Alright, let's get on out of here. Getting sidetracked left and right. I blame the wolf. So while we're out here collecting as much resin as we can carry, let's go over a couple... silly ice. Let's go over a little design choice that I have in mind for this little workshop foray. And so I think in an effort to keep things a little more centralized on the actual vintage story lore itself, I think a really nice lore-friendly type of lighting would actually be a bit of a soft blue glow, similar to the temporal gears. Now, how are we going to recreate that in survival? Well, once again, that's Chisel Tools to the rescue. So once we have access to steel, we can make a steel paintbrush. And a steel paintbrush with either 2 Jonas parts or 2, I believe, copper nickel ingots. And that's basically a mixture of copper and nickel. And that's the same material that Jonas parts visually are made out of. With that, we can craft ourselves what's called a Jonas paintbrush. And that Jonas paintbrush has a neat little interaction with dye. And the 2 dyes that we're specifically going to want are gray and white. So gray, we can put like rusty metal scraps and such into a barrel and we can get ourselves some gray dye. And white, well, we're just gonna have to go grab some borax, which we'll need to do at some point anyway. So if we're holding a bucket of dye in our first inventory slot and we use that Jonas paintbrush, well, it's going to give us a little bit of a glow of a certain color. And for gray dye, that will actually give us the same cyan as a temporal gear. And then the white dye just brightens it up. If we apply the white dye twice, it'll turn into a bright white dye. But if we just do it once, it'll take that from, I believe, a light level of 4 all the way up to a light level of 16, I want to say. We got some tinder hoof here. Is that safe for human consumption? Looks like it. Ooh, there's more on the other side. Yes, I will swipe right on this. 6. Can serve as a single portion. I will mark this spot, though, since typically mushrooms will want to grow back when the conditions are right in roughly the same spot. Alright, well, we've collected 24 resin and had a couple little delays here. Let's actually... Do I remember where that borax was? I was smart enough to mark that. Alright, let's pin that. Yeah. Let's go grab that borax before we go home. Sun? What are you doing rising from the depths of the ocean? It's like someone used the polymerization Yu-Gi-Oh card on Apollo and Poseidon. Apoidon. I think the most direct route without having to get off the raft, we'll just go around the northern side of the mountain here and straight on down to about yonder and then jump through swamp to get to the borax. So we've got ourselves a little bit of a sailing voyage. I'll see you at the shoreline. I think it's getting cold out. I'm gonna want to make... Oh, I'm wet. It's not boding well. Well, I might want to make a little bit of a campfire somewhere here. Do I have wood on me? Of course not. Maybe it'll be warmer inside the cave. Let's just get to the borax and figure it out. Could start a bushfire and burn down half the world. That would sure keep me warm. Been a long time since I've been in these caverns. And wherever I was, I'm fairly certain I ran because drifters were starting to come out. What temperature is it? It's 3.5 degrees Celsius. Why am I so cold? Okay, my body temperature is slowly going back up. It is warmer here. We're not into the woods yet. Well, that's been a while since that happened. Forgot how painful it was for a man to break his legs. Every stick I had was with me. Let's just bring a stack of dirt. And which way? That way. Every time. Holes are my undoing. I am wholly responsible for that failure. On the plus side, we are no longer shivering. So at least we've got that going for us, which is nice. That was a long way down. I could really use all those ladders that are now at the bottom of that hole. Oh, that's a nice little effect. The water is being blown in the wind. We're getting little splishy splashes. I've never noticed that before. That's quite nice, actually. I like that. You know what I don't like, though? Dying. It's okay. We will soon make our way down, hopefully safely, to our body, grab our stuff, and all will be right with the world. And I guess it'll be an opportunity to explore that cave, because it's probably too dangerous for me to have ever gone down there willingly. Also, I don't think I've actually hit that exact point in the mountain to go check out that hole, because it wasn't marked on the map as far as I'm aware. Go into my body, gonna pick up all my dropped stuff. Go into my body. Hey, we got some malachite. Yeah, it's pretty neat. I should probably mark that. Now, the cool thing about malachite is it's just copper. Like that's all there is to it. It's a different kind of copper. You can't mix and match and stack them when you're smelting. But when you craft with them, it's just copper. I would love if the malachite gave you like just green tinted copper items. That'd be pretty neat. It would give at least more of a visual distinction, because there's different classifications with the bronze. You got your tin bronze, your bismuth bronze, your black eye or black bronze. That's not the whole. But with copper and malachite, they're just kind of two sides of the same coin. Got to be very careful. Hunting corpse meat. There I am. There be that boy. Good as new. It's like nothing ever happened. Well, since we're down here, we got some saltpeter, so that's pretty cool. We got some drifters, but there is a ruin. You know what? I'm running for it. Oh, it's not even just a ruin. And junk metal. That's also exactly what we want. Ahaha. Thank you, metal scraps. You're exactly what I want here. And there we go. We're missing temporal gears for this, but we can at least mark this transporter. All right, what else do we have in here? Empty crate. A chest with basic stuff, but I'll take it. Empty tuning cylinder. Okay, yeah, serifs, why not? Some lime. Could always use that. Copper arrow, why not? Okay, we got a couple of these little ruined heads. I do like these metal barrels quite a bit. I'm full. I'm probably going to have to dig up to the surface here. That's okay. That's what ladders are for, and then we can come back down and grab the rest of the stuff here. So we've got a couple of those ruined drills. So I've got the clutter right now set to always drop, so I don't really have to worry about the new glue mechanics. There's bony soil there. Why is there bony soil there? There's a ruin above us. What about down here? We got some dangerous little tunnels. Watch out for holes. Ooh, 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 ooh. Nope. I shouldn't be exploring too much. My hubris will be my undoing. Ooh. Basement to something. This place is just a gold mine of stuff. Oh, a ruined brazier. More metal junk. Absolutely. Small crate full of rot. See, that's good. This is some good stuff. Ruined pickaxe. I'm gonna have to be picky with what I pick up. We got a boneman. A bearded axe. Yes, please. We don't have any room at all for you right now. We're coming back. Let's just mark this ruin here as well. Of course, when I don't come here with a chest on my back and I'm wholly unprepared for finding a whole bunch of things, that's when we find a whole bunch of things. Right here, water. Is there cool, refreshing aqua nearby? There's dirt. Good. There was a part of me that was a little worried we might come up in the middle of, well, in the middle of a mountain and not have land above us. Or I guess not have an opening above us. Ah. Oh, there we go. Excellent. Right. We're gonna have to come back for the borax. Now, I know I've spoken about it before, but I just want to reiterate. My first time trying to find borax, not in this world, but in a previous world, was met with the most disappointment that I have ever felt in a block game. Nearly 10,000 blocks in almost every direction, pro-picking. As far as the eye can see and as far as the arm could reach, not even a whiff. Not a crumb of borax. So at least here, we've got not just readings, but a confirmed sighting of borax from way back when. That was... Ooh, what was that? That was very, very early on, I believe, in the playthrough. That might have been, what, episode 3, 4? I think it was the same episode we went through Turnip Valley. But in any case, it's like the world doesn't want me to have borax. Because I know it's there, couldn't find the entrance, fell to my literal death, and then proceeded to fill up my inventory with so many ruins that I've managed to find. It doesn't want me doing my laundry. It won't give me the borax. I could probably use modern day dish detergent, I suppose. Laundry detergent. Don't use dish detergent to wash your clothes. I mean, it'd probably work. It's soap, but it's not right. Ah, home. Safety. No. I didn't mean to scare you down to the basement. Get out of the basement. Go back upstairs. Go back upstairs. Please. Up. Go on. Get. The basement is no place for a young chicken. There's weirdos down there. The weirdo's me. Fresh for 1 year. How good are they? 17 days in my inventory. 1 year in here. These lower temperatures are really... Yeah, because these ones were only good for 60 days before, I believe. Now they're good for 72. So our time is going up as the temperature is rapidly decreasing. I guess we are near the end of October, which reminds me, before we go look for the borax, most of these are done. Not all of them. Some of the parsnips are just about done. What about the cabbage? We are at 8 out of 12. Okay. They're at 100% moisture. There's not much I can do. Please grow in time. I beg of thee. I've got the inventory space. Let's quickly harvest all of this. Now, using the scythe doesn't really net you anything more than you normally would get. It's just quicker. Okay, the rest of those are at 7, so those can grow for a little bit longer. We do have a bit of horsetail and some grass growing as this farmland is left to go fallow. So it can replenish its nutrients. And one day, when we've got, well, high fertility soil, or maybe even terra preta if we really put in the effort, when it's better than just medium, then I'll worry about, putting in fertilizers and all that. Going to have to repair clothing soon. Speaking of clothing, since it is October, we left our winter clothes in here, right? Yes, we did. They are still in good condition. Poncho's not, but these could be useful, especially if we're hitting just below 0. We're going to start to freeze out there a little bit. There we go. The artisan scarf is in terrible condition. Let's repair some of these, just to get ourselves a little bit more weather protected. With our newly acquired linen. So, let's just fix those up to 100%, and we've got as much of a bonus as we can from what we're wearing. Now we're nice and toasty, and if we really want to, we can always just unhide the gambeson that we've been wearing. Just so we look a little bit more bundled up. So, let's go get that borax, shall we? Now, as much as it's going to pain me, I'm going to have to ignore the ruin, ignore the translocator. Nope. I fight the urge to go back and grab temporal gears to I'm doing it. If I don't do it now, I may never remember. What's the point of being a clockmaker if I don't make clock once in a while? By make clock, I mean just shove some gears of eldritch origin into a machine I found down a hole. Now, what I'm hoping is the result from that translocator is I hope it sends us a good ways down south. Because at some point, I'm not sure exactly when, but I will want to make a trip down south just to get different wood types that we don't have access to this far north. Because for building, I would really like access to things like redwood and ebony, mostly acacia. It's a nice kind of orangey, just a warm, slightly darker brown than some of the other woods that we have access to here. And I think that would just be fantastic. Now, what I would really like, speaking of wood, is something dark. Ebony is okay, but it's more of a... it's more of an oak with kind of black strands in it. It's okay,
but it's a little too busy for most applications that I've found. But I'm looking for something like, more like a dark oak from the other block game, which I know there's mods that will add in different wood types, new tree types with, more variety of wood to work with. And also there's other mods I think that I've seen where there's a wood dye where you can just use dye to dye wood, which that's okay. It's a little too cartoony for some of the shades. I just want something that looks like a natural, darker wood, maybe with the look of a stain, but just something rich, warm feeling. Makes you feel like you're a cozy lad doing cozy things. That is the ruin I'm running towards. I want the borax. I gotta find where this little cave was. I wonder if it's this. This looks familiar. Those divots look very familiar. I'm pretty sure the borax is just right down here. Aha! Excellent. Borax in shale. Is that it? 9 pieces of borax, that's all? Nonsense. There's gotta be more, right? Anything else in here? Let's see, it's gonna be in shale. It's not going to be in peridotite because if I'm not mistaken, borax can only be found in sedimentary rock types. Yeah, so it can't be found in igneous rock like this. Like peridotite, granite, andesite, things that are usually found deeper down. But these softer stones, that's where you can find borax. Well, at least 9 pieces of borax is not all there was. There is more. Excellent. Excellent. Let us begin the dig downward. Didn't expect this to become a caving and resource collection episode. I thought this was going to take far less time. Uh-oh. My arms are stuck. Save me. So this glitch, it happens when you switch tools in the middle of an action. I don't know if it was fixed. I'm on 1.19.7 right now. Let me just pop out and back in. There we go. All fixed. We're closing in on a stack. This is more borax than I've ever seen in my life. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day for some borax. 65 pieces of borax. Let's do a couple other little taps here just to see if there's any hidden away. I think we might have it all. Nope. There's more. I want to grab as much as I can possibly carry back right now. Because even though, for mechanics purposes, I'm really not going to need a whole lot, having that supply means I don't have to come down here and hunt for it again. And I can make a batch of white dye right away, and not have to worry about running out for, like, anvils and, coffin lids. I think those are the only 2 mechanical things they're really needed for otherwise. There's so much borax. Why was this so rare in that other world? There may come a day where borax is no longer precious to me, but it is not this day. This day I hoard. Treat this like the white gold that it is. Or at least that I perceive it to be. Well, especially if we make a Jonas paintbrush. Yeah. And this is going to be very useful because white dye is going to be our access to a whole bunch of custom chiseled lighting. I don't know about you, but I like to customize. Is there any more down there? Borax? Borax? We want to venture down there just to see.
Not necessarily for borax, because that's switching all down to peridotite, but just to see if there's anything else. You know what? With 2 inventory slots, no. No, we shan't, because it won't matter. Because I can't take anything with me. I am going to mark this as the big borax hole. Maybe empty. Because it might be. I hope it's not. But 1 piece shy of 2.5 stacks. There we are. Alright. Far more of a harrowing adventure than I expected, but we got our borax, we've got our resin, we've got sticks, and inadvertently, accidentally came across metal scraps. So, apart from maybe sandstone, which we can get at a later point for some trim detail and such in the workshop, I think we've got about as much as we need to at least get a start on putting a couple things together. I'll see you back at home. Let's see what we've got for our barrels down below here. We'll get the dye going while we're working on other things. We've got an empty barrel there. Some weak tannin. Well, we have 1 free barrel right now. We can probably make another. We need powdered borax, don't we? Make white dye, 2-to-1 ratio. Alright. So if that has to be multiples of 4, 48 liters of borax is about as much as we can make, and that's going to be 12. Nope. Yes, 12 borax will make 24 powdered borax for 48 liters of water. Let's preemptively fill our water up. There we go. 48 liters. And so to take out a single liter at a time, kind of shift, and then you take out a single liter. Yeah. Just a nice little way of doing some micro measurements there. And back on down to the barrel room. Open up our 48 liters of water, pop in our 24 borax, and after 8 hours, we'll get white dye. There we go. Let's make another barrel and get some gray dye going at the same time. Just to let those steep. Oh, I'm hungered.
I do. And where's my boards? There's my boards. 1, 2, 3. We've got a barrel for you and me.
Well, we're up here. Let's remember which one of these. We've got 20 of our metal scraps. What kind of ratio are we looking at here for gray dye? 1 per 8 liters. So we don't actually need a whole lot of these. So we can hold up to 50 liters in a barrel. So once again, 8. That's going to be 48. That will be 6 of these. So we really don't need a whole lot. All right. Well, pop those back in there. Hey, I did that math right. Beautiful. And we'll seal that guy up, and we're going to have 48 liters of both white and gray dye in 8 hours. Now, let's see how much we can make of all of our main windmill rotors. We're gonna need a lot of large gears. Now, the reason I dug out such a large setup up there is my main goal is to have 3. I left everything in the chiseling studio out of the way. The saw and hammer have seen better days. Ooh, especially that saw. We're gonna need a new one real soon. Oh, the durability is too low. Probably on, well, not on the iron hammer, but definitely on the saw. Okay. Every time.
Just 1 step forward and 2 steps a different forward.
I come requesting a saw.
So now let's actually get to crafting. Because we're going to need 16 of these in total. Means I need to go grab more sticks. I think I have them split between the chiseling studio and this chest right here. Grab that. Layers of sticks as well, just in case.
Excellent. I come in search of stick. I've acquired stick.
Beautiful. Those all go there. Now I'm gonna need more maple boards than what I have. So that's, let's see, 4. So that's gonna be 24. 48. What's double 48? 96. Stack and a half. Gonna need exactly a stack and a half. Alright. Well, that's more than what I needed. But that'll do. Aha, 4 large wooden gears. Beautiful. Now, need more axles. And voila. Beautiful. So, before we lose our calm rift activity that's been sitting at calm for a long while. Up into the chamber. So here we are. And now I only left this little pattern in the floor to let me remember where the first big gear goes. So let's get that in place. Where are the rest of our... Did some of those go into a chest? But we're doing this once and we're doing this right. Let's go grab those other axles that we left in a chest. It'd be wonderful if things could just default to the inventory while it's open instead of just going into a chest, but, you know, partially on me for not keeping my eyes peeled. Not keeping my eyes peeled is exactly what did me in with the pit earlier. There you are. Where have you been? I was worried sick. Do we need these angled gears? Not yet. That will be when we attach the windmill rotors. We're going to need to make more of those. Now back up the big ladder. We're not going to need any of these anymore, really. Because we could just walk right on top of this gear, even while it's spinning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then a large gear. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
7.
We're gonna have one more here to bring us in line with the top. Now, why a 7-block gap? Windmill rotors go 5 blocks wide, right? 10-block diameter. Aren't they gonna intersect? Yes. Yes, they will. But from what I found, and oh, I hope this is the case and it wasn't just a fluke, 7 blocks should be enough room to have full-sized windmills stacked on top of each other without breaking, as long as no other blocks get built out where they are. So that's why I made this 15 by 15 wide. Because that way the windmill rotors have enough space, they won't hit the walls, they won't hit each other, at least collision-wise. Visibly, they very much will be phasing in and out of each other. And the goal, at the end of the day, clearly, is to have 12 windmill rotors. That'll give us a lot of power, and then we can gear up from the main large gear at the bottom to get ourselves some absolutely bonkers speed. Wind dependent, of course. But for the moment, it's a little precarious up here, so let's get on down to safety. Land where the light doesn't reach from up top. It's a spooky chamber in here, that's for sure. Soon it's going to be loud and ominous. But powerful, beautiful, wonderful, and hidden away. And this entire chamber, that entire height as well, going to have to bring a shaft down into kind of a maintenance room, or at least have access tunnels where all the mechanics are going to go, because our Helvhammer setup is probably going to be somewhere around here. Still debating if I'm going to do a line of them, or 2 different stations with a set of 3 Helvhammers. Because I found with this setup, I should easily be able to control 6 of them at the same time. Let's mosey on back home. Because I left my food on the counter. Let's check on our dye. What do we have here? 48 liters of white dye, 48 liters of green dye. And we can just carry these in buckets, and then we can use the paintbrush. Honestly, the regular paintbrushes, so with the paintbrush here, we can actually color a block with a bucket of dye. So we can also use various dye colors to just make those creative color blocks. That might come in handy, especially when we're detailing the inside of the castle, so we can have like painted walls and nice decor, and more colors for murals as well, and paintings, custom paintings that take up whole stretches of wall. Honestly, the paintbrush opens up just a huge variety of options for us. So whether we're using a regular paintbrush with dye, which I'm gonna want to find a bunch of different colors for now and just make a whole dye place. We might have to make a building for that. Keep that all separate. Lots of dye. Went inside my own head. I get in my head sometimes. And then once we have steel and we can make a Jonas paintbrush, then, well,
Custom lighting is on the horizon.
and a lot of it's going to get used in the workshop. That's for sure. Can make some very fancy chandeliers. Oh, there's so many options for the castle. Oh, this is going to be beautiful. I am a hype. I am excited.
It's dwarven time. Back down into the conglomerate mines we went to gather supplies in order to continue working on the castle. It went a little something like this. Quarry the slabs. Break down the slabs. Break rubble hammer. Make new rubble hammer. Continue to break down the slabs. Make a circle. That's cursed. Watch the world quickly become blanketed with snow. Head back down to quarry even more stone. Grab some blue clay for cobblestone. Break down the tower of slabs. Break the new rubble hammer. Ponder the flying slabs. Pray to the flying slabs. Make a new rubble hammer. Break down our flying slab overlords. And then our work was interrupted by the first, yes, I said first, temporal storm of the episode. Emerging victorious thanks once again to the modern engineering provided by the Boiler Room Mach 3. We set off for one last round of quarry the slabs, break down the slabs, and yes, of course, break the new rubble hammer. The rest of the slabs were broken down into regular conglomerate rock to use for polished detail later. With nearly 3/4 of a trunk full of conglomerate cobblestone and dry stone, that now brings us to today, where we're going to give the castle a little bit of love. We've been working on the workshop there for a little bit. I think the gatehouse needs a little bit more finish, and some of the walls need to get put in place. Winter's going to be the time to build because there's not a lot of other chores we can really take care of since the bees are asleep and the crops aren't going to be growing. So let's grab a little bit of dirt here. If I could stop putting my lantern down, that would be fantastic. Okay, so we've got ourselves a decent collection of dirt here. I'm keeping some of this as regular soil, just in case we need it for, landscaping purposes instead of building out a framework. We're doing the old packed dirt method here. I think it's going to work out pretty nice. There's one more thing we're going to need, in addition to all this packed dirt.
Path blocks? Honey, where are my paths?
Oh, right, I think I used them all. Let's make more. There we go. 2 stacks ought to do it. Now let's sleep off the rest of this night so we can get out there and do a little bit of decorating. We got a fierce wind blowing, the sun's about to rise. A crisp, cool winter 6 a.m. Hello, sir? Vacate the premises, please. I'm calling the police. If activity's low, the sun's about to come up, I think this is as good a time as any to start laying out a little bit of framework for what we're going to do. Of course, we have a rift right there. You're purple. Weird. So just coming along the northern side of the gatehouse here, we have one wall section that we put together a little bit earlier when we were laying out the foundations. So this guy is going to go until it meets up with the actual hillside here. Realizing that hillside is actually quite a bit taller. That could be a structural weakness. We're going to have to put a tower there. And with these, I'm going to come out a little ways. Ooh. So it's going to be coming back out towards the front of the castle, just to add a little bit of different shape to it. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 wall segments, and that's going to reach right here. So this wall here is going to be the edge of a tower that we're going to have going up. The height of that, well, that's going to be determined by whatever's a safe height for the hillside there. Okay, and we do have a natural slope up in the terrain, which is going to be beneficial. I'm going to want a difference of 7 blocks between where the floor is there for the first gatehouse and where the floor is for our second gatehouse here. So most of the inner courtyard is going to be flat, and then it'll slope up, focusing specifically on where the gatehouse is, which likely might be around that hill. That might be a bit far over. It depends on how big the keep is. We're going to have to figure that out today. This might be a good hillside for the keep. I want to build it slightly into the mountain, and that's about as good a peak as any. Let's get an idea of the footprint for a little bit of the outer wall here that's maybe not quite hugging the coastline, but facing it. I might need to use ladders for some of this. Woohoo. That's where we're going to have a bit of wall coming out first, and let's get ourselves on up there so it'll be a little bit easier to mark out where the walls and everything are going to go, because I don't want to have to keep placing and breaking ladders. Okay, 2 wall segments. Now I'm not going to fill out all of these just because that's going to be a lot of extra dirt for the moment. This is mainly going to be outlines. I'm just doing this to have a safe walkway here for planning out and viewing things at the moment. I think this will probably be the corner. So we're going to do another little tower. So we'll have 1, 2, 3. There we go. Corner tower. The edge of that is going to be decently close to the shoreline, but we have, good maybe 10 blocks or so before we hit water. Yeah. Now what I'm thinking for that area down there, we're going to have the walls go a little ways. And then maybe have it curve around to have an area that overlooks the bay here. Either a garden or a bridge going over to another tower. Whether there's going to be a road under there or not, I'm not too sure. Is enough room? There might not actually be enough room to go around it here. So, let's see what we've got here. So, let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So far, we've made it around to here. We're going to have a square tower here just to differentiate it a little bit. In fact, why stop at a square? I could make it slightly rectangular. Let's do that. So we got 7. Let's go 8, 9, 10, 11. 7 by 11. We'll have a convenience store here. this is the center here. So this building here will probably link out to a little tower we'll have jutting out there with an arched bridge that goes over to it. But that will be once we've built up the walls a little bit, and we'll figure out what we want that to look like. And that might be our little lookout area. Because, oh boy, is that a nice view. It's south-facing, so we're going to get the sun all day. And the beautiful thing is, with where the keep is going to be, it'll also be south-facing, so we'll have the sun all day long. Just coming in through different angles and different stained glass windows and such. It's going to be nice. When you're in a cold climate like this, a south-facing window is very important for letting a lot of natural light in and having a bit of a greenhouse effect. In-game, it won't be a greenhouse effect, but it'll give the illusion of a warmer interior. Oh, I like how this is coming together so far. I mean, it's just dirt. It's just dirt, but it looks good. Okay, let's do a little bit more before the sun goes down. We got very high rift activity. It's going to get super dangerous here in about, a minute and a half. There's dogs around. And a moose. That moose is growing antlers.
Yes. Soon, the day of the antlers will be upon us. Yes. Splish splash while you can, moose.
Is that a wolf there trying to get it? They fighting? Huh. What am I doing getting distracted with the wildlife? Drifters are coming. Get this tree in the way here, but I think this will be the corner tower here that'll then start to go in toward the forest, because I think that should be plenty of space. We have a massive spot here for the castle interior. Yeah, but let's skedaddle before it gets dange. And yes, if I end up building the floor and leave this entire place covered, it will get dark and it will be a drifter spawn pit. And rifts will form under there and then spawn things above the ground. It will be dangerous. I'll have to light that up eventually. Maybe if we can push for steel at some point soon, then I can make the Jonas paintbrush and just make a whole bunch of those light blocks. That could be good. I've got to get you all outside soon. These short winter days, they may just be the death of me. Yeah. It's early, so we're going to want to get as much sleep as we can.
As close to daytime and morning as possible.
Okay. 3:45. But it's calm. Perfect time for a little bit of building in the dark. Just gonna bring a little snack with me. There we go. Bop that extra crock back away. Now, the reason I'm doing these subtle curves... Yes, hello, Wolf. You can't get me up here. You should know this. But the reason why I'm doing these subtle curves here is so we have angled walls while we can still do our repeating pattern of a 5-wide segment. It shouldn't look too jarring. It should actually look pretty nice. I will admit these slightly indented 5-block long sections are pretty much exactly what I did for the walls when I was building Blue Nerd's Castle in that other block game. But I like the way it looked, so I'm incorporating it. We all know the best builders don't just take inspiration. We just flat out steal an idea. It's like dungeon mastering. 5. We do another corner. Yeah, another corner tower like that one. So, out 1. And a 1. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this tree is right in my way here. It's all kinds of in the way. Just bring my shears. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna grab my shears and deal with this. Maybe bring my sword and deal with that wolf, too. She is. You've been called to action. And you as well. Shield. Perchance. Wolf. Did you fall down there? Where are you? Oh, doggo. The hunter's going to become the hunted. I've lost track of the dog. Well. So we've looped around. We've got kind of the curvature in place. It's sort of a line out to a wall and then a gentle slope to a rectangular building that'll lead out to a little bit of a lone tower detached from the castle, but just connected with a bridge. And then curves around, corner tower, and a little bit more curve here as we're making our way back toward the mountain, giving a nice wide berth so that there can be buildings and a little bit of land in between the first and second wall. And I think about here is, well, if we start it here, it's just offset from our gatehouse there. This might be our western gatehouse. Let's see, I'm going to need to make more packed dirt. And I'm going to need to eat. And this gatehouse is going to mirror that one pretty much. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And in, and these ones are more squared. Just gonna do packed dirt there, even though we're level with this, just so we can see our outline that we're working with. Let's run on back and grab a tough stick. Carefully sprint along our makeshift wall outline. Get ourselves the inner dimensions here. So, got the tower there, and then that is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 block gap, and then another tower. Okay. Now we sprint back along our precarious blending. Some have the lines of scrimmage, we have the line of dirtage. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. It's almost the perfect spot. We're in a little bit of a forest clearing down there. Well, this is actually going to go out into it, so we're still going to have to clear out some forest. There we go. We've got our gatehouse marked out. We're just going to remove this little bit of dirt here and level out the land. But I think as far as the outer wall goes, I'm going to stop at the gatehouse, at least for our lines, because we still need to figure out the inner dimensions for our second gatehouse that leads into the keep courtyard. So what do you say we figure out where our keep is going to keep itself? Now the main thing we're going to need to figure out first. So the ground floor is not this. 1 block above. You can see that is our ground level, and this is the line of our dirt. So that block, we're going to want to go up 7 from there to get the elevation for our keep floor. And so right here, yeah, this is the right elevation. Right here at Y129, this is the ground floor of our first courtyard. So we're going to want to go 7 blocks up, which is probably roughly about there. I am eyeballing it and guessing, but 129, we want to go up 7 from that to get to the floor of our yes wolf. We want to go up 7 to get to our second gatehouse floor. I need to find that wolf and take it out. Oh, doggo. Are you only around when I'm not looking for you? Where did you go? There you are. Excellent. Excellent. I need more room. I don't really need that flint. Don't really need that limestone. I can take one of them back, I guess, because I really don't need this bush meat. You know what? It's rot. It's rot. I'll take it. Where's the rest of you? You've earned your freedom this day. But be warned. Should you ever return to these lands... Well, I don't know what I'll do, but it probably won't be good. Not going out in the water there. Get my toes wet. Alright, where was I? Elevation. So over this massive swath of a distance, I mean, you can see, way far out there is our first curtain wall. And way back here is kind of closer to where the keep is going to be. So the 7-block elevation change that I'm wanting for the walls might be too gradual of a slope. If we were doing only 2 curtain walls. So I think I'm going to go back to my original idea of 3 curtain walls. One of them being the keep's outer wall. Here. Okay. How far back does this go? Because I kind of want it butted up into the mountain here. Let's see. This is... Ah, hungry again. This food does not last long when I'm out here in -11. No wonder my hunger rate is probably through the roof. Yes, it is. 154. Oh boy. Let's go grab a shovel. I'm probably going to want one of those. Ooh, this is steep. Oh, this is steep. If I can flatten out where the keep is going to be, that'll give me a much better idea of where and how to shape the second curtain wall. I have an axe. Okay. I do not have a shovel. Well then. Digging it out by hand it is. I don't think stone shovels are gonna help much. It's alright, it's calm outside. Where's that secondary water source coming from? Is that just coming from a tree? I think that second part of the water source is just coming off a tree. And much like this spot here that I originally picked thinking the keep would fit here, way too close to there. Also, this is temporally unstable. Let's take this down, just because this is not going to be a viable spot in the slightest. And we're going to double check before I mark out that our new keep location is going to be stable. About here. Yeah, that's roughly center. Okay. The other gatehouse is hidden in there. This should be good. Alright. So we are at -510. So I'm going to want to go 31 blocks here. I believe 479 is where I want to be. Okay, so this is where the front corner of the keep is going to sit, and the keep's going to butt right up to the sheer rock face. It's probably pretty difficult to see that behind me as it's the middle of the night. The shape of this keep is going to be just a little irregular. So, I'm going to make a rectangle for now, just to mark out the space so we know where to place the other walls, but the keep is probably going to be one of the later things we actually put together. Okay, I think I have the width of it marked out. It's going to be 27 blocks wide of a space here. We've got 31 going in to there, and a bit more inside the mountain. So it's going to be a longer keep than it will be wide. Let's double check. That's not going to intersect the waterfall there. Oh. Yeah. Now, on this side, it doesn't leave a whole lot of room between here and the gatehouse. Actually, that's probably a ton of room. I'm just not seeing it. Yet we have swaths. Swaths, I say. So now... Why? Ooh. Ooh, falling in the darkness. Somewhere midway, probably about here-ish, I would say. Yeah, and then we'll just kind of loop it around. Maybe not quite mimic the shape of our first curtain wall, but similar. I just heard the quiet gruntings of a bear somewhere off in the darkness. Where are you? There it is. There be that boy. He's infiltrated my castle domain. I can barely make him out here. I doubt you're going to really be able to see him with the YouTube compression, but there he is, silhouetted against the dappled snow. Well, we cannot suffer a bear to live. But we'll worry about him in the daytime, when we can actually see him and shoot him. For now, let's get this gatehouse marked out. Is that another bear? Are there two bears here? We got a breeding pair of bear? Unfortunate. And a happy little accident that's come about with this particular guard tower of the gatehouse. You bear. Is it goes directly over this other little cave hole. So we're going to have a few different structures, I think, just from working with the natural landscape underneath that are just going to descend down into the depths. Well, at least they'll cover up the pitfalls so we won't fall in. So this particular little gatehouse here for our second curtain wall, I don't think I have, comfortably anyway, the space to do the same thing we've done with that gatehouse, and eventually with the other gatehouse over on the western side. That one, full-on defensive, Barbican kind of area, having a little kill zone right in there. This one is probably just going to be mostly defensive towers, and theoretical intruding enemies would still be kind of locked in and forced onto a specific approach for this gatehouse, so I don't think having an intersection is all that necessary. We've already got 2 layers of defense, no matter whether they come in from east or west, and then they'll have to come through here, and then there'll be another gate attached to the keep. I think 4 layers of defense might be good. As long as they're not a dragon flying in here, that's... But we're not built for that. Dragons are built different. We're built like people. We're good against assaults by land. Maybe by sea. But definitely not by air. And as the sun's coming up, we can probably catch sight of those bears a little easier than we could earlier. Look at you, strutting around like you own the place. Whoops. Uh-oh. I gotta get up there. I'm in bear territory. We're probably gonna have to deal with this. This is gonna be probably a staircase up, because that wall's going to have to kind of do something. Just gonna fill this in so I don't fall. Okay, the keep is up there. So we'll probably have to take down a portion of that hill, perhaps. Because that's going to be a bit of a safety issue. Unless we have just another building up top there. We'll see. See how this shapes up. Don't worry if the shape and scope of this isn't quite clicking at the moment. We're going to see it in full glory from a nice zoomed out view soon enough. But first I'm going to get this other wall in place going around the other side. And this hill is 100% going to have to at least be trimmed down a little bit. It will save us having to build up some ground, though. So we're probably going to build the wall being informed by the shape of this. So this wall is going to be fairly symmetrical. We've got our center gatehouse here, 2 wall segments, and a 5x5 square tower. Now on this side, same thing, 2 wall segments and a 5x5 square tower. And we'll probably just have the flare-out walls that we have on that side mimicked on this side. And that'll help inform the shape of the rest of that wall as well. They might, because of the mountain elevation, they might meet up. Maybe. If we keep flaring out, are we going to meet up with that hill? I think we just might. Let's try it. I think this could work out. I think this could work out nicely. Oh, would you look at that? And then this would be a good place for a tower, and then we kind of cap off whatever sort of defensive portion we're going to need as it butts up into the side of the mountain here. Okay. So what are we gonna do with the first curtain wall? Let's see, how close are we? If I can get a good view. Oh, that's the cave where I found silver. Okay. This could be a nice spot for an overlook of that section. Yeah. I do have a thought, though, from our little gatehouse there. Having the wall come out as normal and then jut out into a big circular area where the walls have a bit more of a unique texture to them in comparison to the regular kind of flat repeating walls. Have it be kind of a rounded feature wall and then have the terrain slowly elevate up so it's in line with the walkways that would be on the wall, so it becomes kind of a nice lookout over the forest. Because if I'm not mistaken, what kind of view is this? We are still in the tree line. Would that work? Or should it be something a bit more like here? Because that's going to bring us up to, is it 142 would be the top of these walls. I think this actually might be the better elevation to do that. And then the bottom wall is just going to meet up to the side of this raised section. Because this would be the top of our second curtain wall. Or, well, maybe here on the walkway, but that would give us a great view overlooking, once we clear away some trees, the entire dock area. And I've pondered too long. I am subtly starting to shiver. And I hear drifties. No thank you, drifty boys. Not today. No Girl Scout cookies for me. No, sir. I'm gonna go toast my buns and avoid these bears.
Toasty buns. Toasty buns. It's Christmas time for my backside.
It's a good thing. Let's replenish our stock of packed dirt. Just a tad bit here. Okay, 9 copper arrows, 16 crude arrows. That might be enough. So we can maximize daytime building. Let's head over there and take care of those bears in the dead of night. I don't remember planting a birch sapling there. Weird. Nature is healing. I can't believe I hit it. All right. Well, that was easy. Oh. Yeah, I'll take this. 18 raw bushmeat. I'll take it. Why not? Do we need bones? Not at the moment. Not necessarily. Okay, where's the other one? I got a taste for blood now. I'm sure I'd already hear it if it was the one over here. Okay. Deeper toward the tree line. Bush murder and profit. Oh, bear. Bear? Bear? Where, oh where, is the bear? Could have fallen down a hole. It's very possible. There's a couple of those around here. Well, either it's moved on to greener pastures, or that was just one very mobile bear that I thought was two. Yeah, I'm not seeing it anywhere. Well, in that case, let's wait for morning and keep on building. See you when the sun's awake. Here we are, back at it at breakfast time. Off to the west side here, where I'm wanting to have a tower here before, well, actually maybe a tower sooner, because we do have a long stretch of wall. But what kind of circumference are we looking at? Okay. And this will be the beginning of a large circular section. This is one of the many challenges of improvising as you design a build. Sometimes you have a lot of thoughts, and you can't verbalize every single one. And so you have a conversation with yourself, and you finish it halfway through speaking out the first part. Welcome to a look inside my mind.
The inner workings of my mind are an enigma.
Well, anyway, let's make a circle. Alright, pulling up a handy-dandy circle generator here. There we go. A 30 block wide circle. It's not quite as large as I had imagined, but once we're up top 7 more blocks, we'll have a good bit of space. We can flatten out this hill anyway. So let's try and connect that wall up to meet with this one. Where can I safely get down? Is this a good spot? It'll do.
Well, these dang trees, I can't see where I'm going. Maple's getting in my way. There's whole trees in my way.
Alright, maple tree, I like you, but you don't like me.
Going to the farmhouse. Gonna grab me my trusty axe.
Lyrics are not always my strong suit. Oh, you are not a trusty axe. You are almost done. Well, let's see if you can get through 2 maple trees. As the sun threatens to crest upon the horizon at just shy of 4 p.m. These are the shortest days of the year we're getting close to. Soon we'll have a day where we wake up, have breakfast, and time for bed. I should probably bring that out a little bit, because this wall is going to end up being way further out. What should we do? From the gatehouse here, let's go 1, 2, 3, and then this 4th one, because that's... Let's break off this 4th one. Turn that into a tower. So we can go straight on into the curvature of the circle. I'm going to modify this circle a little bit. I'm going to bring it out 4 more blocks. And I'm starting to understand why a lot of those other block game YouTubers cut out a lot of their design process. There's a lot of going back and forth on ideas. So we're going to go another 1, 2, 3,
4.
Now that feels more like the circle I was envisioning. Coming out here, being closer to the dock. Yeah. Middle of the night, so I can't really see much, but with here, what are we looking at? We got a tower there. If I were to go in a straight line, what are we looking at? Get out of my way, branches. I'm trying to see things. 7 plus 6 is 13. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, that'll work. 13, because for straightaways, to have our 5-block pattern repeating, we're actually going to want multiples of 4, and then 1 additional in the end for a column. So this actually works out beautifully. So if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's going to be basically wall column, 3-block gap, column, 3-block gap, column. This will work. This will be fine. Let's see if I can get a good establishing shot here. And no. That was interesting. I was just trying to get a good establishing shot. I built up a pillar, and then I just slid off the ladder. No rhyme, no reason. Let's go make some more ladders. I just wanted an establishing shot, I'm sorry. Toasty buns once again. So, let's check on these cabbages. It's been a couple days of putting together the outline for the castle. Oh. Well, that would have helped if, Okay. Well, these are still going to take a little bit. I wonder if I do this. That might keep it moisturized. We'll give these a little bit of time. Hopefully they'll update in a bit here to recognize they have water. Let's take a little peek-see here at the little pigs. Yes. The piglets have been born. Oh, yeah. Cutlet and your 2 wives. You're trying to kill me. I understand. Oh, let's see. Let's get up on the roof here. Take a look at the little piglets.
It is the time of the piglets. Look at the little baby pigs down there.
It's the circle of life.
I watched Wheel of Fortune. There's a lot of pigs. And a rift over there. Ow. As I break my legs.
Alright, with the outline basically complete, I think it's time we get serious about building it up. We have nearly a trunk full of supplies. I don't know how far that'll get us in terms of building up the wall. But let's find out. Let us commence the time lapse. gonna get a few more blocks in here. Yeah, I'm okay. And we've got ourselves a temporal storm coming through, so let's skin some drifty boys. I'm just gonna lean all casually here while I wait for the storm. How you doing? Come and get me. Come and get me. You coward. Can't believe he'd look at me dead in the eye and then walk away like he doesn't owe me money. By money, I mean his flesh. Drifty boys. Hi, Dave. Nice weather we're having, isn't it? More of your children have fallen in the soup. I'll be right back. I don't actually know if they're related. He might just be, you know, the giraffe that hangs around. Let's count our goodies here. We got 2 more temporal gears. 5 more rusty gears. Bring us to a total of 51 and whatever's in the house. 13. Not bad. 13 more flax fibers. Turn some of those into twine. And a Jonas part. One day I'll look into what we can make with these. I'm not too worried about collecting them. Just kind of passively doing it as these temporal storms come about. Where is that bear? I couldn't find it outside. Is it down in a cave? Oh, no. No. Last time I heard a bear and I couldn't find where it was. I remember now where I found it. Oh, no. Not again. Every time I put lights here to stop things like you from spawning. Alright. That's it. I'm getting me mallet. I'm grabbing my bow. And I'm grabbing my arrows. And I'm gonna go. And I'm gonna get vengeance for the second set of rams that a bear has spawned in and decimated. Oh no. Okay. We're just gonna. But hey, at least we got meat, right? That's good. I'll take these bones too. I'm just glad they don't spawn into the pig pen. I'd be mighty upset. It's a sad day. But at least we've got piglets. So one day when they grow up, we're gonna be flush with fat and bacon and food will be good. We'll be eating big. And eating pig.
Now, with these forays all taken care of and sadness in our hearts from the passing of the rams, let's shake things up, shall we? Just gonna quickly clear a lot of this out of my inventory before we do something a little different. So we've been dealing with rocks and quarries and now snow for a little bit now. How's about we take ourselves just a wee bit of a trip south? Not too far, just a little bit, just to see if we can find some new tree types or rock types. I know we've been quarrying a lot, but new types are exciting. Maybe a new source of shale. Who knows? We haven't gone that far south, and I want to see how quickly we can find something like a redwood or, well, acacia's probably pretty far away. But let's see what we can find. Onward to adventure! My brief foray to the south was quickly interrupted by a violent storm at sea. An errant lightning strike caused me to black out, only to awaken upon the shores of an unfamiliar land of sand and scorching heat.
Who are you?
I'm in pain. It was here where I discovered the first other seraph I'd ever encountered. Kurazar. I've heard about you.
Have you now?
In my dreams, he showed me around as I began to acclimate to the intense heat. But I soon discovered that I was not the only thing that had crossed over into this desert life.
Is this yours? Did you bring that with you?
It had followed me. Where did you find this?
It was under my pillow when I woke up this morning.
Going to put a little bit of mushroom spores in the food.
One attempted shovel sneak attack later, we had become fast friends.
And... Oh, whoops, sorry. I dropped the shovel. Whoops.
Then it was off to adventure through ancient ruins, a long abandoned castle,
Got him.
and more.
It's a little cozy.
It's okay, what if we put our beds together?
Oh, your feet stink.
It's because I've never washed them.
If you want to see our full adventure, follow the link in the video description to Kurzar's channel to watch the VOD, or episodes 77 through 80 of his Desert Life series. Soon enough, it was time to say goodbye to scorching sands and set sail for home, with our new friend in tow to show him a taste of real winter. And that brings us to today,
Where I've got a frozen little friend here behind me. How you doing back there?
Solstin?
Yeah?
I'm really glad we got me those furs, but I could maybe be set on fire for a little bit.
Don't worry. You soon will be. You ever seen a moose before, son?
Oh, he's coming at us, so no.
Yeah, they like to do that. I think they're harmless.
We're in Canada now.
Yeah. It's okay, you're not a Ford F-150, are you?
No?
Then you're safe. It's their natural prey.
Oh.
Don't mind the chickens.
Oh, I get to meet your wife.
No, she's dead.
Oh, it's your harem then, clearly.
No, these aren't rabbits.
You're surrounded by chicks.
I was gonna warm you up, but
Oh no, please, Solstin.
I'll be
Mercy.
back. You find yourself somewhere comfortable.
Oh, ow. Ow.
That's the frostbite.
I'm
Don't worry about
I'm
it.
gonna find... Oh, there's some wood under here I can burn with.
No,
Do I
no,
have
no,
any?
no, that's for bread.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yes, sitting. Ooh, ow, oh, ow, ow. It's a little steamy.
Ah, you should be used to the heat. You look normal to me.
Oh, thank you. I'm feeling much better now.
There we
I've
go.
reattached my extremities.
Perfect. I mean, it's a good thing we kept that sewing kit in one of the junk drawers.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was a good idea to leave my armor at that little outpost on the way here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just because it would have been cold touching metal like that.
Oh, also, if you were to, sink in the water, then there'd be no getting you back.
Yeah, I'd get trapped into the ice there, probably. So this is your house, huh? How about the grand tour?
All right. Well, this is the completed portion of the house.
Oh, I like it.
It's
Nice
pretty
bench.
neat.
Hmm.
Nice little breakfast nook. I did have these pots equidistant, but Mr. and Mrs. Cluck phased through the window because the pot there somehow pushed them through the glass.
Oh, yep, yep.
They were thin chickens, apparently. But anyway, so the
Solstin,
3 children are here. Yes.
what's that out your window on the right?
That is the barn.
Didn't you say you had a bear problem in your barn?
Yeah.
I think I see your problem. Your barn is missing a lot of barn.
No, let's go take a look. I'll show you. It's perfectly
Okay,
fine.
okay.
Perfectly safe,
I'm sure.
except for the bears.
I believe you.
It's
How
the raft and everything here. We don't need
how
that.
common
right
are these bears? I mean, like, are they going to be like around every corner?
now. Not every corner.
Oh, that's reassuring.
So this was 3 blocks high. I've made it 4 now for safety, and then
Hmm.
yeah.
And you have this here. Did you know that bears, whoopsie, have claws that know how to use ladders?
Well, that's not okay.
Yeah.
Well, they've never gotten into the pigs.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Oh, there they are.
Yeah.
Yes, pigs there. Oh, get some grown pigs underneath.
The pigs have grown. Oh, the pigs have grown.
What is this roof? Did you just, like, leave the roof and come down to the south? Or has this been like this for a while?
I don't want to talk about that.
Well, I do. Well, I guess I'm the guest. I'm the guest in your fair home here.
I might, you're gonna judge me for this. I might have run out of slate, and when I went to get more, I didn't get enough, and didn't get around to it.
Oh, well, I'm a pretty good roofer, actually. I can hammer a mean nail into the tar.
I love free
asphalt.
Oh, I love free manual labor.
Very well. So if you needed help with this roof here, I'd be happy to assist.
Okay. Let's see. I think there's one way that you can assist me even before that. How would you like to actually have some meat to consume during our little trip here?
Oh, I would love some food. That cold made me really hungry.
I'm back down in the hole. Why are there small carcasses in here?
I don't know. Maybe some of the piglets died?
Ow. Why? They have open sky. This is bad.
They do. Do you have a light down here?
No. That'll do it. I'm so sorry, Cutlet. I can't let you mate with your children. That's just... No.
That's a little gnarly.
Yeah.
I've never had pig before.
You've never had pig before?
No, there's some around the desert, but not very close by. Mostly have beef.
Well, you're in for a treat. It's going to taste absolutely identical.
I hear it tastes just like human.
Just going to do a little something here that should not be seen. Close your eyes. Avert your gaze. Don't worry about who I'm talking to. Wow. You just stabbed the audience.
Do they deserve it?
Maybe. Maybe not. Wow. Wow.
Go for the eyes, boo. Go for the eyes. Oh, yeah. So you just sort of hold the knife over them and do nothing with it.
Yeah. And then you get 2 fat, 2 hides, and 9 meat.
Oh, wow. And then just like the cows, it explodes into a skeleton.
Yeah.
Wow. And they all have skeletons inside them.
Most do. The skeletons, they just want to be free. Free your bones from the flesh.
And their bones are all wet. And so are ours.
I don't like this.
Oh, you have boatloads of food in here. Good sir. My goodness.
Oh, yeah. You have no idea how volumetric all of that becomes.
I thought I was overproducing.
It's going to be good for generating the rot.
What rot? Solstin?
What? Hi. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The mask totally isn't right here.
Maybe I should steal it while he isn't looking. He can't see me from there.
What you saying over there?
Here. Nothing.
Oh, okay. I hope you're not doing what I think you're doing.
No. Not me.
Oh no. What have I created?
I think my voice sounds a little funny.
He's right behind me, isn't he?
What you cooking?
Gonna make some food, but what you got there, little guy?
Achoo! Oh, excuse me. Was weird. It was very strange.
You gotta learn to control the urge to put it on.
The word, the what? The what to put the who on? No, thanks. I'm gonna go feed those pigs and get pigs. Hey, piggies.
I wouldn't worry about that too much.
Ooh, yeah, it was a mistake. I shouldn't have gone into that chest. I don't remember putting the mask on though. Weird. Solstin, the pigs are fed. The pigs are fed, and you have no mask on, right? Ah, good. Yes, definitely no mask. Yep.
What mask?
Exactly.
This will be probably
the heartiest meal I've ever made.
Ooh, I'm excited now.
First time cooking with cabbages. First time I had cabbage to cook with. Ah.
You got even more turnip stew right here in these crocks here.
Oh, I forgot about those entirely, but they're good for 50 days.
Yeah, that's impressive. They must be a little hard on the teeth.
No, they're just only half frozen.
Oh, that's so much better.
Yeah. It's like, ice cream.
Ooh, turnip ice cream. Sign me up. Not. So you have one chest that is very well organized. Oh, one's got stone. Okay. You have just stone. That's a start.
Oh, trust me, that's by
We
accident.
have whatever this is. What's over here? How do you live like this, Solstin? What?
I don't know.
Just stone and dirt and logs and more stone and
Yeah.
flowers and
I'm gonna take
seeds.
these rusty gears. I can at least put those somewhere where I understand. Those can go out into the boiler room.
And you put your compost next to your food preparation surface?
I make sure they don't make physical contact, typically.
Okay, so what's the plan? We need some slate. I don't think we need the prospecting pick unless there's something you're looking for out in the field.
Ah, but there is
Ah,
cinnabar.
cinnabar, huh? What's the cinnabar for?
Kind of want to look like a lumberjack.
Oh, makes sense. You do know that cinnabar's really, really poisonous, right?
It's probably not the worst thing I've ingested.
Fair. We do live in this world.
You know, I licked a battery for $1 once. Oh, and don't fall in here.
Ah, this is the much vaunted boiler room, huh?
Yeah, You want to take a ride inside?
Ah, yes. Take a peek.
Okay. Once again, don't fall in. It's good luck surviving to get down far enough to reach the exit door. It's only room for one person. I'll let you go on in.
Oh. Ah, okay. There's a little. Ooh, it's like a sauna down here. I could get used to this.
Pretty toasty, honestly.
Yeah, this is. Oh, it's kind of like being home, actually.
Ooh.
Ah, oh my goodness.
Actually, should I
This is
bring?
nice.
If we're going out on an adventure, we might cross paths with some merchants. I got 103 gears.
Oh wow.
I might
Got
just
quite a
bring
stash.
those. Yeah, and temporal gears? No. If we find anything fun, I'll wait. I'm gonna just double check for if I have nails and strips. I hope I do. There we go. While he's trapped in the boiler room, I'm just gonna check here. Ah, I do have nails and strips. Perfect.
Oh, there's a torch on the wall over here. Whoa, there's also a hole. Wow, that was a hole.
Just gonna carefully meander your way. What hole in the ground did you find?
The one that I'm probably gonna fall down a second time.
Oh, that's probably the
That's
lava pit.
right here.
Yeah, there's lava down there.
Oh, good. I didn't find any, but that kind of hurt. And I already used all of my bandages getting here.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
don't really keep many of those in stock here.
it seems like.
Yeah, we don't have horses, so horsetails in short supply.
Oh, right. That's never mind. So what's this torch-lit thing? It sort of drew me toward it.
This is eventually, as you can see from all this stone, it's eventually going to be a workshop.
Oh my goodness!
For now, it's a big hole.
It just keeps going and going, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Goes for quite a ways. It's going to get widened out a little bit more, a few more chambers. And this here, eventually I'll have, you know how you've got that little helve hammer setup going on there?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I'm going to have a nice little station here, but all of the mechanics of it are going to be hidden way in behind.
Ah, I see.
You ready for the longest ladder of your life?
Sure.
Go on up, I'll be right behind you. It's perfectly safe.
Don't nibble my toes again.
I make no guarantees. It's my massive chamber where I'm gonna have all my windmills.
I hate to inform you, but there's no wind in this place.
Oh, there will be.
Yeah. Might we maybe when we go to leave, we could get some of those legendary bandages before we go?
I suppose. Where do we find horsetail? Maybe out in the forest?
Well, I saw a big old vat of honey. Don't you have some sulfur in there too?
You're right. What else do we need for that?
Depends on how high quality you're going. I tend to use linen. Linen and ground sulfur and honey makes a wonderful poultice.
I mean, what are you thinking we're gonna be fighting?
Well, you said there are bears here.
You just get up on a pillar and you shoot him in the noggin 27 times.
Yeah, but what if you're not fast enough?
Oh, then you just die.
I should have kept my armor.
It's a harsh life in the north. You live by the frost or you die by the frost. Or the bears.
Do you want me to do the honors, or do you want to do it?
Yeah, I don't know how to do this, so
Yeah. So we're gonna put the linen in on the table here, and then we're gonna put the bowl on top of it. Then we're gonna put some powdered sulfur on either side of the bowl of honey, and that gets us 4. So there you go. There's a 16 right there. Yep, that's it. There you go.
and now we've waited till nightfall. Should we sleep?
I leave that in your hands. Is it safe to travel at night here?
Not if you want to freeze. I mean,
Oh,
I guess
okay,
that would
then,
make it unsafe. No, not if you don't want to freeze.
ah,
Yeah.
that makes more sense. Then yeah, maybe we could sleep then. Sure.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
You get my toenails this time.
You brought your own.
Yeah, I brought my toenails.
It's okay. I'm gonna chew them off in the night.
Yeah. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, ow, no. Something is wrong with us.
Yeah.
So, I want to just point out that we slept because it was dark.
Yes.
It's still dark, Solstin.
Yeah. Welcome to winter.
Oh, man, I don't like this place.
It's dark like 16 hours a day.
I miss my desert.
Well, we're gonna get to watch the sun come up as we sail out.
Solstin is his own grandfather, and Kurazar's mother.
How did you know? Oops. Nope. Ah. My
Oh,
toes.
no.
Well,
I'm good. I'm
that's
good.
okay.
Still dry.
Same. Weird. All right.
So, how close are we?
A little over half.
No, okay.
Yeah.
Also, do you have any, have you been looking for Cinnabar? Do you have any readings of Cinnabar out this way?
I don't have any readings, and I've been meaning to, and I always forget. So, yeah, let's look for some open holes along the way.
Down. We have shale rock here.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty common around here.
We have, oh, wow.
What do we have?
Very poor hematite, very poor emerald, very poor bismuth, very poor cinnabar. We could go a little ways and try again somewhere.
Okay.
I wouldn't recommend going very far. Maybe over that ridge, there seems to be some kind of a divot in the ground. We could check that out,
All
maybe.
right. Lead the way.
Oh, you have the best flowers up here. These are gorgeous. How are they even blooming in winter?
Well, it's because some of them are, blue and white. They're icy colors. What do we got here? Poor 0.28, so it's going up the further north I go.
Well, we can always dig down the inefficient way, which is, a big old spiral staircase.
Oh, there is always that. Oh, we'll go down straight as far as we can with the ladders and hope for the best. Should probably set ladders actually, so we.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, that's gonna be a smart idea.
We might want to go and do a turn every fourth.
Okay.
Every fourth stair.
Okay. Well, this isn't what we were looking for, but we got some bountiful iron.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's a thing to accidentally stumble upon.
As you say, for sure there, bud.
Oh, for sure there, bud.
Have you been checking the corners? With a tippy tapper?
Nope. I've just been digging down.
You know, for the whole reason that we're here. I'll take a few tips around these corners here.
I work by feel, not by efficiency.
Okay. Oh, there's the extra spooky music. We should let's ascend.
Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah, yep.
Oh,
Let's
smack our heads every
I'm
time.
hearing
Yep.
his horns. Ow, ow, ow.
It's nice and warm down there. What are we looking at up top?
It's not good.
Minus
Terrible.
11. Oof.
Terrible.
That's
The worst.
still toasty minus 11. Oh, back in my day, we had to dig uphill both ways in the snow.
Well, my gear's pretty full. How about you?
Yeah, I think I'm doing okay. I actually just this very second it finished.
Okay.
Okay, back once more into the breach.
You want to steal your wood off the fire or let him burn?
Take my wood back. I
All right.
only have 7 durability left on my pickaxe.
Yeah, I got plenty.
Okay.
Hey, I found hematite.
Yeah. You don't say.
Imagine that. Yeah, I'm not finding much of anything here.
What do you think about if we dig under the ocean?
We could. How's your pickaxe?
7.
Yeah. Yeah, my pickaxe is doing okay, but we're gonna want to save that for some slate.
Oh, this is exactly what happened to me last time.
Yeah, good thing I'm here.
Yeah.
Let's ascend.
You see my planning? Or lack thereof?
I do see it on full display.
I just thought I've got a pickaxe, I'm doing good. Didn't look at the durability like I knew I should.
Well, if it's any comfort, I have never, ever in my life ever made a mistake.
Really?
Oh yeah. So why don't we just head out to wherever your slate is, and we can gather up a whole bunch of that at the very, very least.
Sure. Hopefully reach there by sunup.
Oh, it's
and
game for
it's,
some midnight. Oh,
careful about that.
Whoa, bye. You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm startled.
Oh, that mountain, huh?
That mountain.
Is that Slate Mountain?
I think that is.
Oh, that's sort of looker.
Yeah, it's if I'm recalling correctly, apart from a small section of it, it's mostly 2 blocks of slate and then granite.
Oh,
It's a very thin sheet.
and there's a random floating rock out there in the distance too.
Yeah, we don't.
Or it's a-
gravity's a suggestion.
Yeah, it looks like.
Oh, there's a little bit here. Oh, there goes my pick.
All right, I'll
Yeah.
get what's here at least.
This is not Slate Cave, but this is just it's got some stuff.
This is a slate cave.
That's true. It's one of many. And like a good government employee, taking my 15-minute paid coffee and watching you.
Mm-hmm.
Supervising the work, making sure everything gets done on time.
That's about what I thought. Typical Solstin.
Hey, you
I mean,
know.
what?
What? Wow.
Make me do all your labor. I see how it is.
Well, I can make a quick run back to the house and grab a
Oh yeah, right. Quick run. Yeah.
yeah,
Super fast.
like 35 minutes there and back, just super quick.
Lightning.
Yeah.
So how many stacks of stones do you think we need?
Ooh. How many do you think we'll need to make enough roof tiles to keep a bear out of the barn?
More than you think. It's always more than you think.
That's understandable. Yeah. I'll let you be the judge, since I feel a little guilty that my pickaxe broke. Well, as we found slate.
Pop open my handbook. Ouch, that's a lot. Okay, so every 9 slate makes 2 pieces of roof. So we have
Ooh, yeah.
9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 99 pieces of roof right now. That's not too bad, but I think we
Okay.
need more.
Yeah, that might get us a few rows. Huh.
Make a smaller barn next time.
No. I like the way it looks.
Bring a better pickaxe next time.
It was an iron pickaxe, perfectly good, very well made, just heavily pre-loved before this trip.
New to me, not to you, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Solstin,
Yes?
take this crock for me, would you? Oh, it's in the ground somewhere.
Oh, no.
Here.
Ah, I found it.
I got it. You found it?
Found
Good.
it. Okay.
Good.
Ah. Oh,
Have a
no.
snowball.
Ah,
That's right.
Ah.
Have a snowball.
you might have rocks
He's
in
on.
them.
I might.
Oh, no.
Ha ha ha. Oh, no.
Where are you?
Yeah.
Aha.
Ow. That's my eyeball.
Yeah, well, not anymore. There is a ruin somewhere. Don't know where exactly, but there's one that's going to have an old, rotted out chest full of lore books just sitting in it that I am now remembering last year when I first came in search of Slate. I found that, and I didn't have enough room to bring it back with me.
Uh-oh.
It's out here somewhere.
And you'll never find it.
Probably. It's probably marked on the map somewhere. Chest of lore books. It's right. Yeah, it's just to the northwest of us. Now I'm pretty sure. Chest of lore books. And a lead ingot. Let's see. You said you haven't tapped into the chest at all, right?
That's correct.
Perfect. There's some empty room in this chest.
And you go there. And actually, we're gonna
My tools are
break you.
broken. My chest is full. What good am I on this trip?
chuck you in there, and you come with me. Boop.
That's one thing that's been on the to-do list for a long time that I entirely forgot about until today. What is this we got? We got quartz.
Quartz.
It's practically useless.
There could be gold or silver in here.
That's true, that's true. But apart from decorative trim, what good is gold and silver?
Make your lanterns brighter.
Oh, you're right. All right, yeah, okay, I see your point. Ah,
Ah, somewhat safety. Oh, man.
there we go. Ah,
Okay, I'm not crazy, I swear. I saw there was like a chest that had nothing but clay in it.
this is
Where
what my
was it?
inventory does to people.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It'll get you
No,
too.
no, no, no,
yeah,
no.
yeah, it's probably in the masonry place. You could check the basement,
No, no, no.
but
I swear it was down here.
I'm gonna go check out the
Maybe it
masonry
was
place.
there. Just don't think it was.
I'm 90% sure it's there from all the cobblestone I was making for the castle.
Oh, maybe it was. Yeah, I mean, he did have like a pretty hefty amount there.
Oh yeah, I've got 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, so 11 and a half stacks of it over here.
Okay. We'll probably need like 2 or 3 stacks of it. This is right where I said it was. Oh, look, you have some fresh pickaxes here.
Where? You what?
This chest here on
Oh.
the right.
Would you look at that? I did plan ahead.
Kurazar turned to him, murder in his eyes, and said, "Let's go build this roof."
So with this,
Yeah?
I do kind of want to get rid of the extra layer of maple on the top here,
Okay.
because if we're roofing it in, don't have to worry about burrs no more.
Alright. You want me to start from the other side and you start from this side?
Well, let's see. I think it was only this outer segment that became shorter. So I think here was a bit taller.
Nice.
Ah, my ankles. I think there was a bit taller anyway. So just...
Ah, yes, this back area looks like it should be this tall. So you want to do a roof ridge all across here, and then you got to do like some kind of dormer set up here.
Yeah. I do want to leave some gaps open, though.
For
Sunlight? You can see over there on the old coop. The unused coop and unloved coop.
Mm-hmm.
Got a couple skylights.
Yeah, we can do that too.
Yeah. That, and then in combination with the lanterns that are already there, maybe we'll be okay.
I'm gonna start plopping some roofs down here, buddy.
Okay.
Gonna go across.
All right.
Kind of. Gonna go partway across first, then across the rest of the way. And you're not doing any kind of overhang, right? Looks like.
I think I just ran out because I'm looking at the front here, and I'm definitely doing an overhang.
Oh, are you okay?
Yeah.
You can have some more clay.
Here, you. How about?
Oh,
There we
that
go.
works too.
And I'm gonna
Alright.
grab some packed dirt because I'm gonna replace this entire floor.
Also, if you want to use less dirt and want a different color, you can use strewn straw.
Ooh.
You can make it with 3 grass over top of 3 dirt.
Oh, that's so weird.
Hmm.
The aged chest turns into a normal-looking one when it's open.
Really?
Tyron, I think I found a bug.
No, not in this game.
I guess in this game, I think so. This, not proper. Fun. Spooky.
If you wanted to, we could do a dormer on this roof. Build a third gable. It would give it some the same pitch, but it would give it a different elevation because it wouldn't go up to the top. Would you like me to try it and see how it looks?
Sure.
Would you like to give me some more clay?
Sure.
I'm behind you.
Ah.
With the mask. Just kidding. Yay.
It should be inside. I hope you don't have it just on you randomly.
Do you know where your children are?
Oh, it is almost 10 p.m. You're right. Do like the look of this strewn straw.
It's a nice texture.
It's not bad at all. I do like how this is starting to look on the inside. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any glass? We could fit that.
I might. If you can find a piece of glass anywhere in the inventory, then congratulations, you win.
I meant more from a perspective of build. Oh, that's close. Of building your skylights.
I will try and find some, and then I'll try and cut it in half too. Get some nice little slabs of glass. Nope, nothing in this one. That would have been too convenient.
I'll come search with you.
Oh, here we go. We got 2 quartz glass slabs and 7 regular glass blocks.
Oh, nice.
So,
Wait, want to use the quartz or the regular glass?
Ooh,
We got more glass, so we can do a lot more with it.
that's true.
Oh, you got a lantern up here.
I just don't have one down below. Should I make one?
Just make an oil light.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a small enough area.
Don't have an extra... Oh, I do have extra bowls. What am I doing? Ah. They're on my counter as decor.
Are you telling me you don't just make extra bowls in your spare time?
Pretty much. I probably should get to clay forming a lot more. There will come
Between
a day.
the episodes.
That's what that's there for.
I formed clay. I formed more clay. I formed even more clay.
It's like you've done this before.
Clay forming never ends.
No, it's... What are you all doing down here still?
So yes, do you still want the skylights?
Yeah, let's pop those in.
So I'll come in. Start 2. We do every 2 or every 3. Let's see if we do 2.
2's probably... Ow. Don't fall through the slats.
I lost count.
Ah, sorry.
It's the blocks. Okay, so we got 3 in the middle. Is that okay?
That works out pretty nicely.
Okay.
A little bit of light. Oh, there's a couple bits of glass down inside there. Oh, and then on here, yeah.
So we can do here as well, yeah. Almost
Well.
perfect. So close. Oh, and then there's this gable we gotta do too. Unless you want to tackle that.
You mean this part here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right here. Yeah, that part.
Yeah, the open part, you say? Yeah.
Yeah, the part that just says bears. Welcome.
Well, you know, they can't read, but
Toast those buns.
ah, it's good. It's productive. It's warm. What do you? Oh no. Send help.
Don't send help. You know, I think I've had about enough of this weird, cold, falling sand from the sky.
I mean, that's fair. I have prepared a little gift for you. Something.
It's not a mask, right?
Yossi, come with me. Out into the woods
He
where
didn't
no one
answer.
follows us.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Great.
Don't worry about
Thanks.
it. Don't worry about it. It's
Thanks.
not a shovel to the back of your head. I don't make shovels.
So, what's this secret you're taking me to?
Oh, you know. It's well, it's not so much secrets. It's a gift. You know.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, for helping with the barn. There's
Oh.
it's made of real birch, and
Ooh.
that ore is also made of real, locally sourced, artisan crafted birch.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm touched.
Well,
I'm touched.
Thank you for the help with the barn. I probably never would have gotten around to it.
Oh, well, glad to be of service. I'm glad to see a roof on that thing, so you don't have bears eating your livestock anymore.
Well, that's yeah. Now I just got to find more livestock to put in there. But during the winter, that's going to be tricky.
Well, Solstin, it has been real, and maybe I'll see you in the desert again next time, or I'll visit when it's not snowing.
Well, yeah. When it's a little bit warmer here, might not be as bad. Maybe when it's a little bit cooler in the desert, I'll pop on by. But also, you ever come up with an insignia of some kind? When that castle's built, it's probably going to be a hallway with a bunch of tapestries.
Ooh,
Yes.
that'd be really cool.
Would make trade between our nations.
Yes, our nations of one person each.
Hey, we gotta start with somewhere. You know?
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah.
It's all good.
We got merchants to rule over.
Yeah. All three of them.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be off then,
Good luck,
my friend. I'll see you soon.
my first friend in this world.
And thanks for all the fish.
We did see that one fish one time.
Yeah, one fish.
Yeah.
Farewell, my friend. Farewell.
Have a good trip.
See you next fall. Ow!
With our new friend Kurazar having set sail, there was time for one longing look out into the horizon before our various projects beckoned. There was one thing standing in our way, however, the ever-looming disaster that has been our storage. For too long it has remained unorganized. And that all changes today. Gathering the copper Kurazar had mined on our journey, I crushed it into bits and made for the dirt dugout. There I began the process of smelting several sets of copper nails and strips, as well as forming a few more molds to speed up future inventory expansions. Then, with a dozen new trunks in hand, I began setting up our masonry lodge's stone storage area by stacking trunks to the ceiling. With the new storage in place, there was no more procrastinating. For the good of everyone's sanity, including my own, buckle up. Because that brings us to today, where if I don't get these chests sorted now, I'll likely never do it. Cue the montage.
Ta-da! It's done.
I did it. I cleaned my room.
So we've cleaned up a couple of the extra chests that were just around here. Yes, hello, Drifter. As well as the little bit of front entryway here. We've got an empty chest here for taking out with us when we go adventuring. An empty trunk here to store arrows and javelins and all that. And this is going to be where we've got parchment, scrolls. I'll make a scroll rack eventually, but that'll probably be when we do upstairs. So with the new organization, we've got seeds in here. And we've got crafting materials. A little bit of wood and some tuning cylinders. On the other side of the stove, we've got fuel. And then beside that, kind of a junk drawer, but metal and a couple chiseled bits. And organics. Oh, right, and the center island here. We've got clothing, along with bandages. They're kind of like clothes for your injuries. And, you know, ruin, clutter. Ooh, bony soil. We should deal with this. So, let's take this on over to the dirt dugout, do a little bit of panning. I did start firing a dozen crocs. So we'll see how long those take, and if they finish before we're done panning bony soil. Alright, that is not too bad of a haul. It's just a shame it's very high rift activity now, and I am surrounded. Let's get out of the water. Put our little pan down. Excuse you, sir. So, one other thing, I guess, in relation to the inventory management, I did clear up the storage in here as well as over in the Masonry Lodge. But you already saw the Masonry Lodge had some more chests on there, but we'll get to that in just a second. But for here, I cleared out the two little reed chests. I don't know what I'm going to use them for. I might just turn them into basket traps. But once we have our regular workshop, this, as loath as I am to get rid of the dirt dugout, it might be in the way eventually, but we might just build something on top of it so we can preserve this space just as a, you know, a memory. But with this box here, I've done something very special. It's where I keep my bones. So let's pop those extra bones in there. And we got two little goat horns there. Found those a long time ago. That was in the single-digit episodes, if I'm not mistaken. We got a good bone collection here. These could be good decor at some point. Maybe for the dungeon in the castle. But yeah, before we go and put our goods away, let's go take a look at the Masonry Lodge. I think a couple of the things we have go in there. Anyway, there's a lot of guys trying to get in that door. I'm in danger. Can I trick them into going a different direction? Oh, have I led them away from the door? Oh, that's a lot. Oh, that's a lot of boys. Oh, it's a dangerous world we live in. Dangerous world indeed. Safety. Relatively. I might have to add lighting over here, because while I was organizing the storage, there was a rift that spawned just on the outside of this window. Pretty much intersecting into the wall. Nothing spawned inside, luckily. But it could have. And that's scary. But what's not scary is that the storage here is really starting to come together. I didn't make enough trunks to fill up this center row here. It's going to be identical to either side here. Just a row of trunks going to the ceiling. And then I'm going to line this back wall with crates, because we'll still be able to access these back trunks just fine. We've got these organized into different rock types. And, you know, crates will be good for the overflow, especially when we've got lots of stone. Especially with the peridotite here, that's a lot. Be good for pathing if I don't need a lot of it. So each of these, except for this, which is kind of the miscellaneous trunk right now. That hide should probably go into the basement. I should probably take my splitter plugs with me. But other than that, we've, for the most part, got things kind of organized. This is also, it's dirt and some path. And then sulfur, I didn't really have a spot. I could have put it in here with the other, like, little crystal bits, but we'll figure that out later when we've got more specialized buildings. We've got our little clay chest and mortar. It's kind of serving this similar function to clay, so leave that in there. And then, yeah, we've got some spare trunks as well for when we find more rock types. And we're going to need a lot more than just these 6 pieces of bauxite. Yeah, going to need those soon. Ah, quit throwing rocks. Stop it. I'm fragile. Take a look at our granary, aka the temporary smithy. Not a huge difference. I did move the hematite that was down in the basement right to here, and kind of amalgamated all of our bountiful chunks of hematite right into there. We've got, little bit of organization. Not a huge amount going on in here, but it's not a huge amount to be organized. There we go. We are going to need more charcoal soon. When I say this is a temporary workshop, I do mean I want this to be very temporary, as in today, I want to work on the workshop a little bit. See if we have everything we need to, get some of that mechanical goodness going. Maybe some steel furnaces, some helve hammers, pulverizer, or at least find out if we're severely lacking in fat and resin to be able to make all the mechanical parts. Before the workshop, though, one last bit of the organized tour. Down here in this room that I've spent many a night in, I made some organized crates. We've got oak logs in oak crates, some walnut in a walnut crate, pine in a pine crate, and I couldn't find any maple wood, or at least maple logs. So I think I've turned them all into planks. And then on the back side of the room, we just have a little bit of overflow storage with a lot of things like granite stone, which we have a ton of, and more granite stone, and sludgy gravel, which I'll find a use for at some point. That's from when we were digging out around the hot spring. More soil, slate gravel, which, who knows? We'll use that for something. A salt stone, more peridotite, yeah. So we'll find a home for that. Now, with the very high rift activity, it's likely going to be exceedingly dangerous in here. They're already coming. Oh no, they're already here. Oh, and it suddenly turned to calm. We're gonna be okay. Let's just get far enough away for them to despawn. And run right back in. So as I was saying, now that it's calm and we can take our time, this back wall behind me is where our steel furnaces are going to go. Now with each of them being 5 blocks wide, what dimensions are we looking at here again? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. Alright. So if I were to go 5, 5, and then have a space on either end, that could work out well. Yeah. Okay, so that, and then 1, 2, that would be a door. And 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, there we go. That's gonna leave 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. So each of these is going to be a 5 by 5 by 6 tall area, I believe, and then 2 blocks below it for the chamber where we're gonna have our coal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And just like that, it's carved out. Well, mostly, anyway. I've only gone up by 3 blocks, and we'll cut in the bits for the upper portion smokestacks that are part of these builds once we've actually got the refractory bricks. Now, why is it up 1 block from the floor, you might be asking? Well, this back portion of the room, I believe the last 6 or 7 blocks, is actually going to be raised up. There will be a staircase running right along somewhere roughly around here, I believe, up to a little bit higher of a platform, just to have a little bit of depth difference. And I think right in the middle between these two, or in one, or maybe both of the corners, I'm going to have a hatch that leads down underneath these so I can refuel them with coal. But we'll dig that out a little bit more once we've actually got the things to make refractory bricks, so we can actually start building it up. Well, let's go behind door number 1. To here. So this room has a good bit more to be dug out. The furnaces are probably going to be in an area here, so I have to clear out a good chunk more of this. But the Helfhammer setups are going to be here. For the Helfhammers, I'm going to have 2 sets of 3. And they'll very likely kind of be built out, so this wall's really going to have to open up, because this wall might continue along, depending on how far I push that back. But we'll have 3 there, a clutch to turn on that set, and then 3 more here. So we'll have 2 anvil sets, just so we can hammer things out quite a bit faster. Because with 12 windmills all up super high in the world, we're going to be getting the maximum bonus possible. So that's where these will live. So at the very least, that's going to be... The back is there, that's a little back base thing, the toggle, a space. I think the anvil will sit here. So clutch, anvil, space, toggle, back bit. So from there to there, that's going to take up a decent bit of room. Okay, so that little groove there is just going to mark out that space so I know how much room that's going to take up, which doesn't leave us with a huge amount of room over here. Especially if we want a walkway up top. I think what I might do is this access tunnel up here might have to be accessible through a back room. Yeah, that's going to work out pretty well. Pulverizers will likely go along this wall here, or if I can fit them in comfortably, once I get all the mechanics in the back done, maybe right along here, if I can leave room for a door to get into the maintenance room. Once I carve this out, I'm going to have a couple different lines of furnaces. Either 6 to match the Helfhammers, or 8, because multiples of 4 are just nice. But now the struggle is going to be, do I wait until I build steel? Because I can quarry out so much more, so much faster with steel. However, having this Helfhammer system all set up and everything's going to make it easier to then make the steel. So we've kind of got a bit of a chicken and the egg situation here. Which one to do first? And I think since we have our tin bronze splitter plugs and they function well enough, I think building all the mechanics here and just, you know, dealing with it until we have steel, that will be the main goal. And then steel splitter plugs will be very useful for the castle more so than here. Because the castle's gonna be a long project. So I'm gonna do a little bit of math and figure out just how much we need in terms of mechanical pieces to get this whole thing up and running. And see if we even have enough resin and fat. I can get more resin. That's going to be trickier. So I'll see you after I plug a few things into a calculator and hope I know numbers good. Okay, so 121, 170, 49 axles. Am I even going to be able to make that many? Speaking of making stuff, I'm going to need food in a second here. Okay, while that's cooking, let's take a look at what we've got here. So, axles. So 1 fat and 1 log with a hammer and chisel is going to make 2. So if we need 49, we basically need 25 fat, and we have 18. Uh-oh. So that's only the axles for going straight down, not including any sort of connecting gears or getting it over to our equipment, so that's gonna be a bottleneck. Uh-oh. So I could either go off hunting in search of animals with fat, or just kind of There are wolves around. Shall we hunt a wolf? That might not be a bad idea. See if we can grab ourselves just a little bit more fat because we're close to having enough. Very close. Now let's find out where these wolves have gone. I keep hearing them near the house. I would imagine they could very well be over here. Probably similar spot where the last one spawned. Doggos, I need to scrape your winter padding from your flesh. Where are they? Why do I keep hearing them? But anytime I go hunting for them, they're nowhere to be found. Can't find hide nor hair of those wolves that I keep hearing in the distance, so... Really? Where are you? Well, regardless, let's make some of the things that we can make in the meantime. So we're always going to need more axles and probably a lot of angled gears, and then there'll be transmissions and clutches and a few other specialty items we're going to need. However, very important things we're going to need is 12 of these windmill rotors. And we don't have enough resin for that. So resin is something we should probably go grab. Getting our mechanical power up and running is a good enough resin as any. I'll see myself out. Maybe skirt along the coastline a bit, just to see if that's where our furred friends are hiding. Wolf? There you go. There you go. Come into the light. Ah, dang it. Alright. Where are you? He's getting away. This is gonna be the tricky part with wolves. Oh. Ahaha. I'm gonna head back just real quick to clear out some of the stones I should have dropped off before venturing out. And I think I'm actually gonna bring these hay bales with me, just to use as very quickly breakable, stackable blocks for pillars. Okay, now properly out for adventure. And resin, mostly resin. Huh. Wondering why I was warming up. It's warmer out here. Nice. Is that a moose up there? You got antlers, moose? I think that moose got antlers. It's up there somewhere. I guess it can live. Oh. Oh, there's two of them. Come here, moose. I want your antlers. You got some nice antlers. Those gonna look good in my kitchen. Look at that. I can fit the hides too. Why not? Ooh, I gotta be quick. This is the one I actually want the antlers of. Oh, yeah. Oh, those are some good antlers. Okay. We'll take a look at them back at the house.
Oh, I might have just gotten the decor I wanted for the kitchen.
No time to mark the... Actually, no, there is always time to mark the resin. Whew. Well, we got ourselves some fresh meat here. Let's grab the other meat. Let's see, 22. Not quite enough. We could make a couple batches of things. So, yeah. Meat and onions. A good, classic combo. There we go. We're up to 40 resin now after that trip. And we've got ourselves some antlers. So, we're not grinding those up. That's a waste of these good antlers. Maybe the small ones. But what we can do with these, we can make ourselves an antler mount. You know, maybe out of pine or something, but we can make a good little mount. Stick that right on the wall, right where that painting is. Swap that out for something nice. While we're waiting for the food to cook, let's just make ourselves that antler mount. Yeah. Take the painting, pop that there, pop the antlers right up there. That is... doesn't pop as much as I expected it to, but it does add a little bit more depth to the wall. I'll leave it there for a bit. See if it grows on us. Yeah. Okay, so we might not have enough fat to get everything done for the mechanical portions, but let's at least get as much of the windmills done as we can. We'll worry about hooking them up later once we, maybe go hunting.
Let's take a little look-see here.
What are we gonna need? So we're gonna need, first of all, we're gonna need 12 of these rotors. So, 12 fat and 12 resin. And then so I'm gonna need 24 logs of some kind. I'll just grab, I have a whole bunch of oak. Alright, we got what we need there. Now, these angled gears, 12 more of those, so we're gonna need 12 more logs, 24 sticks. I don't have enough fat. Oh, but I will because of that. So, technically only that 10 and that 10. And that should be good. So I actually have a little bit more wood than what I need because I've got these guys. And we'll just pop those in the inventory as well. Okay, let's pop a few things down and clear out the old inventory. And get on to crafting. My hammer is too low of durability. Okay, and let's see, do we have enough flax for some sails? Not for as many sails as I'm going to want. So we can put up to 5 sets of sails on each windmill. So each set of 4 like this is basically 1/5. So we need 20 of these in total per windmill. So 20 times 12 is 240. Oh my. I may have severely underestimated just how much flax I'm going to need. We're going to need fields of flax come next season. Fields, I say. Let's see. How many of these can I make? So that used all of our linen, but that's okay. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have almost enough sets for 2 full windmills out of the 12 in total. So let's put things together and, well, see if we can get to a point where maybe we can cannibalize a little bit from the granary to at least get something working. Onward and upward. Let's see. I've had a sneaking suspicion for a bit that I might have done the math a little bit wrong. So I'm just gonna make sure. 6. Oh no. I need a 7 block gap. I built this one too high. Oh. Okay. This is okay. This is fine. This is alright. I can adjust. Okay. So all I need to do is dig this down a little bit more. And that's okay. If I have the mechanical portions recessed into the floor, that's almost cleaner looking, honestly. There we go. And that should, in theory, be enough of a gap to not be a problem. I'm gonna go grab a stack of dirt just to have a little bit of a platform in there. I'm not worried about the aesthetics in the windmill chamber itself because that's all back end. One of the main goals is to have as much of the mechanical portions of this whole workshop just hidden away and only the functional aesthetic bits visible. One quick dirt trip later, and we are on our way back up the tallest ladder known to mankind. Okay. Let's be smart and careful about this. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh. The dangerous life. This tomfoolery I'm doing. Okay. With each progressive windmill down, it's gonna get less and less dangerous, but it's a little treacherous right now. That much is clear. Gonna grab some bandages and maybe a little snack. Ooh, yeah, definitely a snack while I'm there. I'm gonna need both of those very badly. Good. Maybe keep those on me. I might need them. Okay, now that I've patched up my legs, I got an idea. Now, while we may currently be out of fat, agricultural traders do sell it from time to time. So let's take a little peek here at what merchants we have. We've got a building materials trader there, clothing, more building materials, more clothing. Okay, we got a lot of building materials and clothing. Survival. Looks like I've mainly only got building materials traders, clothing traders, and a signal luxuries trader, and a survival goods trader, but I don't have any agricultural that I've come across. But there is... Where did I see it? There's a cart out here somewhere. There it is. Let's go on a field trip. After we put our stuff away, of course. So we'll want to grab ourselves some gears. Because I think, on average, it's not all that expensive. So really we're just going to be limited by whatever stock we can find. Let's grab the raft first, because we're going to need to cross a little bit of water. And with our inventory all cleared out, let's head on the road to find an agricultural trader. There's not really anything else we can do mechanically without taking down that Hellhammer system that we've already got at the little, well, future granary. I don't think I want to do that to have to climb up into a big old dark cave every time I want to hammer something out. Move everything over there when that place is good and ready. In order to get that thing good and ready, we're going to need some of that sweet, sweet fat. And since the pigs are waiting to be, you know, birthed a new generation of, store-bought is fine. Should I have brought weaponry in case I encounter bears? Or wolves? Yes. Did I? Haha, no. Always learn from my mistakes. Or learn that sometimes you just get lucky and maybe the mistakes aren't that big of a mistake after all. Only time will tell. Alright. Here we are. What are you? Sir and or madam. Treasure hunter trader. Well, not what I was looking for, but definitely pretty handy to have. Ooh, some vessels. Painting. Oh, mock table. Not that I have anyone to play with. Lapis lazuli? Ah, that's like blue dye, yeah. Oh, that's the same thing that cornflowers would make that. Yeah, because the woad blue dye is like a very bright blue, but this blue dye is actually a little bit paler. I mean, not so much for cloth, but when it comes to the color that you can paint with the chisel tools mod, this is far more of like a pale navy, which might be nice for an eventual banner. It's only 1 gear. 5 gears for 30 of that? 4 liters plus 1. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's buy some of those. Why not? Why is that not purchasing it? Oh, okay. It's because I had the handbook open. Now, the nice thing with this treasure hunter trader is we can come back to him with tin bronze pickaxe. Maybe do a little bit of the story in this at some point. Now, where else? I'm trying to figure out based on where we know there are traders. So we've got one there, one there. So roughly somewhere around here there might be one. Aha! Alright. Well, to the southeast. This could be a bit of a long trek. I'll see you when we get there. Okay. Furniture trader, huh? Well, you don't have a lot. Wilt. Furniture trader will be nice to have. Just because the furniture traders do sell iron gates. Or iron fences. Those iron fences do look quite nice. Next trader, if I were to follow that pathing, is probably somewhere in this area. Ah, that's where I found the pigs. I never marked what kind of trader he was. Might not be a terrible idea just to go double check. I'm probably going to try and check out a couple traders that I haven't really looked at yet, including the one by the pigs that I can't remember what he was. So this could take a bit. Survival goods. You know what? Let's buy as many as we can here. As much as I said I was going to make my own recurve bow, let's just purchase this. 8 gears is pretty cheap. Another survival goods trader. Commodities. More survival goods. And treasure hunter trader. This is slightly different looking. Luxuries trader. Cherry tree and a pear tree. This isn't super far from home. We'll have to come back for these when they start growing fruit. Alright, what are you? Furniture. So these iron fences are exactly what I was talking about. These are really nice looking. You can't craft them. What are you? Another furniture trader. Oh. Just gonna wait inside here till morning if that's okay. Alright. Alright. Building materials. Materials trader again. Hans, you beautiful man. Thank you. I've traveled a long way to find you. Ah. You don't have any fat. Oh. Buddy. I was counting on you. You do have redwood seeds and kapok seeds. You know, I'm gonna buy those. And those. Okay. This trip was not for nothing. We've got 2 new tree types. That's good. Ah. That took a long time. We're straight up north from where we normally collect resin. And we have gone to a lot of new traders around here. We've kind of marked a whole bunch here. Went all the way around the eastern side, marking out a whole bunch of new traders. More along the coast here. Finally found our first agricultural trader. That was a lot of traders we had to go through in order to find this one. Far more than I was ever expecting. I'm just gonna sit here for a little bit, warm my little toes up, because it's pretty chilly out there. And at least we know where he is for later. We can always check back in 6 days, and it's not actually that far of a boat ride home. Excuse me, sir. I kind of wish I had just gone north. But you just don't know these things before they happen. And there's a fog rolling in. So I'm gonna wait it out here, and in the morning when I'm all toasty, we'll sail back home. See you there.
Welcome to this episode's installment of Saul Says What.
For the entertainment. I came here because I love seeing wasteful souls struggle to accomplish something meaningful and fail spectacularly, like you are doing right now. Good job.
In every single age, there is always someone who wants to stand up to the evil Asians. Always the same arrogance, the same insistence that the world belongs to them, as if theirs were the only rightful claim, theirs the only existence worthy of preservation. Even now, after everything, you refuse to see reason. You think it unfair that you were subject to suffering, that your lives will be sacrificed for the ancients. Look at me. I have lived 1,000 of your lives. I have broken bread with you, fought with you, grown ill, grown old, sired children, and yes, welcomed death's sweet embrace. For eons have I measured your worth and found you wanting. Too weak and feeble-minded to serve as stewards to any star.
I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. If you're looking for ransom, I can tell you that I don't have money. But what I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I have acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. If you let my daughter go, that'll be the end of it. I will not look for you, I will not pursue you. But if you don't, I will look for you, I will find you, and I will kill you. Ah!
Hey, sport. I know I'm not always around, and I might not be the greatest at saying these kinds of things, but I'm proud of you.
So, is everything ready for tonight?
Oh, yeah, I thought we'd start off with a soup and a light salad, and then see how we feel after that.
Not that dinner. You know.
Oh, right, the poison. The poison for Cusco. The poison chosen specially to kill Cusco. Cusco's poison. That poison?
Yes, that poison.
Got you covered.
Excellent. A few drops in his drink, and then I'll propose a toast, and he'll be dead before dessert.
Which is a real shame, because it's gonna be delicious. This has been Saul Says What.
Oh, toasty once again. Alright. Let's go over the spoils here. We've got the Blackguard Helm, which we can hop onto there. It's broken. but we'll fix it. We just need the pants, and then we have the full set to be repaired. What else? I did get one piece of fat. There was a bear I found along the way. So the trip for fat was not all for naught. And let's see, with the kapok and the redwood seeds, let's find a nice place to plant those. And then come spring, we're going to have ourselves 2 new wood types. And let's pop it away from where we've got our maple trees planted. Maybe one right here. These redwoods, they can grow to be quite large. There we go. Now, none of those seeds, just like the maples that we planted a good while back, none of them will grow when it's this cold. But once we hit spring, they're gonna spring right up. Yeah, I'm grounded, I understand. So with having been gone so long, I would imagine those pigs are probably ready to breed. So, let's gather ourselves a good old stack of flax grain. And I believe in our organics chest, or our kind of wood and plant fiber chest. Nope, maybe not in there, but in one of these chests. We have another large trough. Now, I can't remember if I got that from a ruin or what, but get out of here. You're going to have to go in the coop soon. That is something we will deal with real quick. I just don't really want to do it when there's a bunch of snow on the ground, just because it makes it a little bit trickier. I can clear out the snow, but it's just going to come back, and that makes it a little harder for the chickens to stay in there. It increases the risk that they pop out if they're running from me. Alright, you. Away with you. Away with you. I want to put a trough right here. Alright. There we go. We're just going to fill these up. Now, all of you, go on upstairs. Go on upstairs. Go get yourself some food. Alright, you're all ready to mate. Go get food. Alright, you two. Come on. Come on. You're the only 2 left down here. You're not eating anything. There's rocks on the ground. Stop licking the dirt. There we go. There we go. Everyone's upstairs. Alright. Let's just bring more flax to make sure all of them are very well fed. We're gonna have a lot of pigs. Next generation is going to be a ton of little piglets. I wonder if we'll have to expand the whole thing to be pigs at some point? That's possible. Okay, we have at least 3 of them already pregnant now. This is great. What I'm not a fan of, though, is all the wolves that I keep hearing, but every time I go to look for them, they're nowhere to be found, as the pigs munch around me. But at least, with the roof in place, they are safe and sound in here. That's the important thing. Gotta keep our pigs safe. These are our future fat and meat supplies. I mean, cuddly animals for safekeeping and loving. Definitely not for food. Anyway, you're the only one left. Eat 3 more portions. Come on, 1 more. Yes! Excellent, now it's only a matter of time. How many sows do we have? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think. Yeah, we got 2 boars and 6 sows. That's good, that's good. That's exact, actually, for the distribution, because I believe when they grow up, it's 75% sows and 25% boars, so we're right on target here. This is the average litter. Soon we're gonna have 6 average litters. Gentlemen, go back to your homes.
After escaping the drifter-surrounded barn, I added the Tree Tappers mod and began smithing a few sets of copper tree taps. Attaching them to buckets, I set out placing them on some of the resin trees closest to home. As a bonus, I managed to nab a bit of red meat on the way back. Afterward, I got to work processing more of our bountiful hematite chunks into iron blooms, using up pretty well all of the remaining charcoal. So while the bloomeries fired away, it was time to make Canada proud with some good old lumberjack work. Filling the 4x4x4 charcoal pit required every single log we had in the basement, and even more as I had to cut down a few trees to finish it off. Soon enough, it was burning away. With so many things actively burning near the dirt dugout, I remembered the dozen crocks I had pit-fired earlier, and put them on the kitchen shelves where they belong. While admiring the new crocks, I heard once more the blood-chilling sound of a bear near the house. Searching around, I thankfully found it trapped under the yet-to-be-occupied chicken coop. Taking it out was almost sad and confusing. It didn't even try to go after the bighorn that was also trapped under the chicken coop. Oh well, our dinner now. With a few more days still left until the agricultural trader up north refreshes his stock, I felt it was as good a time as any to hit the mines for more conglomerate. After a day or so, the rift activity went from calm to high, so I hightailed it out of there before the drifters came around for their worksite safety inspections. Returning home, the iron blooms were ready. I took some of our brown coal and started processing as many as I could into ingots, along with making a few new rubble hammers before yet another temporal storm hit right on cue. They always seem to hit during these montage segments these days. It wasn't too bad of a haul though, netting us another 3 temporal and rusty gears each, nearly a dozen flax fibers, and another Jonas part. With the storm behind us, it was time to put those new rubble hammers to use, breaking down all the conglomerate slabs from our mining expedition. With our cobblestone and dry stone ready to go, that brings us to today,
Where I've got a little bit of a raspy voice, not a sore throat, just a raspy throat, but we're going to press on. So we've still got a couple of days before the trader that way's north, before the trader up north may refresh his trades, so we don't know if he's got fat or not yet. So with all of the cobblestone and dry stone that we've made, let's get some work done on the castle. But first, I am going to grab myself a whole bunch of dirt. So the reason for the dirt is so we can actually have a safe platform for starting to put up maybe some of the walls around the castle. Last thing we want to do is be falling. It started putting a little bit of dirt down earlier on, but I'm definitely going to want a nice, safe platform. And yes, this will still be a spawnable surface until we get a bunch of light going on in here, so we might still get bears and wolves up top within the castle, and that could be a little bit dangerous. Just have to deal with that as it comes, but we'll be okay. Dirt Sky Road, take me home. It's a castle where I will roam. I keep a little dirt under my pillow for the dirt man, in case he comes to town. Keep a little dirt under my pillow for the dirt man, so he won't take me down. But yeah, there's plenty of dirt down there that when I need more, I can just start carving up, because this is all, well, it's dark right now, but all of this land below the castle is going to be covered up. And it's all going to get turned into basements and sewers and all that whatnot, so we don't really have to worry about keeping it pretty. This way we've got a nice platform where we can start terraforming later on. But mostly so we can start putting buildings and a safe walkway for the walls. Mainly at the moment it's just a safe place for the walls to be built from, because I don't trust myself parkouring for this entire build. So I'm just going to continue placing dirt until I don't have any more dirt. I'll see you in just a moment. And here we are. We've got a whole bunch of dirt. That entire little section there is mostly filled in, just up until the point where the second gatehouse wall would eventually come down to meet it. And over here we've got ourselves a nice, safe walkway, at least for the waterfront-facing side of the castle. And yes, a family of wolves is now living underneath the newly created platform, so we might have to take care of them. Yeah, let's start filling some of this wall in. I don't know how far we'll get. Let's see what we can do with the materials we have on hand. Yeah, we've got a decent bit of cobblestone, probably not enough dry stone in comparison. But we've also got a little bit of ashlar block here. That's going to be for the walkways inside of the walls, as well as, thank you, Wolf, as well as a lot of the trim. Now, a lot of these are going to get turned into polished, just for all of the different trim pieces that we've got. Let's work on the body right now, and we'll do the decor bits. Turn, you know, something like this into something like this. We'll do that after. Now, I believe all of the towers are complete in terms of cobblestone and dry stone for this opening gatehouse. So, yeah, the actual portcullis is regular stone and polished stone, and then various chiseled bits for it, so yeah, you'll be on the trim pass. You're good for now. Let's start building walls. Yeah, and then we've got all the maple logs up on there. We'll have nice full walkways, and once the trim pass is in, this is going to look very similar to the outer walls. We gotta still be able to shoot into the courtyard, just in case the enemy breaches. And here, I believe... There we go, and we've got the floor level in. Not the outline, but the floor level in for our little rectangular tower that's going to have a little bridge out to a separate tower that'll sit over there, and then whatever kind of road or pathway we may or may not have can go right under the archway over to a tower, probably on that little hill right there. I'll want to see what it looks like when the water is, you know, water. That might be helpful. And then we'll go from there. So I'll keep this part just a little loosey-goosey at the moment. We got a few sections of wall on that side. Let's get the walkways going in there. Wait a second. Did I actually just... These should be jutting out one more block. Did I do that on the other side? Alright, so we got one wall, second wall. Okay, so I did these ones correctly. When I was building off of the little example piece of wall, I see what I did wrong there. Okay, you know, I can still work with this. Yeah, like so. Just keep those inner wall bits there. And that's going to be... We're just gonna pop one there. And pop one there. I am going to need more because these corner bits, rather than being like so, they're probably going to turn into little squared sections. Because these inner corners, in theory, I can just kind of get rid of. Or at the very least, chisel down into diagonal walkways. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Whew. Ah, genius. Okay, so let's just have the occasional bit of conglomerate dry stone. I'm realizing, you know, these sections in here, I've realized they just butt right up to the ground inside the courtyard. So they're going to get covered up with, well, the walls that are visible out here, so we could just fill these with literally anything. Just gonna pop some of this low fertility soil in there, and that's also going to stop this from being a falling hazard. I'll start throwing in some of the packed soil as well, and we can always adjust that as needed as we go. So any of these corner bits, if I need to add one, I can just pop out a block and replace it with another piece of brick. Super easy, super quick, and at least right now, we can walk safely without any risk of falling down to our doom. Or a hungry pack of wolves are waiting to nibble our giblets. That's one more section of wall there. I have a few more. This is literally just a repeating pattern at the moment. The towers are going to be a little more interesting. Okay. Look at that nothing view out in the dark of the night. Let's come back when the sun's up. Two servings of red meat stew with boiled bearded tooth. I mean, it doesn't sound appealing, bearded tooth. Sounds like somebody needs to brush their teeth. And it's February 9th. Which means the trades should have refreshed up north at the agricultural trader. Let's see if he's got some fat. Open up our little travel trunk here. Pick up our rafting ore. I should probably put these back down in the basement. Haha. Don't want to carry an onion and a carrot with me. And of course, since we're heading out to buy things, we can't forget our rusty gears, which we've only got 21, so let's hope that there's good prices. In conjunction with good prices, I should probably take a look at what agricultural traders will purchase, because we might be able to make a little bit of pocket change on the way. Or not on the way, but at the same time when we're talking to them, trying to buy things, you know, give me some lard, I'll give you things that you like. Yeah. Throw money at the problem. Be like, here. Take them. I don't want them. Let me purchase. Okay, I just looked it up, and apparently they buy soybeans and halite. Even though we've got a huge store of halite over in the mining area, I don't think I'll be selling that, but these soybeans? Do I have any others? I don't think so. Excellent. Nearly 2 stacks of soybeans. Might be able to make a little bit of extra cash. It's pretty well just going to be a boat ride straight there, so I don't really think we're going to need much else. Definitely won't need a chest on our back, because we've got a fairly clear inventory. Now perhaps we'll wait for the sun to rise, just to see a little bit better the work that we did yonder on the castle. And with the sun barely about to crest over the horizon of this nice wintry morning, let's take one little quick glimpse at what we've managed to get done so far on the castle walls. Not a bad segment, if I do say so myself. We've got a little bit of height going on there, starting to get our way there. That's what, 2 blocks tall? So 5 more layers, and then everything to the corner will be done. So that's actually a fairly sizable chunk just from that quick little quarrying expedition. Yeah, I haven't quite got those walls in place yet, but that's okay. So the shape of the first courtyard is really starting to come together, at least when you look in this corner. When you look over here, it's still effectively wire frames, dirt frames, but it's going to start coming together pretty quickly, I think, because now that everything is marked out, really not actually all that long. It's just going to be a good few iron ingots per trip, just to be able to use enough rubble hammers to break everything down. Alright, so let's avoid whatever wolves are chasing us right now through these woods. Get on over to the coastline. Where am I? There we go. Gotta get through those trees. And let's sail straight on north to our agriculture trader. This is the part where I hold W for the next 10 minutes. If these long sailing voyages become any form of a regular occurrence, I really can't wait for those boats. 1.20 is going to be a massively beneficial update. At least when it comes to us eventually building the docks. And when 1.20 comes out, fireclay is no longer going to generate on the surface. It's going to be under anthracite or black coal deposits. So sedimentary areas like the one we're in right now are going to be far more valuable than they already were. Right now, borax is kind of the big bottleneck where you need sedimentary for it to spawn. But it seems that if you cook flint, which right now in the current first release candidate, you can only do that in a bloomery, but that's a bug. You can cook it in a campfire, or at least you're supposed to be able to. So there's a crafting recipe with cooking flint and clay and putting that all together to get fire clay, so it'll be a different experience once we hit 1.20. So when the spring comes and the snow thaws, we might just have to go on a big old run for some fire clay so we can stock up, because we're going to need a whole lot of it for refractory bricks and more bloomeries so we can make more iron and then turn that iron into steel. Now, I've gotten a couple questions of what my plans are when 1.20 actually comes out, and whether we're going to update the world or stick to 1.19. And I think because I've kept mostly within just, a couple thousand blocks or so, roughly, I think we will, with backing up the world first, of course, do an update. Maybe not right away, but I'm going to see if we can get this entire world to stay as it is while we update. Worst case, we might have to use commands to generate in any of the new dungeon structures they've been talking about. Ooh, I've hit landfall. Because when 1.18, I believe it was, came out, and the Resonance Archive, which we haven't done yet in this series, we will do that once we've repaired that blackguard armor that we've got. But when that came out, for any worlds from 1.17 being updated, you could just use a console command and it would spawn in the entire dungeon. And so that is hopefully something we won't have to do for the new dungeons, but very likely will be. And I'm totally okay with that. Any of the newer generated chunks that we explore afterward... Ooh, fireclay. We should actually mark this. Speaking of fireclay. But any newer spawn chunks will have the brand new 1.20 generation, which really is kind of just changing a little bit of the distribution. And, the spawn mechanics for fireclay and a couple other things. Red clay, I believe I've heard, is being added as well, which is going to be great. Why not brown clay, though? I don't know. I would hope that brown clay would be included, because I really like brown clay, and you have refreshed your trades. You have cabbage seeds, though. I will absolutely buy your cabbage seeds. Thank you. We've already got redwood, and with our seed mod, we're going to have plenty. You are buying... How many are you willing to buy? 4. Very, very low demand, and very low price, but... Is that going to give... No, it's not going to give me anything. Well, at least I made a couple gears back. 4 cabbage seeds, though, kind of makes the trip a little worth it. Oh, what do we have here? Ooh. A little bit of flax. Carrots. Do I care about the carrots? No, we have quite enough. Carrots, turnips, parsnips. We're good on those. This fire clay. I don't have a shovel on me. Is there any flint about? Let's make ourselves a little flint shovel here and collect a little bit of this fire clay just while we're here. Maybe a second shovel, just for good measure. Oh, here they come. The boys in the bright white sports car, waving their arms in the air. Who do they think they are? Can I get them to despawn long enough just to finish off this shovel? Hello, lads. Gentlemen, please. But a moment more. Alright, thank you. Thank you for giving me that moment more. Alright, let's get ready to get back on the water. Okay, well, I'm wet now. Excellent. Homeward bound with cabbage seeds and fire clay we go. See you in 17 years when we reach land. You're a Canadian, they said. Be a log driver, they said. I don't think this is what they meant, but I am driving a bunch of logs. Home once more. Pop some of these things away. Total of 6 cabbage seeds we've got now, which is going to be quite handy. Hopefully we'll get more as we get more cabbages. And these are probably what I'll focus on if I do ever find some high fertility soil and I make terra preta. I might make it for a small little cabbage patch. Do like cabbages. Maybe we'll make some sauerkraut or something at some point. Put it on a hot dog or something. You like sauerkraut? Sound off in the comment section below. So, everything's put away. We're back from our trip. We have a nice little pile of fire clay. And a couple more cabbage seeds to boot, so that's always a nice bonus. But since the trader didn't have any fat, we don't have what we need to start making more axles to get our elf hammer set up all up and running. That, and we're still kind of waiting on spring so we can grow more flax for the windmill sails. So I think the next item on the docket is probably going to be trying to find a little bit of bauxite. I know there's some just a little ways to the north that we technically kind of sailed past twice going on that little trip. Maybe we'll pay that island a little visit. Maybe go on a little bit of a journey looking for maybe another source of bauxite. Let's take a look. Red sky in the morn, sailors be warned. Is that what we have ahead of us today? I'm only seeing it on the underside of that little bit of land. Yeah, that's gonna be a little tricky to get to, I think. But luckily, we've got a little bit of bauxite down below. Aha. Let's dig a little into this rock and see if it's just a small sliver of bauxite. Hopefully more. Ah. There's more hidden down below. And while I didn't bring any blocks, or at least, no more than 3, and I'm kind of trapped down under here, that's fine. So once we're done down here, I'll just dig my way back out into the water and swim on up. We're close enough to home. I'm not too worried about freezing out here. Now, these should be not safe. All right. Well, you know, some of it might have been peridotite, but at least I'd call that a worthwhile investment right there. So I'm working within a little bit of a finite confined space, but this is still far more bauxite than I ever expected to find so quickly. I know your ears do not deceive you. I think my voice is getting differently hoarse. Nay, it's not painfully raspy or anything like that. It's just weird, just losing it. It's going on a vacation, and you know what? That's fine. I think that's okay. A little bit of tea with some honey, and everything's gonna be okay eventually. I'm sure in a matter of days it'll be back. Probably just went to Cancun or something. A dozen stacks of relieved stone by accident. Whatever I've got in this large slab, which is 46 more blocks worth of rocks I can crush up. I'd call that a successful bauxite run. Back up to the surface world. Well, let's get this bauxite back home, and then maybe see if we can find ourselves a little bit of olivine. Because why start with Tier 1 refractory bricks when we can jump straight into Tier 2? There we go. Let's start filling up our bauxite chest, finally. And for this one... yeah. That was definitely the sound of me picking up rocks. Nothing else. Okay, rocks are all away. Let's go see if we can find a little bit of olivine. Now, a good chunk of the mountain range over in the foggy distance there is peridotite. All along in our quarrying area there, we've got mostly conglomerate in kind of where we're actually quarrying. But further east we go, along that mountainside and kind of where our halite is, a lot of that starts to turn into peridotite. That's where we got the rocks that we relieved for our quern in the kitchen. But as far as I've seen on my map, I didn't mark whether or not there was any olivine. Although, in my defense, I haven't really cared about olivine until this very moment. It's only really good for refractory bricks, but from what I hear, the 1.20 updates, refractory bricks might become a little more important. I have to make those beehive kilns out of them. Alright, everybody, keep your eyes peeled for olivine. Oh, that's just cracked rock. Olivine? Your quartz. It's pretty neat. Is there any silver or gold in you? Lignite. Ligma. I should probably be careful, because the hole I fell down and died is somewhere close by. Can't remember exactly where, but it's close. Evening might not have been the best time to come here, because I'm gonna lose visibility on everything pretty quick here. What is that? Is that just malachite? I think that's just malachite. Well, I'm just going to make my way around here, see if there's any olivine anywhere around the perimeter of the mountain or in any of these little tunnels. And when the sun comes up, I'll make my way back around the mountain to look up at the places that are currently shrouded in darkness. But yeah, I'm gonna meander a while, and I'll see you if I find something, or if I give up. Guess you'll find out quicker than I will. Yeah. Ah. Very large amounts of olivine, you say? There'd be... Yeah, I had a feeling if I just kept poking around, I'd be able to find olivine pretty quickly. Because apparently in any area that has peridotite as the igneous rock, there's a 50% chance per chunk of having an olivine vein. And of course, once I find it, it goes from calm to medium. Am I gonna have to get out of here by fighting for my life? Oh, already, huh? Alright. But I can take you. There's just one of you. You're not scaring me off this land that easy, boy. I'm here for cocktail hour and I need my olives. Huh. You can't hurt me. I don't have a central nervous system. Should I start bringing weapons with me? Absolutely. Will I? Probably not. Got a stacking a bit from all that, so that's not too bad. Let's just dig ourselves a hole back up. Let's make our way back home and, well, see what all we're gonna need for a pulverizer to get this stuff all crushed up. Safety once more. Alright, so our olivine. In total, we have just over a stack and a half. Not too bad. Put some of these other rocks away. What is that? Ah. You know what? We don't need this. So, with a combination of fire clay, bauxite, and olivine, and of course quartz, these are the ingredients chosen to create the perfect unfired refractory brick tier 2. So crushed quartz, crushed bauxite, and crushed olivine, we're just going to need to make a pulverizer. And there's 3 main components to that. So the pulverizer pounder, which is also going to need a couple of pounder heads. This is pretty easy. 3 logs, so 6 in total, because I believe we need 2 of these. And then 2 caps, which we'll probably just make out of iron. Toggle. Iron plate. More iron. We've got some ingots. We can do this. And an axle. We've got a little bit of fat. We can make a couple axles. We'll be okay. And then the frame itself. Bunch of wood. Which, I think we might have a little bit of wood still, even after that charcoal pit. But if not, we can always get more. And then 1 sort of relieved igneous rock of some kind, which we can get those easily if we don't already have one sitting somewhere in a chest here. What about the paradite chest? We got 9. We're plenty filled of resources. We're good. So, gonna need the saw for that. Probably gonna need a new saw for that, honestly. And want our chisel, which that's getting down low a little bit. But 322, we're probably still good on that. And what's that? That's a spare hammer. Bring that spare hammer with us, actually, just in case. And let's mosey on over and get ourselves a little inventory of what wood we've got left. Wood. Walnut is empty. Pine is empty. Both of the oak crates are empty, and of course the maple is still empty. Am I out of logs? Entirely? I am out of logs entirely. Do I have an axe? I go through all my... I have a stone axe. I suppose there be some smithing to be done. And the wind dies down the second I get it on there. Ah. Such is the way of life. Okay. Now, while it's still calm out, let's get up top to where our windmill structure is and, make a little pulverizy. Hopefully before my voice gives out. And hopefully not run into that bear that was around. Speak of the devil. There's something wrong with that bear. It kind of feels cruel and unusual. You good, buddy? Like, you didn't even try to move or nothing. Okay. Guess he was just really contemplating that fern. Oh. Nothing quite like getting taken out while you're getting takeout. And that's all assembled. Now I just need to bring the actual sails for the windmills up top. Now its position up top is exceedingly temporary. Once we've got enough fat to make the axles to bring the line down to where the workshop's actually going to be, yeah, it's not going to be up there. I didn't want to put the whole smithing station up there yet, just because that's too much time to be spending up there in an unlit cavern. Get away from the doors. Now let's see this thing come to life. 3, a 4, a 5. Oh, why is it not spinning? I'm a little confused as to why this isn't spinning. I have a thought, and I don't like it. Aha! There we go. So I did need to have a singular opening to the outside, so it's too deep in a cave for it to have ever detected. But a single hole, there's the airflow that we need. I wonder if I could put something in there. So far, so good. Now that'll stop things from trying to climb down. Speaking of climbing down, let's see if I can do this safely. Ah. Beautiful. Majestic. And lo and behold, we have successfully made a pounder. And we've hooked our windmill up. So it's actually functioning. Just took carving a little hole in the ceiling. So with the pulverizer completed, we can start getting on to turning things into powder. Namely the bauxite, olivine, and quartz. And get making some refractory bricks so we can get our steel furnaces going pretty quick. I was, I had talked myself into just doing all the quarrying and everything with the tin bronze plugs that we've got, but when I was reading some of the changes for 1.20 and learned that fire clay is going to be changing, I just got the urge, Sometimes you just gotta go where the wind takes you.
So grabbing the olivine, quartz, and bauxite that we collected last episode, I made my way up to our new pulverizer to take it for a spin. With our materials crushed, I made a batch of Tier 2 refractory bricks and got them firing, having to expand our pit kiln area just a little bit to accommodate them. And I had to collect grass, since, well, that's almost as sparse as our remaining wood supply. Then I got them firing. Toasty. With the first batch cooking, I set out in search of more olivine for the rest of the bricks we'll need to build a steel furnace. My search eventually led me to stumble upon a ruin just a few blocks under the surface that had, well, coincidentally, some refractory bricks. Only Tier 1, but they'll help. The ruin was chock full of clutter, including an old furnace from that other block game. Mine's not looking. I'll have these. I grabbed as much as my greedy little arms could carry and made 3 trips in total, hauling all of my new derelict goodies back home. As luck would have it, just outside the ruin, I got an olivine reading on the ProPic. It was seemingly being guarded, however. No matter. After making short work of the drifters, I got to mining. This vein was much larger than the last, and just kept going, and going, and going. Eventually I had more than enough for now, and decided to tunnel straight up and head out to home. Our first batch of refractory bricks were done, so I grabbed more of our materials to crush up. I had to grab a tiny bit more quartz, and decided to smith a copper elbow chute using 2 chute sections. This would help make our pulverizing experience a bit more passive to save my fingers. Loading up a chest on top of the elbow chute, all I had to do was let the goods flow in. I love industry. With everything crushed, I used up pretty well all of our fire clay to make 5 more stacks of Tier 2 refractory bricks, and got the second of many more batches firing. I'll keep the excess stacked up beside our pit kilns for easy access as we continue to cook batch after batch. With bricks baking, I discovered that our supply of mortar had run dry. I started grinding a stack of limestone, eventually getting the bright idea to hook up our quern to the windmill system. The wind had other ideas, so back to hand grinding it was. Then it was time to bake the lime, eat a bunch of excess carrots, since our oven was currently occupied, and as is tradition, deal with the temporal storm that was rolling in. The 11 rusty gears I got from it would definitely help to build our wallet back up after our shopping spree a little while ago. After the storm, the quicklime was done. Down to the basement to mix it with water, and a brief trip out to the frozen beaches to gather sand. Mixing in the sand, we got 256 mortar. That'll last us a bit. I then hopped back over to the Mason Lodge to put away the extra sand, and that, my friends, brings us to today. Where we're not going to let the high rift activity stop us from making our way to steel. 'Cause that's what our nerves are made out of. Drifters don't scare me. You can't do nothing. Oh, okay. Why are you just standing there? Drifters are acting a little weird. Now, while we may not be scared of drifters, let's just make this daytime, so we can better see what's going on in the world. There we go, a hearty breakfast has been had. Rift activity's down to medium. Let's go check out our pit kilns. The bustly, windy, snowy March 8th. We're getting close to the end of the year. Spring is on the horizon. And our bricks are complete, or at least this batch is. We still have, well, all of those, which is a lot. That's, we got a lot of bricks to fire. I worry that I may have overdone it. But, on the other hand, when 1.20 comes around, and beehive kilns are introduced, well, we're gonna need a whole bunch of them for building that, too. But if we make a few extra, that's perfectly fine, since we will need replacements, because there's a small percentage chance that each block could break anytime we cook steel. This is just saving us time in the long run. Let's just fill up our inventory with the entire stack that we've completed. And let's use some of this mortar to make as many Tier 2 refractory brick blocks as we can. We are also going to need 6 grates. So, does this say how many we need? Because we've got 48. And enough grates for, well, 1.5. We're going to need 3 more of these. That's okay. Around 65 blocks of refractory bricks. Well, we're going to have to fire more of these, I suppose. So let's go grab our fuel and all that. We're probably going to need more grass again. Note to self, once it's spring, collect as much grass as humanly possible. We're going through it like it's going out of style. Ah, we have already gone through all our grass. It has indeed gone out of style. Gonna need stack of stick, a stack of peat, and grab this old boy. It's a shame we have to break all the snow just to be able to get to the grass underneath. I mean, it makes sense in a way. Just a added layer of winter inconvenience. That's okay. Soon enough, the snow will be gone. And we can bust out the short-sleeve t-shirts once again. There we go. Couple extra pieces, just for good measure. And let's go get those pit kilns lit.
I really am at the cusp of allowing that to burn that door down, huh? Oh boy. Well, since we're waiting for the next batch to get done, let's dig out that charcoal pit. Kind of forgot about it for a little bit here, and let's see.
Ooh, look at that charcoal. Alright.
Now you lose random varying amounts, so it's a little, you know, less efficient than it could be if it was lossless, but that's okay. I don't know how many stacks of charcoal this is going to be. It was a 4x4 pit. Guess we're going to find out if we can fit it all. Our pockets might be too tiny. I remember digging these out in the days before I believed in making shovels. Just doing it by hand. Oh, that took forever. This is so much quicker. Still time consuming, but a worthwhile endeavor. Here it comes. Alright, not too bad. That's almost 5.5 stacks of charcoal. That'll do. Let's just let the snow fall on our heads. Let's open up this pit just so that we can recollect some of this dirt here. Now the excess packed dirt, to be able to cover this back up, I'm just going to plop that into our workshop here. Yeah. Keep our 15 on us for pillaring. And now, rift activity's down to low. It might be, maybe not safe, but safe enough, hopefully, to pop on inside the workshop and maybe start getting the first... Or perhaps not. Look at those guys roaming around like they own the place. Oh, he's seen me. It's okay, we have plenty of other steps that we have to do before we can get that furnace up and running anyway. How much iron do we have? I used them all. You kidding me? Okay, so given that I've used all of the ingots, we are just gonna have to make more. So I think as much as I said I won't do it, maybe it is time to move the Helvhammer up top just for faster wind speeds. Because typically the wind speed is better up there. I think. Maybe. Now we're going to need a lot more iron ingots, not only to have a batch so that we can fire it into steel, but we're also going to need plates. Iron plates to be able to make a door. So that's going to be a good number of iron blooms that we're going to have to process. And the one Helvhammer down here, that could take a little bit. I've just been eating a stack of carrots for so long. Let's actually make a meal. Speaking of food, I haven't checked on the pigs in a minute. Are there any little baby pigs? I can't remember when the date was that you were all supposed to be born. You're not attacking me, so... Forgot about my hay. Do I have room? I have room. Alright, little piggies. I'll have to confer with the footage to remember when you're supposed to give birth. I spy with my little eye. Chickens. Wonder if they're able to pathfind up the little ramp I made them. Scare them just a little closer. Just maybe observe from afar, see what they do. Okay, well you're confused. What's your friend doing? Also gonna walk under there. I see. You're trying to find your way up top. Look at them. Doing their little dance. So I think the elevated coop was a good idea in theory, but in practice, we get dancing chickens. I mean, they're going to fall over at this rate. They're going to get dizzy. So that is something that will need to be addressed, for sure. I'm just gonna waltz around it so I don't confuse them, and they can just, well, stay in, I guess, their already confused state. This is fine. Right, food. So let's make a parsnip, and honestly, I think just the parsnips. Let's have a little nibble of a parsnip. Just have a nice little bun toasting session. Probably one of the last few for the winter. Let's enjoy the ambiance. Excellent. Hearty turnip stew. Hefty turnip stew. Oh boy. Okay, now let's get our inventory cleared out a little bit here. Just so we can have a little bit of space. So if we want to get into making steel, there's a few things we have to take care of. First, we're going to need to pick out the color for our coffins. No, don't worry, we're not about to expire. This will be a stone coffin to cook our iron in inside the furnace. And we've got a few different options here. We can rule out andesite, because I don't think we have any. So we can do granite, andesite, basalt, or peridotite, and I'm pretty sure I want to go with basalt. So that makes that a pretty easy decision. So we've got to make 2 full coffins with lids, and then we've got to process a whole bunch of iron, because we're going to need at least 16 ingots to do a batch of steel, but also enough iron to make enough plates for at least one of the 2 steel doors we're going to need. That's 1 for each furnace. I don't think we're going to get both furnaces built today, but one is daunting but obtainable goal. So before the snow has thawed, I hope, I want to get a batch of steel going. So let's start this with one of the easier steps, the coffins. Because the iron is going to be the most time-consuming process out of this whole list. So I'm going to put it off a little bit. Hello? Basalt, that's slate. That's shale. There's basalt. So I'm going to need more of these. Okay. Well, let's pop what we have into our inventory. These ones are chiseled, so they're not really going to do us any good. So I think, hopefully the rift activity will go down. That's real close to my face. Let's go down to the lava hole. Get some basalt, y'all. We're at low rift activity. In the lava, it's a little dangerous. We'll do a quick little safety check down the lava hole. Hopefully things will just coincidentally go to calm before we go down there, but I somehow highly doubt that. I'm going the wrong way around this little hillside, I think. Oh, I was way off from where I thought I was.
You silly sausage, you have a map and everything.
Hello, lava, my old friend. I've come to mess with you again. Well, at least nothing can get me... Nothing can get me from this side, because they're going to have to go through the lava no matter which direction they go, so I'm safe there. A very specific path could bring something down here to get me. I should make a safety railing at some point. But, how many of these do I need for a lid? 1 each, so 4 more, so 12. So I'm going to need 16 in total, and a little bit of powdered borax, which, easy enough. We've got a lot. Okay. This will be enough for 2 full coffins. Awesome. Let's get out of here before any drifters decide it's a good idea to play around hot, boiling magma. Yeah, let's grab our chisel. Ooh. Oh, we do have a spare. And pop that there, pop that there. 4 coffin sections right there. Simple as that. Easy as pie. Now we need to powder some borax. So it turns into 2 powdered borax, so we just need 2 of these. And I believe we could save ourselves a moment by... No, we can't. To the windmill chamber to powder up a couple of borax. It's a long climb for a small quern. Are we safe here? Yeah? And just like that, we're set. So, pop those there, pop those there. A hammer, a chisel. We got our coffin lids right there. Hey, that's a beauty. Got our coffins and our coffin lids. Get to hear the majestic majesty of a bear somewhere up top there. Oh, it's great. It's great. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I don't know what I'm going on about. I'm just excited for steel. What am I doing? Right. So, since we've got at least the things we need to start doing a steel furnace, let's just get a couple of those little bits in place and, you know, put off having to process dozens of ingots worth of iron. Oh, I see. We don't need an HOA here. Alright. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the interior going to be here. So the coffin, we're going to have our walls around here. The floors of it are going to be this central chamber. So these grates are going to go there. Get regular refractory bricks there. And nope, that's the wrong way around. We go like so. And like so. And I believe if we shift right click, this will show us where we need to have different blocks. So, and this is where I didn't exactly need to cut out all of this. I could very well fill in some of the extra spots here again, and I think I might, though I don't have enough packed dirt on me. Before I seal up these corners, let's go see what kind of block do we have an abundance of. Unless, would it be funnier to hear drifters who've spawned into the corners? Hello? Oh. See, just like that one did. Might just make our furnaces sound a little bit more menacing. Yeah, I think that's funny. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna leave the corners in there, so drifters could theoretically spawn in back there. Just be entirely trapped inside. Like, they're not gonna be able to do anything. But they will be sound effects, essentially. Okay, so we're gonna need at least one there. And like so. Alright, alright. That there. That there. Ah. I see what I'm missing. Underneath. Ah, I'm a silly, silly man. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where's the 7th? Is it that one? Ah. So we need yeah, 5 more refractory bricks and the iron door. And so, with this little setup that we're gonna have, that is going to put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I only made these internal chambers 10. Okay. Let's get this dug out while we're standing in here. There we go. That's as much as we can get done of this second one. But at least we have an idea based on what we need. So, I'm going to want a little chamber underneath of all of this to be able to fuel these guys up, because underneath the coffins, we have to put piles of coal, specifically under that block and that block. So those exact spots right there. I'm thinking if we just dig under here, we can create a little chamber accessible via a door. And we'll very likely want to pretty this up just a wee bit. I think actually for that we might want more basalt, or we could just do the granite. That's going to be a lot of the design here. Oh no, it's a face.
Ah!
Save me. Save me from my own insanity.
Oh no! Nom 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 nom.
I'm gonna die in this place. So anyway, I'm thinking with this interesting look is if I chisel out something to kind of block half of these entryways off, so kind of like a half slab here, vertical half slab here, I can make a centered walkway even though this is an even amount of space. So I probably do, I don't know, some kind of, maybe a chiseled service door? Bust out the custom doors on the Chisel Tools mod? That could be fun. And then have just a nice little staircase that descends in, which I think because of that corner there, I'll probably need to push this out one. So it'll kind of be a little, maybe arched. Yeah, maybe a little arched jut out in the center. Oh, the floor is going to be raised up here as well. So it's already going to have to be one higher, because the floor is going to come up to there. So yeah, it'll be a little diagonal tunnel that'll just kind of come down into here where we'll have our coal piles. And we'll remove some of these blocks as we need to, just to decorate up the underside here. Could do it in regular fire brick, actually. Maybe the decor is going to come a little later. And before we get too hasty and do something like, I don't know, process all the iron that we're going to need, let's go check and see if the other bricks are done. Anything to avoid the hour and a bit of, oh, way, ho. The snow just went down a layer. Alright. Alright, spring, hold your horses. All it takes is challenging yourself to finish something before spring, and suddenly spring is like, no. I will be here early. But at least our bricks are done. Okay, that's going to take harvesting a bit more grass to be able to fire those. But, ooh, these 24 should be enough for us to get at least one of these furnaces put together. Apart from the iron door and all the iron ingots. And pop those there. 2 blocks are missing. That's just the door. Alright. I guess with 19 blocks we can just... Good enough. I guess with that, we will probably want the entirety of this chamber dug out, at least for visual access to these blocks under here. So having visual access for all of these blocks is just going to make it a lot easier in case any of these bottom ones crack after a successful firing. The mouth is just wider now. I feel like it needs a name with a face like that. I'm thinking Fergus the Fairness. Not that he'll ever know that. Not that it's even a he. It's just a pair of furnaces. Oh no, he's twins. Okay, the more I'm in this cave, the less sane and hungry I am. Not less hungry, the more hungry I am. Yeah, I get it. I know. Let me munch. Let me crunch. Give me the food. There we go. Put some of these stones away. So really, apart from making more bricks to finish off the second steel furnace, iron is really the big bottleneck right now. That's kind of what I've got to do. And we're not going to need these coffin lids until we're ready to do a firing, because we'll have to fill that up with coal and iron ingots and such, so I'm just going to put the coffin lids here for a minute. Got a hammer, we got a backup hammer. I don't think we're going to need the chisel, though we're not going to need much in the way of inventory space at the moment, because really it's just going to be stackable ingots. At least if I remember correctly, we've got 46 iron blooms ready to be turned into ingots, so moderate breeze, gentle breeze. The wind is not on our side. Yes, hello, chicken. Spring is on its way. Soon you will have a new home. There's one thing I do want to check. Because it could have been coincidental that one time when I was up there, the wind was just a hurricane there, and maybe it was hurricane down here too, and I just didn't notice. So we've got a gentle breeze, fresh breeze, so we don't have a lot of wind. Well, moderate breeze, but it's going between those. So I'm just going to take a little trip all the way up top just to get a look at what kind of wind we have up there compared to down below. We're doing this with science. Doesn't help that the wind keeps constantly changing. I don't know if that's because of coming to the mountain, but it's going between fresh breeze, strong breeze, moderate breeze. Now we're hitting gale up here. All right. Strong breeze near gale. All right. That's pretty good. And then if we come down here, so that was hitting near gale. Down here we're getting kind of, between fresh breeze, strong breeze. Okay. Gentle breeze. Yeah, I think that makes my decision for me. I think we're chopping this boy down. We're gonna put him up top. You're coming with me? You're coming with me. I'll grab you when I'm done. Take these axles, I'll rebuild you later. I don't need you to be functional in here, really. This is kind of a decor building. How often do I need specifically a quern? I'm coming for you, windmill. And your little sails, too. Sorry. This is all in the name of progress. You don't obey the laws of physics, do you? How do you like that, physics-defying eldritch abomination? Let's go down there and grab the rest of that. We're still good on inventory space. Beautiful. As much as it pains me to get rid of the temporary workshop, we're going to have a new temporary workshop in a little bit more of an efficient location. Well, no, not efficient location, but efficient for power location. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got all our sails. Good. We've got our rotor. Got our axles. Our big gears, our little gears. The toggle, the base, and the hammer itself. I believe that's all the mechanical components. Let's pop those away. And that's got our blooms. So let's pop that guy on our back. Take that. Grab that. This is fine. And I will replace the windmill up there. Just for the moment, more sails mean more power. So we're going to put them where we can use them. Until we get a whole bunch of flax, and then, well, once we can make sails for everything, then it won't really matter. We'll have our nice decorative windmill back here. So while it's calm, let's get up there and
see what we can do. Let's grab some extra angled gears because I want to try with all the torque that we're going to have from so many windmills on a single helve hammer. I want to try getting a little bit of a gear up going on. All right, let's dual wield light sources and get her done. We're getting patches of grass coming back in. The snow is definitely melting. I feel like by the time I'm finished with the iron, I'm going to come out here and all the snow's just going to be gone. Now, all we need is for the wind to not betray us. Okay. Let's start by... Let's just pop our torch there. Free up a couple of inventory spots. Put our tongs below. There we go. Now, let's test out a couple things here. Pop that. And then let's say... No, I need to make that one higher. Okay, we'll just do it like that. Let's break this boy. There we go. Attach an axle there. An axle there. Remove our dirt so everything is eldritch and floaty. And we've got a faster gear. Alright, alright. And we can place our hammer there. Excellent. That is spinning so unbelievably fast. Let's hope we've got the torque to keep up with this. Okay, that's so far so good. Oh, come on. You can do it. Oh, it's struggling. Oh, he's trying. Let's give this a hand by putting a few more sails up there just to see if we can speed this whole business up. That is... It's torqued up. That is 100 kilonewton output, so that is maximum. That is 80, so now that's 100. That. Ooh, I'm a hungry boy. So we've got a nice big boost here. Wind speed is at 56%. So that's what, 100, 200, 280 kilonewtons times, I believe it's a 1.7 modifier for being this high up. You know, I'm saying these numbers. Do I know what it means? Not really. Vague approximation. All I know is helve hammer go zoom. Which is exactly what I want. It's a little loud, so you know what? We're going to keep the forge over here. Listen to it zooming. Ah. Just think of the power we can command when we can run a bunch of those guys. Oh, would you look at the clock? It's me, the April Fool. Happy Halloween. I wonder, does anybody celebrate holidays like in-game? On the in-game date? So, I'm going to be at this for a long while. But at least we have a nice, quick helve hammer setup up here. So, it's not going to be too bad. And when it's daytime, we do get some natural sunlight coming through the hole in the ceiling. So I got that going for me, which is nice. I'll see you all once my hands are raw and sooty. And probably very scorched. Woo! There we go. The wind died down a little sooner than I wanted. We've got our 6 plates and 16 iron ingots.
That means we're ready to steal.
Not from anybody.
Yeah. The other kind of steal.
I did have to finish off the last couple ingots by hand since this hellhammer just decided, it didn't want to move anymore. We do have a moderate breeze now, though. Well, I'll come back later and check on that. So. Ooh. Oh, they're hot. I see. Right. So let's get these 6 iron plates turned into a single door. That's 12 ingots for a single iron door. I'm just going to do my best to not touch the ingots in the inventory. And hopefully they'll be cool by the time I'm putting them in the coffin. Ooh, I hear drifties.
Oh, boys.
My bad. So, there we go. With the iron door all in place, I think that's complete. That is built. So this entire wall here, of course, is all going to be decorated. This entire place is going to be decorated. We're not leaving it just this peridotite. We're going to use a lot of that granite. I've got some design ideas. I think it's going to look pretty neat. What I am going to do, eat a little snack, I'm going to need to build something right here to hold the coal underneath. Let's go grab ourselves some coal and, well, probably some granite, honestly. You know what? Maybe shale cobblestone. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like the look of that. Of course, I might change the design a little bit as we actually decorate down in there. This is kind of just to get it functional so we can start getting... Ooh. Right, I moved all my coal up to where I just came from. Okay. What was I saying? Right. Once I start going over the detail work in the workshop there and getting everything looking, you know, the way it's supposed to, that is when I'll worry about whether or not this shale cobblestone looks out of place or not. It's probably going to look perfectly fine. But in the event that it doesn't, I am not overly concerned. There we go. And so that sits directly under the coffin. So the coffin that's sitting in the cementation furnace for steel making needs to have 2 piles of coal lit underneath of it. So in order to have those lit underneath of it, we need a way to hold it in, which means we need these covering the sides of it. Why didn't I bring my hand planer? Ah, jeez. You startled me. Rock directly to my face, out of nowhere. Oh, that was an adrenaline spike. Anybody catch that guy's license plate? He came out of nowhere. Making my way straight back. I can't make one trip with everything that I need. Da 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 da. I forget things, and I leave them in weird places. There we go. So I shaved everything down here to just 1 voxel thick, so I could just walk around the entire thing. Super easy. And then, all I gotta do is make a couple little holes here. Ooh. Yeah, it's kind of spooky. Alright. Well, in any case, we got our coal holder. So let's go grab our coal. Oh, the wind is back. Awesome. So, if I'm not mistaken, I believe
It is a stack and a half to get things started. And then beyond that, it's going to be another couple of stacks of charcoal. So it's going to be a lot of charcoal. So if I was running both of these, once this one's completed, that's probably going to be most of an entire charcoal burn with that 4x4x4 pit, just to fuel both of these through to the end. That's it's dark in here. It's a tough life, but someone's got to do it. There we go. And so you just kind of put in alternating layers of charcoal and ingots. All right, that took a little over half a stack. Cool. Where did I put the lids? I think I'm going to need to keep a torch down there just for sake of ease, because I don't tend to carry one on me. Probably should. It's a good idea. So we're going to grab you. We're going to grab a bit more of you. And we're going to head right on back down, and I'm pretty sure I probably left the coffin lids in the Mason Lodge. I have a sneaking suspicion I put them in the basalt box, didn't I? Probably. Alright. It's only like the third trip in the last 10 minutes. Basalt box. Coffin lids. Everything I've ever wanted. Is there anything else I need before I run back? No. Okay. So, we're gonna pile this up here. Oh. That's only half a stack. Well, that's not too bad. And then all you gotta do is just light this on fire. And light this one on fire. And away you go. And we'll just double check in here. Open the door. Stone coffin lid is missing. Okay, receives heat. There we go. Oh. Yeah, don't forget to put the coffin lids on before. That could have been dangerous if I couldn't reach. Or if I wasn't thinking and I was standing inside the second that lid went on. Oh, that coal was already lit. Which also, unfortunately, means I might miss out on a percent or two just because of that, what was that, 10, 20 seconds that it was lit beforehand? It's okay, we don't need perfection. We're perfect just the way we are. Each and every one of us. Except for you. You know who you are. But yeah, you can see in there, there's fire, there's heat. It looks dangerous, and if you go in there, you will start to, well, you'll die pretty quickly, because all that fire coming up. But, there we go. Okay, receives heat. Carburization, 0% complete. We'll let that go. And this will take a few different runs of filling these back up. So, we'll have to come back here several times before this is all done. But yeah, whatever design we decide, it's just going to be a mirror in this room here. And then, like I said, yeah, using slabs there will make just a centered walkway here, just to make use of chiseling so that we can take an even space and make it work for us the same way that an odd space would. It's quite a magical thing, really. So I think for the moment, there's really not much else to be done with the steel. Just a matter of kind of leaving it and letting it do its thing. I'll leave everything that I need over here, so it's all close by. Oh. Oh. How'd you guys get in here? It's bright like daytime. Ah. Whoop. Let them fight amongst themselves up there. Since the Drifty Boys keep seeming to want to pop out of nowhere, let's get out of here. Ah. Daytime. April 2nd. A brisk -2.5 degree morning. 7:30. Breakfast time. Grab ourselves a bite to eat.
Perfection.
There we go. Kind of looks like I'm holding the camera here. Well, we've hit a pretty massive milestone today. Not quite in the Steel Age. Still technically the Iron Age, but once that first batch of steel is done, then we'll be considered fully into the Steel Age. And also with it being April 2nd in-game, there's really only another 7 days after today until we hit the start of the new year. So that's pretty neat. We're going to hit the beginning of our 3rd year. Year 2.
Because the first year is 0. Then you go, this was year 1. And then this coming year is year 2. The 3rd year. That's why the 2000s were called the 21st century. But anyway, I digress.
Spring is in the air. We got rain. Well, hail. We got a lot to do before the year is up. Lots to do. Plenty to do. Let's get doing.
Get away from the door.
You're gonna have a home today. Once the snow's gone a little bit more. Which it's mostly gone. Soon we'll have nice, lush green grass. And we'll be dry and warm and not in this sleet storm that we got right now. But it also means the growing season is just about here, and so we're going to have to make ourselves another little field, because we'll keep this for our vegetable patch. And our bees, we'll have this working as intended. But I think over here somewhere, we're going to plant some flax. So let's take a look at how much flax we have. So flax seeds, we have nearly 2 full stacks. That's not bad. Do we have... We do not have a hoe. So let's clear out our inventory a little bit here. Let's grab ourselves 4 flint. And then we'll grab ourselves 4 sticks. We're actually going to want a 5th piece of flint. Just to nap. There we go. Once again, I forgot the quiet keyboard. 'Cause that's just a thing I do. And 4 stick. And 4 hoe heads. Pop that out of the way. Boom. I forgot it was close to nightfall. Let's do one tiny piece of prep work before we get into getting our new little flax garden areas all done and dusted. We've got ourselves a few paths. You know what, we'll bring the stairs just in case. We're going to continue our roads. Now this path that we created a while back and then haven't really fully finished over on towards the castle, we're just going to continue this around. So we have a nice bit of an outline. Now we want that to probably wrap around the front here. I don't have I do have a shovel. Well, would you look at that? I got a shovel. Didn't think I'd do that. We're just going to dig ourselves a nice little walkway so we have a bit of a path that leads from here direct to the house. And that's going to divide this little... I don't really want to call it a valley, it's kind of tiny, but this little divot in the land, it'll divide it up so we can have our flax fields in 2 different areas. Actually, the more I'm thinking about it, maybe I should set those up first. And then that'll determine the gap in between. Forethought? No. Improvisation. And drifters. Oh no. Rift activity is very high. Okay. Well, perhaps we're going to lose a little bit of time, because I think when it's very high, we're going to have to wait until morning. It's unfortunate. The night, it calls to me. And it sounds like drifters. Let's just get the minimal amount of sleep until it's bright enough that we're not going to have to deal with drifty boys. There we go. 5 in the morning. It's medium, but it's bright enough we shouldn't have to worry about drifters. We've got boys just wandering around everywhere. Okay. Well, get a little ways away to despawn those drifters.
So of course there'd be a rift right where we want to work. That's as is tradition. But let's see. Let's deal with this side of the path. I should probably grab the scythe. It's going to be quicker to get rid of all this grass that way. Away from the door with you. I know what you're doing. You're seeking freedom. You'll get your freedom. And then confinement in a new home. So much quicker. We have half a stack here. This takes up more than I expected. We'll have to have this path curve a bit more. Alright. 2, 3. Let's go lengthways here, yeah. That'll work out nicer. Yeah. Uh-oh. Well, goodbye scythe. And probably soon goodbye knife. The plus side is, this is going to help us replenish our grass supply because we are dangerously low. I think actually, in order to save on durability, I'm only going to cut what's going to give me grass, and then I'll break the rest manually. What if I cut this in a bit further over on this side? And we'll just, we'll just have to remember where we had it. So we'll just pop these for the time being. Oh no. All right. Okay, some of these are land. Some of these are not. We might have to do a little bit of filling underground here. That's okay. That's perfectly all right. I forgot this was just a fake table I put on top of water. The ground has been a facade the entire time. Or at least just this little section. It was at the start of this year, wasn't it? It's coming full circle. At least I think it was the start of this year. It's been a long year. So, let's do a math here. 8, 16, 32, 48. So if we do a couple more here, that would be 64, and that'll give us kind of a bit of a curvature for our path. Yeah, we're losing a bit of dirt down in that water there. Shall we go collect it? How are we going to get back up? Like that.
Down into the deep waters below the farmland.
I think that's all my dirt. Ah, there's more dirt.
Dirt of the deep.
Excellent. Nope, not excellent. I needed that open. I gotta fill in the bottom underneath these. Okay, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have enough cobblestone. Let's do it. So if we fill these all in with cobblestone, we can save a little bit on extra materials that are just going to be hidden under the water. And I can't tell the difference of what's what until we get real close. And then at least we have a bit of a pattern, so this should be the next one. Yeah. We'll just kind of start doing that and hope we don't drown. There we go. And now we have 1 stack worth of land. And let me just fill in the little gap here. That'll have grass grow back. Now, depending on where we have this path come through, we can then just have the other one kind of work symmetrically to it. That's not going to leave enough room. Unless I cut this back a bit. And that is This is also going to need to be trimmed back a little bit, just so our fence doesn't butt right up to it. Because the last thing we want is, you know, rabbits or other little things just walking along here, hopping up onto the fence, and poop over into our garden, eating our seeds, destroying our crops, making us sad, and cry ourselves to sleep nightly over our lost flax. So we gotta make sure we're safe, which will then involve a little bit of terraforming there, and that's not looking too bad. Yeah. Give it a little bit of breathing room. Okay. Alternatively, I could have just filled in another layer on this entire little divot, but we're gonna have enough elevation changes to have to make elsewhere, so let's leave a little bit of valleyness to this. You know, let it live its original authentic life, as much as we'll allow it to anyway. I wonder, could we just keep going with this? Probably could, though now that we've done a 3, we can still keep a bit of a side. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 8. I can count. So I'm thinking if I just keep expanding this straight onward, that should be fine. If we just do another 3 on each of these 2 rows, and another 2 there, then it'll still kind of taper off around the corner. I think that'll look pretty good. Let's give it a try. The rest of this is all going to be underwater, isn't it? Yep. Oh boy. Yep, back down into the deep. Every dirt is precious. Every dirt is great. If a dirt is wasted, I'm starving in a lake. Ow. I'm getting hungry fast. Oh boy, I need to grab some food. Uh-oh. You know what? We're going to break into some of our really, really hardy sealed crocs. Ah. Now those were crocs that I had sealed for the winter. And clearly we haven't used them for the winter. Where's the one I'm missing? Right here. I'm not a moment too soon. I'm about to lose my breath. Haha, there we go. Alright, let's do one final count before I call this a success. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 times 8, I believe, is 128. People who are much smarter than I am, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe we'll find out soon enough if we're short 3 seeds to complete this whole thing. But before we get to that point, there's one more step. We're gonna want to fence this boy off so we don't get, you know, raccoons and rabbits eating our stuff. We do have a lot of fences. This might be a little bit makeshift for the moment. We'll grab the oak fences. We'll grab some of the maple to look like slightly more weathered variants on the oak fences. Oh, Solstin, you lad, you're a genius. We don't have any fence gates, though. That could be a bit of a problem. We'll just have to use a couple hay bales. Why not? Why not? That'll work, right? That'll do. And this is about as good a spot as any for where our gate will actually sit. So, let's do, in the corners, start our maple fences. We'll just say the moisture gathers more in the corners. It probably does. Any wicking experts, sound off. These are a very stark contrast. We'll probably replace these once we get a good collection of wood again. And we'll just have our gate be 1 block wide right there. And that's where we're going to put our hay bales for the moment until we cut down more trees. We do have trees to cut down. But we'll get to that. I want to get this flax planted before we do much of anything else, just so that we have no more fences. Alright, let's grab whatever the third color was. I think it was walnut. I'm hearing all the sounds. Oh boy.
We got scared chickens, scared raccoons. We've got birch fence, that'll do. Drifters coming out now. The local wildlife is abuzz with the sounds of spring. There we go. We've got ourselves a little flax field here. And with the temperature up at 3 degrees, and I did not notice it get below, like, just shy of -2. These are good until -5. These flax seeds, I think we're going to be perfectly fine to just plant them now. That will leave us 3 extra slots. Do we have anything we want to put 3 of? Get 3 cabbages started? You know what? We'll just keep 3 flax seeds there, and we're just gonna fill in the rest with cabbage. That way we know where it is. It's separate. If we get more flax seeds, that's, you know, it doesn't have to be perfect. Because life doesn't have to be perfect. And we will pretty well immediately want to come through here with a bucket of water. Fill in our little plots. Luckily this sleet counts as rain, so we should be okay for a little bit until it stops raining, but that is a perfectly planted plot. Where are my hay bales? Let's just put some packed dirt there for a second. Did I put the hay bales in the seeds? In the seeds trunk? Whoops. You know what? Before I go out there, let's just grab a little bucket of water and... Wrong room. Let's grab a bucket of water and do a thing. You know. Thank you. A silly lad doing silly things. I'm in a rush for spring. Now... Just fence that in. One thing to keep in mind when you're doing buckets, I tend to shift. And when you shift right-click, you put your bucket down. So what we want to do is control click, and then regular right click. Control right click, regular. There we go, and that will help us make sure that we always have at least 75% moisture. But let's be honest, it's almost always raining here. We're going to have 100 most of the time. And so now we just kind of let these grow. That's the first part of the checklist all done. Any other seeds? Now that we've got all of our flax and cabbage that we had planted, is there anything else we're going to want? We've got onions, turnips, soybeans, more turnips. Let's just plant our regular garden. What do we want and what do we have a lot of? Let's take stock in the basement. So we've got some parsnips. These are good still for about a year, so that's pretty good. The soybeans last so long. We have a lot of grain. I don't think we need to plant any grain until we start making bread. This is good for years. Onions. At least 3 stacks of onions good for a year. Never mind. Nearly 7 stacks of onions good for a year. A lot of turnips. A lot of carrots and parsnips. Honestly, we're doing pretty good. Oh, we have a lot of hides there. And a bit of rot. Got a little bit of rotting meat. Meat's the only thing we're missing. And of course dairy, but you know, we're a little lactose intolerant in this house, so pretend cheese will be okay, but that's a ways off. We don't have any milking animals yet. There's a rift outside the window. We could do soybeans. Those are purchased by traders, so having more soybeans could be useful. Hey, you get out of my farm. Don't you kids be throwing rocks over the fences. Hey. Hey. Don't make me call your parents. I'm surprised that over the winter, these crops haven't replenished. Their potassium is still very low. Like, some of these are, but you can tell that's probably where I grew other things, but where I had the flax, like this one's still 33. It must not replenish in the winter. All right. You know what? I've had just about enough of you, good sir.
This axe is ready to eat for everyone. That's right, you fight amongst each other. This is pay-per-view. There they go. Off into the night. So with our lack of fences, and lack of maple specifically, we're gonna need to wait for all of the trees over yonder. See if I can see from the safety of this window. Over yonder in the dark. Eventually we're gonna have, I think, like a dozen or so maple trees popping up. Just like that. And once those come up, we can make enough maple fences to surround the chicken coop. With our little dancing chickens there, very confused, trying to get to the food. We'll be able to lure them up in there. And surround it with a fence so that they'll be safe and protected. Because I don't know if that very thin little slice of floor is going to be enough to stop things from running up there and hitting them through the ground. Because, like, bears are pretty big. While we're waiting for those trees to crop up, which they should any day now, hopefully, let's take a look at our batch of steel and see how that's coming along. Ooh. 19% complete and ready to be fired. That means our first batch of coal is done. So let's go grab another half stack and get to it.
I said let's get to it. That's a Kurazar thing.
Clang, 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 clang. I brought these gifts for you. It's a bunch of coal, yum. Good for poison. Curing, that is. I think. On the list of things to look out for. More aged torch holders. Also, maybe make a bunch of torches. Oh, it went to high rift activity. There's a lot. Oh boy. How are the trees over in this open field? Less than a day. 6 days? 5 days? Alright, okay. So they're saplings. We got a few days. That's gonna be the end of the month. 4 days? Why, that's tomorrow. Let's get a few of these tools out of our inventory. We're just going to clear up a little bit of space because we're going on a little bit of an expedition. We're going to need these shears too, probably. We're not going to need any of our chiseling tools here, so let's pop those away for the time being. Pop that there. I do. So, we're gonna go grab ourselves a little bit of maple wood because we're gonna need that for the chicken coop fences. While we are waiting for several maple trees over there to grow, we don't have that kind of time. We got some walnut trees here, that's great, but it's not the right color. And that's not nearly frozen enough to keep going. We're gonna take the land bridge. So we got pine and birch over there. I think I see maple over this hill. Maple! Now I know it's spring. Please, bears, don't be around. Let's just give some haircuts to these trees just to get a few more maple seeds so we can always replant more. And cornflowers. We're gonna want these for a little chiseling project we've got coming up. What in the world could cornflowers have to do with chiseling, you might ask? All will be revealed in due time. Oh, this one's got mushrooms on it. Dryad saddle, though. Never trust the Fae. Chopping this one down in particular for safety. Alright, I think that might be enough for the time being. So let's head on back home and get to some fence making. Ooh, I missed one. You know what? It's not that cold. We'll swim. Or just continue to walk over unmelted ice floes. My intention was to swim, but it's hard water. Yeah, the scale really hits you now. That's nice. Ooh. there's my saw. Let's grab one of those. That one's almost done, so we'll grab the other. Ooh, no, we won't. There we go. And let's make ourselves a whole bunch of really nice maple fences and a couple gates as well. Alright. Stack of fences and 2 gates made. Let's pop it on the old chicken coop. Now here's the tricky bit. I think, unless they've despawned or been eaten, yes, we still have a couple of chickens dancing under there. So we're gonna need to be very careful not to scare them away. Otherwise we'll just have to chase them right back in. Be very quiet. No, don't be scared. No, don't run. I gotta get back in. We go into the fence, You as well, haha. Excellent, alright. Got a couple of these chickens. Good. You're next. Now, this is going to require a little bit of finessing, I think. We're just going to do this. Bring this out a little bit. Let's scare the house chicken all the way over. Wish me luck. I don't think it's going to go well. Alright, the last remaining progeny of Mr. and Mrs. Cluck. You are going to have to run into your new home now. No. I don't have room in my inventory for windows. Please, go back to the door. This is the first time I want you. Go to the door. Alright. There we go. This is actually going quite well. Okay. Well, that went surprisingly smooth. Guess now it's just a matter of getting them into the coop itself. That's probably going to be the harder task, since we've got this ramp that they don't seem to know how to pathfind up. Alright, you 3. Are any of you roosters? We've got a hen, and another hen. You're all hens. Okay. Well. I wonder. Let's scare them. Scare them over. This is gonna take a lot of finessing and a little bit of trickery. Maybe if I scare them from the outside, it'll be easiest. So I can try and lure them all to the front. Run from me. Go to the front. Go to the front. Good. And now, can I aim you towards that narrow corridor? Oh, perhaps. No. No, I cannot. Alright. Need to clear out a little bit of inventory space here. Let's, plant a couple ferns. There we go. Maybe that'll work now? Maybe. Let's make it a little bit easier, a little bit more enticing. Hopefully they will find their way up inside. Alright, chickens, back to the front. Back to the front. Don't be scared. I mean, do be scared. That's the point. Chicken chaser. Look at the chickens run. Oh. Okay, well. Why did I not think about this? We'll just scare them around in a circle now. Come on. Go. No. Run that away. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Go in. Go inside. That's one in there. Oh, this chicken chasing is hungry work. There we go. And then you two go up inside. Go inside. Aha. Okay, there's two of you in there. Where's the third? How? No. This is not allowed. No. No, no, no. This is what I was afraid of. No chicken run. You get back in there. Oh, you silly. You silly little chicken, you. Oh. Is that... There we go. There we go. Ha ha ha. 3 of you in there. You know what? Good enough to start. Good enough to start. All right. All right. Let's clean this up a little bit. Chicken coop is fenced. I might increase the size of this fence around the sides here. This side I might bring out a bit. Yeah. I don't actually know why I took all the dirt away. There's still all those chickens by the boiler room. Well, under the boiler room, actually. What's the night looking like? Low rift activity. Let's see. I will do a little bit of a kind of catch basin for them, I guess. That should hopefully be enough to funnel them in. Yeah. I'll at least get them within the fence, and then I can get them inside when the time is right. Oh boy, I can hear them. There's a rooster in there too. Alright, how many of you are down here? I haven't checked on any of you in a long time. Oh. There's a few of you. Okay. So we'll end up scaring them somewhere up here, I think. All right, chickens. Away with you. Be afraid, run. There we go. Do they know? They don't know staircases, do they? How is this the hardest part? Come on, you silly chickens. There we go. Here we go. Go up. Go up. Yeah. You know, in all technicality, all I really need is the rooster. No. I can't believe I've done this. Please. Uppies? You want uppies? Please, 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 uppies. You will be the progenitor of a new generation of chicken. You will be the Colonel's prized possession. Stop running towards me. Get. Go up. Go up the staircase, please. Please, sir. Sir and sir. Sir and madams, please. Stairs. Come on, I built you stairs. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Come on. For the love of all things crispy, please. Don't make me threaten you with violence. Get. Yes. Yes. Run. Run away. I have a plan. I have a cunning plan. Well, it's a plan. I'm just gonna chase this one rooster, and not really care much about the other chickens. Scare you in this direction. No, you've gone too far. All right, in a circle. If ever there was a time in this series that deserved yakety sacks, it is today. Okay. I've got you now. There we go. There we go. And he's in. All right. Close the gate. Haha. Now, I think he might be in proximity to help fertilize the eggs those chickens are going to make. Which means he doesn't even have to live inside the coop. He could just sit outside, and as long as no bears spawn under there, which I hope they don't, I think they were wandering in from elsewhere. That's what I'm going to hope. But if he could fertilize the eggs via, I don't know, telekinetic powers, then I think we have our chicken-making factory all set, and that way we always know there's going to be at least one rooster alive and well down below. Because when you get 2 roosters together in the same room, they will fight to the death. 100%. 2 men enter, 1 man leave. but the man's a rooster. Let's just clean up this little bit of excess here. Deal with this oak tree that's kind of obscuring the chicken coop. Ah. Yeah. We'll place some more purposeful trees at a certain point. I do like this oak tree right here. It's kind of got a very player-made look to it, in all honesty. It's a little bit weird. Might add on to it, just to give it a bit more of a thick trunk at the bottom. Maybe decorate, chisel it a little bit. Yeah, just a nice, like, old oak, but it's not bushy enough, so I feel like I kind of want to grow another one just to add more to the leaves. We'll see. Oh, right. Hello, chicken. PETA, look away now. Nothing untoward here. Nothing going on, nothing at all. Here we go. Do we have any eggs? We do have eggs yet. And they are fertile. Excellent. You've done a good job, Mr. Rooster. Ah, successful chickening. And this, I'm just going to, for fear of wolves and bears, just going to give this a bit more of a wider gap. Just so that way, less likely that they're going to come on over. Yeah. I might end up raising it up and then put the fence up around it. We'll just have to see how things go. Well, now that chickens are sorted, how you guys doing in there, pigs? Quiet, huh? Still pregnant. Ah. Well then. It's kind of quiet in here. Well, in commemoration of... Quiet, you was about to say in commemoration of this quiet house. Maybe I should get a kitchen wolf. Replace the chickens. To have some egg and mushroom. Ah. It's kind of a sad day. I mean, it's a good day. It's a productive day. I get to clear up a little bit of the clutter that's been on the kitchen floor for so long, but kind of a sad day. I should get another corn. Scrambled eggs with bearded tooth and dryad saddle garnish. I said we shouldn't trust the Fae, and, well, dryad saddle, that's where a dryad sits, but we're just gonna save this food for when we really need it. It's still piping hot, so it'll be good. Keep that in our back pocket. Speaking of our back pocket, these cornflowers. I mentioned a little earlier that we're gonna use them for something. Something in this room in particular. Now, do I have an extra barrel? I do. Excellent. So with this cornflower, it's an ingredient for blue dye. And yes, woad is good for blue dye as well, and that gets you woad blue dye, which, under normal circumstances for dyeing leather and cloth and such, there's absolutely no difference. But with the Chisel Tools paintbrushes, those create two very drastically different shades of blue. The woad blue makes blocks that are blue, and cornflowers or crushed up lapis lazuli. Lazuli? Crushed up lapis makes regular blue dye. And now we may only have a couple of cornflowers here, but I believe we bought a bunch of lapis from a trader when we were out looking for fat. And if I've kept to the organizational structure that, oh boy, is hard for me to remember because my brain is chaos, it's right here. So how do we crush it? Pulverize. Okay. Up the mountain we go with our shiny blue rocks. Cast it into the sapphires of Mount Doom. It's lapis, not sapphire. This doesn't work. Luckily it's calm, so we won't have to worry about an army of drifters assailing us as we try and come in and out of here. And it gives us a chance to be a little closer to our steel to double check on it, and that looks like it is still firing away. What are we at right now? 37%. 2 charcoal. It's almost time to refill those. Perfect. I'll get these crushing, and we'll refill. Once again, reaping the rewards of automation. Ah. Those are still burning. Well, I'll just give it a moment. It's sure to burn itself out eventually. Any minute now. You remember the Blair Witch Project? That was pretty neat. Oh, would you look at that? It's done. Light the charcoal. Boop. It's always so much quicker going back down. Let's get this crushed lapis on over to the basement, where we can make ourselves a little bit of blue dye. And while we're at it, actually, you know what we need to do? We need to feel the rain on our skin. No one else will feel it for us. What was it? Control P? There we go. Well, at least our gambeson is off, but we're wearing all these heavy, wintry clothes. Let's go find our regular outfit again. We don't need these no more. It ain't that cold. Right. Dress up time. So our fur coat, our fur boots, and our fur gloves can all go back into storage. There we go. We're going to grab our... Are we wearing jailer boots? I don't think we were, but they're not too bad. Do like the green scarf. It's kind of nice. Oh no. Oh no, what have I done? I've turned myself into Mario. It's me.
The green is because Luigi died in his mansion.
You know, this is a far cry from how I looked before, but I weirdly kind of like it. Maybe this will be our look for this year. Who knows? Specific clothes that I really wanted, you know, blacksmith apron and a couple other things, but until we get those, well, who knows, I might actually change my mind. This is kind of growing on me the more I see it. Once we're in the castle, we'll need nicer clothes to fit our station. None of this tattered sleeve action we've got going on. But for now, you know, we're doing a lot of hard labor. Having some a little bit more rugged and tattered clothes, that's perfectly fine. But before I keep distracting myself, let's make ourselves some blue dye. So, the ratio on this for blue dye is, of course, 4 liters of water for every 1 crushed lapis, or 4 cornflowers. So we don't have enough cornflowers to even make a single dose, or 4 liters of blue dye. But we've got 30 crushed lapis. Let's pop 48, because it's the highest multiple of 4 that we can put into here. And with 48 liters of water, we're going to just pop 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can do math. That took more attempts than I want to admit. I don't want to talk about it. 48 divided by 4 is 12. We're just gonna pretend nothing ever happened. I don't know why I thought it was 8. Put these cornflowers away into the organics bin here. Let's check on the eggs. You owe me eggs. Those are fertile. Those are fertile. Those are not. Alright, goodbye. Hello, Rooster. Goodbye, Rooster. Well, these still need to be fired, and we've got... how much more? Let's just fire clay, fire clay. 24, 34 more after that, so that's... Well, we've certainly got more grass and sticks than we did earlier, so let's give it a try. Let's check up on our grass stack. Silly door. You know what? I can leave it open. I'm free to do that for the first time. 12 bales of grass. That is... Yeah, you know what? 33.64. That is enough. We're doing this. Let's just get these all filled up here. Grab our trusty torch, and before we light it up, just because it's springtime now, let's do a little bit of grass clearing. Cozy. The nice roaring fire going. Let's deal with maybe getting in a couple more bits of path. We did begin that path when we were building the flax field. So let's continue that path and connect it up to the front of our house. As I run right across and don't use the path I already have. So I think we're actually gonna go in one here. A lot of digging out this path here. Not quite that much of a sloping path. Let's cut this corner down. Yeah, just like a couple little sparse pieces of path here. Nothing crazy. Just to fill in the ground a little bit. And we'll do these two as well. Yeah, these stairs are going to have to be replaced with slabs, I think. I think that would work out a little bit nicer. Maybe a retaining wall along here? The decorative aspect of it, that'll get worked on. That's for sure. But we're just gonna carve this whole thing out a little bit. There we go. That's much nicer. There we go. Alright, well we're gonna need a few extra path blocks, but we've at least got this path that we built the end of last year. We've got it extended a wee bit. You know, it's slowly coming together. Rome wasn't built in a day. Comes down, we get to the house, and we have a little fork where we can split off either towards the boiler room and workshop, or this way, and head over toward the castle. Yeah. Speaking of the castle, this tower needs a little bit of love. But we've got one more thing on the to-do list before we get to decorating the other towers of this gatehouse. And it's something I've been putting off. It's something I've been dreading. But it's something that has to happen before we can work any of our steel. We need an iron anvil. And that means we need like 9 or 10 ingots. So let's get up top and take a look at our blooms, shall we? It's gonna be a lot of work. Also, I took off all my winter clothes and now I'm shivering because it's almost 0 degrees and I'm wet because it's kind of slushy and raining. I'm gonna stand in the boiler room for a minute and warm up on my way over there. Hold up. I'm gonna need a hammer first.
Back to the studio to grab my hammers, 'cause I forgetted them every time. It's what matters.
Oh, that hammer is not long for this world. But there we go. Fresh one after. Now we go. So we've got 18 iron blooms and a fresh breeze. I think we're in for a might bit of hammering here. Well, no time like the present. The anvil's not gonna make itself.
All done, and not a moment too soon. There's a temporal storm that's just about here. We have 1 hour exactly until the storm approaches. I think that should be enough time to fill up our steel furnace and make our way to the boiler room. Oh boy. Now you let me be. Give me enough time to light these. Yeah, don't you do it. Don't you do it. Oh boy. You'll all soon burn in the broth. Don't know what I was worried about. Plenty of time.
Come on down to the soup. It tastes good, don't you know? It's made of you.
I don't know if this knife is gonna last the entire storm. Uh-oh. I do have another knife over at the house. You know what? Let's do something a little risky. We're making a run for it. The storm is waning. Let's see if we can grab our knife and get right on back to the boiler. Oh, it's a topsy-turvy world. This could be dangerous. Don't fall in the soup. Don't fall in the soup. Aha, success. Just in time for it to be over. Okay, well, what did we get? We got 2 more temporal gears. That's pretty good. We got 14 rusty gears. That's good. We're starting to replenish our supply. And 16 flax fibers. No Jonas parts, unfortunately, but that's okay. Mix that with the 1 flax fiber we already have. Well, before we put our stuff away, let's take a little moment to talk about the boiler room here. I know at the end of last year I did say I was going to get it all decorated. I am going to get it all decorated. In fact, in my creative test world, I have an obelisk design that it's kind of nice. It goes up a good ways, a little bit of a light at the top. But what was it? The Triumph Tower, I think was the design of it, where there's a statue up at the top. The thing that's delayed me is I haven't built 3D statues before. So I'm a little nervous. But the theme of this spring, and, well, continuing on throughout this following year that we're about to enter into, we're going to be finishing projects, or at least barreling our way through them and trying to get close to finishing. But definitely more on the decorative rather than preparatory side that we've been on. So, oh boy howdy, I'm gonna get learned in statue making. But for the moment, let's get our ill-gotten goods put away. And I'm also going to need to come up with a slightly expanded boiler room design. One that can handle larger creatures. If you've seen anything for 1.20, you know what I'm talking about. I'm a fan of the new creatures, but I'm not a fan of them. You know what I mean? Like, they're great. They're awesome. Keep them away from me. So we're going to learn how to optimize their imminent cooking. But that's a task for future me. Right now, let's finish up this year. I should probably return these blooms and the torch. We got boys in here. It's medium activity. Hello. Oh, what are we looking at? 65%. We're getting there. There we go. And there we go. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, one of the projects definitely is, as this progresses, I'm going to want to make a ton of lanterns. So, massive amounts of copper and lead gathering is going to have to happen. Gotta get that molybdechakos. Unless we use a different color design for that. Maybe. Maybe. Bronze might work. We'll have to see how the designs play out for the workshop. Let's check on our chickens. Is our rooster still in here and still good? Yeah, he's still there. Scared that I'm here. They're all scared that I'm here. Get away from the door. Never thought I'd be saying that again. What do we got here? 3 fertile eggs. 3 fertile eggs. 3 oh my. Oh my. Alright, we're gonna have 9 brand new baby chickens, and you all could probably use some more flax. Well, I suppose not, because you've already got your eggs there. So in the next generation, we'll refill those troughs. How are the pigs doing? We'll check on you again. Yeah, once again, still pregnant. Okay. I always forget to harvest the bees. But they're awake now. Shall we abscond with their sweet nectar? I think so. Okay, bees. I just gotta leave one of them intact. Which one? Probably that one. That's a bit more... Well, this one probably would have been more central, but that's okay. let's go drop this off in our honey barrel, which is down in the basement.
Beeswax comes from a can. It was put there by a man.
Okay, do we have more blue clay? Where did I decide clay goes? Alright, I put clay in the masonry shop. There we go, that's only 2 hives. Okay. I don't have enough cattails to finish the rest. Let's go collect some more. I'm gonna have to take a lot of those cattails that are down by the water's edge there and make a actual organized field. Put them into batches of 64, just so I have a whole kind of easily scythed through swath of them. 'Cause yeah, we've got these little bits here, which, now that I'm seeing it, this little 2-block gap is a little odd. I might expand this out another 2 blocks, which would actually be a perfect amount. Yeah. Yeah. Just to butt this up and then have a little kind of cliffside with the fences down below. Right, cattails. Woo. Note to self. Make a new scythe. This takes a good bit longer without one. How long has it been apocalyptic? Ah! That was behind me the whole time. They were slowly encroaching. It was very polite of the drifters to let me finish harvesting cattails before coming for my blood. Oh, we have a lot of cattails, actually. Alright. Well, let's make some skeps. Let's see if we can get these bee skeps put back in place before the drifters, succeed in their goal to end my existence upon this mortal coil. Don't you hit him, he's just a dummy. Ah, don't hit me either, I'm also just a dummy. I'm telling Mom. I don't think we have enough to make 2 more. Let's, this is a bad call, but we're gonna run out into the night just to round out all of the little posts we've got for hives. Oh boy. One last beehive. Now we run back, skep in hand, through the danger zone.
Walk way to the danger zone. There's drifters in the danger zone.
Okay. Well, while it's apocalyptic outside, we're just gonna sit inside where it's safe, and you know what? While we're right here, I'm gonna do a thing that's been a long time coming. There we are. Back to how it should be. There's no more chickens to phase through our windows, because they're all outside in their proper home. And I guess soon enough, once those eggs hatch, we'll finally see if those slots for me collecting eggs from underneath I've entirely forgot about until this very moment when I'm saying it. I kept going inside. Once it's very crowded with lots and lots of chickens, we're probably going to have to try and use those slots to add to their feeding troughs and collect the eggs. Although I guess with a rooster there, we're not always going to be collecting the eggs. And once we've got enough chickens, I don't think we're going to need that rooster at all. Is there much point apart from the fear of getting higher generation chickens? I mean, really. Eggs are eggs. We're not using them for poultry. They're specifically just egg layers. If we were breeding them for poultry, then yes. Absolutely, we would have them be Generation 10 as soon as we possibly can. That's what our pigs are for. And eventually goats or sheep when we can put them in a pen and not have bears spawn in and gobble them up every time. It's twice now that's happened. Should be safe in there these days, with the strewn straw about. But in any case, we are stuck inside, although it has gone down to medium, so it's not as bad. Well, since it's medium, it's probably safe enough to run out here and get past their spawn radius, so they'll just go away and never come back. And I want to take a quick little peek over at the castle gatehouse there and just see how many blocks we're going to need to prep for little decorative bits. And of course, with it being dark, we're going to have to get inside. Up to the unstable top floor, and it's weirdly only unstable right up at the top. So that is a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 16. So 16 times 3, we're going to need 3/4 of a stack. So that's actually not a whole lot. I believe those are the regular stone first with the polished stone added in. Let me grab my chisel, actually. This wouldn't be a proper Eisenholm episode without having to backtrack 20,000 times. I'm also going to grab some conglomerate. Grab a couple stacks here. And this spare chisel, because we're probably going to end up using all of the durability remaining on this. That's only 240. Well, maybe not then. There we go. Make those polished. I'm going to try a feature that I have not yet really spent enough time learning to properly use. Paste, shape, and materials. So, copy that. And I'm going to place down a block there. Why will that not work? Ah. It just needed a block update. Okay. I'm very confused. Okay. Okay. Quentin? It's getting weird. Am I doing something wrong? This thinks it's a whole block still. Kind of. Yep, 100% it does. And this keeps changing back. Okay. I don't know what to believe right now. So, note to self. When doing paste, shape, and materials, have the materials in your hand. Or at the very least on the hotbar. That got real wonky real fast when I had it in my inventory. Okay, pop that clay away and let's just... Okay. Alright, in that case, let's hop on... There's a bit more work on these towers to be done, I think. Kinda can't safely work up there without the floor. Which means we're gonna need more maple. Which conveniently, we just got some. It's in the basement. There's always 1,000 steps to building a kingdom. You know, at the very least, let's just put a line of these down and get our block pieces ready. And that way at least our toppers are good to go. Would this technically be more efficient to do in place? Absolutely, but I'm already going to have to adjust them all to have lighting calculate properly. So, having to pick them up again, it's not the biggest deal in the world. It's 2 degrees. Why am I chilly? This could take a second. I'll be with you in a moment.
And this is the closest thing to mass production we shall ever see upon this land.
And there we go, we got 48 of our castle wall pointed toppers. I'm gonna go toast my buns. Now this is probably the last bun toasting of the season. Bask in it once more. It's more of a rainy cold out there than an icy one. That's okay. Soon the warm weather comes. Three crocks full of hefty onion stew. One day, our pantry will be full of meat-filled, well-balanced, nutritious meals But it is not this day. This day we finish going through the crock that we have that is meat, and then we just eat onions. Just straight up nothing but onion. Right, so let's grab some of that maple wood we gathered earlier. That should do. And then we'll go grab our saw, turn it into planks, and, well, get to finishing off at least a little bit of the decor on that gatehouse. If I can at least get that tower looking similar to that tower from the front, I'll be happy. Okay. Moose. I can't remember. In 1.19.8 that we're currently still in, do moose do that silly thing where they'll run up to you and not attack? Ah. They're completely harmless. They act aggressive, but they can't do much of anything. Oh, moosey boy. Wow, look at all this meat we fought hard for. You totally weren't handed on a silver platter, effectively. Maybe I should breed moose. Okay, so, let's just... And this is the process for every single column. Place, pantograph, turn. So this one will actually be column, there we go, okay. You gotta search them up sometimes. Castle wall, column, top. And then this one could be anything, so we're just gonna use some dirt. And we're gonna place these, like so. Yeah. Is this dangerous? Yes. Am I doing it? Yes. When the OSHA safety inspectors say you should probably use fall arrest gear, you should probably use fall arrest gear. We just don't have it because it hasn't been invented yet. Never work on a roof without proper harnessing, especially when it's this literal 45-degree slope. How am I getting down? There we go. Safe and sound. Yeah. Yeah, that's the correct height. We're good. Awesome. Okay. Oh. More moose. A lot more moose. 3 more moose. All right. Let's chase them. Oh. You actually hit me. Oh, they do fight back. Okay. They can and they do fight back. I was wrong. You know what they say, though? Lessons least forgotten are lessons learned in blood. Where are you, mooses? Yeah. Uh-oh. I'm gonna chase you down and eat you. You're going to become a tasty stew. This was meant to be the building part of the episode, but I guess we're doing a moose massacre. Ha ha ha. So what's that in total? That is 29 meat. That is enough meat for another set of crocs. So let's take a little unexpectedly impromptu break from building stuff together, even though it was a very brief single column. And let's make a little bit of schmeat. Cook up the meat, and then we can seal the crocs. It is getting to be dark out there, so maybe for the best. Though it is calm. Maybe we'll get back to building in the night, once these are done. Let's do this in a little bit of a montage before we take a look upon the results of all that we hath wrought upon this world. Thus far, anyway.
Ba-doop-ba-doo-doo-doo. Walking down and do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Grab the saw. Make it the board.
Oh, I'm getting very icy. It's April, it should be warm. What's with the ice? Why is this happening? It's 5 degrees. Why am I cold? After surviving the winter, you'd think 5 degrees would feel nice and toasty. Hello, brand new maple tree. Let's just use the boiler for a little bit of geothermal warmth. Ah, that almost instantly, yeah, 37.8, this almost instantly warms you right up. Oh, that's so nice. Ah, I love hot springs. So versatile. Now let's head back up to the top of that tower and... Moose. Got 5 durability left on this knife. It's probably not gonna last all that long. And we're just gonna copy these all onto these. Column middle portion. And then column top. Give them all a little rotate just to fix the lighting. Any block update will do. Removing voxel, add it back in. Rotate it. And then we pop our toppers on here. And then these are going to become our machicolations. And there we go. And one more set just to fix the lighting. Excellent, and we're done. Did I leave my lantern up here? I did. Now would you look at that? That's a thing of beauty right there. That's one good looking castle. It's nowhere near done. There's so much left. But at the very least, the front of the gatehouse is looking almost completely proper so far. Apart from, you know, connecting it fully to the ground in a lot of everywheres. But once that batch of steel we've got cooking is done, we're going to have so much more conglomerate stone to work with that we're going to be able to build the walls, do all the decoration, get everything done just a lot faster. Because we'll be going from a 4x4x4, which gives us exactly 1 stack, to 7x7x7 slabs. Which, I don't know the math on that off the top of my head, but that is a lot more than a single stack per basically the exact same amount of time, almost. We're nearly quadrupling how much. That's going to be almost 4 stacks. 4 times faster, just about. That's a lot of rock. Well, it certainly has been a year, hasn't it? We broke ground on the castle, got the gatehouse built, marked out most of the castle, built the walls, well, a little bit of the walls anyway, and got at least the front-facing portion of the castle gatehouse looking presentational. We also carved out a nice, big old cavern for our workshop, and got a lot of the mechanics in place, at least up top. We're still going to have to get a nice big axle run all the way down that long stretch of blocks vertically to get all of our equipment set up down below, so it's not a big climb up and down each time. Not only that, we're on to steel just about. Probably another couple days or so, I'd say, until that steel is done, but then, oh boy, we've got our first batch of steel, and apart from maybe a steel pickaxe and, I don't know, 1 ingot left over for whatever we decide in the moment, 14 of those are going to be going to splitter plugs, so our quarrying will be expanded to be 4 times faster. Well, just shy of 4 times faster than before. That's going to greatly speed up our castle building production, as well as cutting out the rest of the workshop, even though most of that's already done. A lot of that now is placing things in and chiseling, making it all pretty. And lanterns. Tons of lanterns. Oh boy, am I going to need a lot of lanterns. And I'd like to take a moment while we're here just to thank each and every one of you for following along on this journey. It's been a fantastic time getting to interact with you all in the comments and just have a fun time. Enjoy the mutual love of this fantastic game. So whether you've been following along episodically or going through the... Sun's going down. There we go, I had to pull out the lantern. So whether you've been following along episodically or with the big compilation videos, thank you so much for being here. And a special shout out to all of our channel members. You're all the greatest. Thank you so much for all of the support over this entire series, and I hope that each and every one of you enjoys the series as we continue to go along into our 3rd year in Eisenholm. Goodbye, have a wonderful time, make good choices, be safe, wear a safety vest. You never know. Okay, love you, bye, see you at the start of the next year. Oh, so much flax. That's a lot of flax seeds. I think I can actually just make a whole field of flax. Huh. That worked out pretty well. You hear that, drifters? Don't sleep loose. You hear what happens when someone sleeps loose. Yeah? How do you like being a cautionary tale? Window head phasing looking guy. Oh, I'll give you something to phase about. No, kids. Kids, I've got some bad news. Your parents have gone to the KFC in the sky. Now, don't laugh about it. Wow. Wow. So disrespectful. Dear Diary, Day 43. They still don't know I'm actually a cat. Wonder how tricky it would be to chisel out something like this. Take up an entire section of wall. That'd probably take 7 years. Then I get the Master Sword. How could this happen to me? There's drifters outside, surrounded by pigs, and it's dangerous at night.
Which side of this is the front? Oh, I've got this backwards.
Glass is weird.
Aye. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention the chickens are out of the house. It's kind of a big deal. I'm gonna miss them.